The skeleton cashier scratched his bare skull. All right, customer. He simply couldn't understand what the heck was going on. He had been selling goods here for hundreds of years, but this was the first time he had seen a human buying white bone. And what's with the other Beast Clan women? Why weren't they afraid, just eating and chatting away? Had the undead become accepted by living creatures? As the skeleton cashier pondered, he quickly wrapped up several items. Customer, your goods are wrapped. Fang Hao took them. As he turned to go downstairs, the three women were sitting by the staircase, starting up another conversation. It was as if they were in their own home when in the shop of the undead. Angia and Little White were still eating, thoroughly enjoying their food. After going downstairs, he paid the required money and stored all the items in his storage space. Wandering around with a bunch of skeletal frames would have looked a bit unsightly. After leaving the shop, they continued to stroll around. Passing by two gardens on their way, Fang Hao used the Book of Lords to take a few pictures of the three women. Enjoying the modern way of keeping memories. All along the way, there were still many people around. Most of them looked busy and hurried, while there were others, like the group, roaming and looking around. While walking, Fang Hao started to toy with the idea of opening his own shop here. Similar to the shops in this place, he had blue and purple equipment, including gear for humans, dwarves, and trolls. And machinery, covering all races. No fear of bad business. Continuing down the road, they didn't feel like entering any more shops afterwards. Most types were similar, and aside from the undeads, there were no remarkable items that would significantly boost combat power. They finally reached the central square. In front of one building, there was an extraordinary bustle. The stone building had auction and evaluation inscribed at the top. Standing in the distance, Fang Hao and the others saw groups of people queuing up. Among these people were humans from the church, stone people, elves, fairies, as well as orcs and trolls. There were also some from races that were hard to identify by their looks alone. It was just that they were too far to see these people's information. Just as Fang Hao was about to stop someone to ask, he felt someone watching him. Looking to the side, he saw a brown-haired, brown-eyed middle-aged man standing among a group of gray dwarves, curiously sizing him up. After hesitating for a moment, the middle-aged man had a brief, hushed conversation with the gray dwarves before walking briskly towards Fang Hao. "Hey, are you an earthling?" asked the middle-aged man. Fang Hao nodded. "Yes. From Japan." "Wah Sha." The brown-haired middle-aged man was stunned, taking a careful look at Fang Hao and the heroes, the rabbit girl, and the fox girl around him, his eyes full of suspicion. "Could it be you are? Cough, what's your name?" The middle-aged man polite yet curious. "Fu Lei, what about you?" "Oh, I'm, Waity. I thought you were Fang Hao for a moment, scared me there," continued the middle-aged man as he adjusted his collar, showing off 3 large gold rings on his hand. Compared with the Western middle-aged man, the clothes Fang Hao wore were much more ordinary, simple trousers and a short-sleeved shirt, nothing particularly extraordinary. Only the armor of Demetria stood out. Similarly, Era and Little White also attracted attention with their appearance. "Ah, I thought you were Fang Hao too," Fang Hao said. "Haha, you're quite the character." Waity clapped Fang Hao on the shoulder. "I didn't expect to run into another earthling here." Fang Hao also found it incredible. The World Channel indeed had plenty of opportunities. The World Channel had only just opened, and already someone had qualified to come here. But considering it, at least a few 100 million people from Earth had transmigrated. A high elimination rate also meant many had the chance for opportunity. The ranking list of the World Channel was only a superficial way of utilizing resources and land area for assessment. It didn't truly represent an individual's strength. Even here, if he saw a foreigner with an S on their chest wearing their underwear over their pants, he wouldn't find it strange. Fang Hao didn't continue the chit-chat but asked instead, "Why are so many people queuing up here? What are they doing?" "Huh." Waity was surprised, then chuckled. "Come on, brother, don't jest. You're here to evaluate items, aren't you?" Fang Hao genuinely didn't know. They were just out for a stroll. "Ah, no, not really. Seeing his genuine ignorance, Wadey explained, "Do you know about the spring auction?" "I do. That's the place for auction item registration. If you have things to auction, you go there to register. A valuer will then price them, and if approved, they'll be auctioned on the day of the event." Wadey pointed ahead. The spring auction, Goblin Moru had only told him the time. Not much information was shared. It seems the auction was open to the public. No strict restrictions. Ah, got it. Fang Hao stroked his chin, pondering if he had anything worth evaluating to make a bit of money at the auction. With a world so big, surely goods would sell. Before Fang Hao could ask anything more, Wadey pointed to the side. "Look over there." Fang Hao looked to see the sturdy, shorter dwarves with gray hair and beards. "I came with the gray dwarves for the valuation. After the evaluation of the items, they will even take me to the auction," Wadey said, somewhat boastfully. Fang Hao nodded. It was this kind of vassal relationship again. In truth, when transmigrators arrived, they had shallow roots, and most had to become vassals to some nearby powerful entities to survive. Not causing malicious harm to other transmigrators wasn't anything bad. And those who were vassals often lived even more securely. Like Wadey, who seemed to be getting along quite well with the dwarves, dressed in finery with gold rings, and even brought here. "That's great, I'm impressed. Hey, you don't need to feel envious, the lizardmen are quite nice, but be cautious, I heard these lizardmen eat people, don't let them eat you," whispered Wadey, sneakily glancing at Demetria not far away. I will be careful," Fang Hao continued to ask, "What are those dwarves assessing?" Wadey glanced at the dwarves and lowered his voice. "The merchandise the dwarves are selling is quite remarkable." "What is it?" "An orange piece of machinery called the windpipe cannon. It can shoot from 5 barrels at once. Any turtle shell formation or cavalry formation would be decimated by a single volley, leaving nothing but scattered flesh across the ground," Wadey said with a serious tone. "Can such a thing really be sold? Dwarf machinery is quite famous, and I heard it sells well. But the Dwarf Alliance has rules against selling too much to outsiders." "Oh, I see." From Wadey, Fang Hao also got some useful information. The ones who came with him were gray dwarves from the dwarf race. This dwarf tribe is one of the more sparsely populated lines within the dwarf community. They are known for their brutal nature and combat skills. And the gray hair and beards are not a sign of old age but their natural color from birth, which is also the origin of their name. The two chatted for a while longer. As the loud voices of the dwarves rose, Wadey returned to the queue. "Is that your friend?" the gray dwarf asked. "Just a transmigrator I happened to run into." "A transmigrator? To have made it here, his strength must be considerable. Is it possible to pinpoint the location of his domain?" the gray dwarf asked in a deep voice. Wadey shook his head. His domain isn't near the dwarf city, and since he came with the lizardmen, he might not be that strong. The gray dwarf sighed with some disappointment. If that guy had earned his spot in Residence 01 on his own merit, then his domain's strength must be significant. Recently, the dwarves have been in need of both supplies and slaves. If it were possible to plunder a transmigrator with abundant resources, many issues could be eased. The greedy gaze of the gray dwarf lingered on Fang Hao for quite a while. It wasn't until Demetria's cold, vertically slit eyes glanced over that the gray dwarf's body shook violently, a chill akin to being targeted by a venomous snake spreading throughout his spine. An orange hero. This transmigrator was affiliated with a powerful lizardman faction, not to be trifled with. Lizardmen are not numerous, but they have a much longer history. Legend has it that the lizardmen lived on this continent even before humans and dwarves, and the forbidden zones that no one dares to enter are filled with the ruins of lizardmen temples and altars. Lizardmen rarely appear within the sight of other races, but nobody actively provokes them either. "Lord, those gray dwarves have unfriendly intentions," Demetria whispered. Pay them no mind. They're just a minor clan. Let's queue up as well and take part in this auction," Fang Hao said. Together, he and his group started to queue up. They passed the time eating and drinking together, not bored at all. The queue moved quickly as well. Wadey left with the gray dwarves, waving to Fang Hao's group as he went. Before long, it was Fang Hao and his companions' turn. Behind the small window was a goblin with a monocular gold-rimmed eyeglass, looking down at the registration book in his hands. "What are you registering?" The goblin's shrill voice rang out. "Dwarf machinery," Fang Hao replied. The goblin glanced up, surprised to see a human selling dwarf machinery. "Okay, what's the machinery called, and how new is it?" "We've got appraisers, and if there's major damage or if it's not popular, it could be rejected," the goblin explained. It seemed that the goblin thought Fang Hao had obtained dwarf machinery from somewhere else to sell. Furthermore, dwarves from other areas also sold machinery. If one's own merchandise was used, it clearly wouldn't have an advantage. "A brand new 5-barrel wind organ cannon," said Fang Hao. "A 5-barrel wind organ cannon." The goblin's interest was piqued, and he took another look at the young man before him. The gray dwarves had just registered a wind organ cannon, and now a human was registering another. "Are you sure it's a brand new 5-barrel wind organ cannon?" The goblin confirmed once more. "Yes, brand new," Fang Hao nodded. The goblin scribbled a few notes on paper and handed him a slip. "Enter through here. An appraiser will receive you." The goblin pointed Fang Hao in a direction. The 5-barrel wind organ cannon is one of the most outstanding pieces of machinery among dwarves. There are many types of powerful cannons in the world, but the technology to simultaneously fire from 5 barrels with such great power is truly only mastered by dwarves. Therefore, each wind organ cannon carries a high price in the market. Moreover, the number of cannons dwarves sell to outsiders is tightly controlled. Even at headquarters auctions, they don't sell too many. "Thank you." Fang Hao received the slip and led his group towards the entrance indicated. They walked through a stone corridor. A human receptionist stood in front. After seeing the slip in Fang Hao's hand, "Room 012 for appraisal." The room was not hard to find. After knocking gently on the door of room 012, a somewhat hoarse voice responded, "Come in." Pushing the door open, they entered. The room was roughly 70 square meters. It was quite empty inside, with an open space in the middle, a long desk at the back, and several cabinets filled with various items. Behind the long desk sat a skeleton undead. It wore a cream-colored robe, with the collar, belt, and cuffs embroidered with gold thread symbols representing death and penance. Skeleton Technician, Tier 7. Fang Hao immediately recognized his profession. A technician. In Fang Hao's understanding, a technician is skilled in assembling and repairing constructs. It should have some similarities with mechanical devices. It seems that the appraiser is assigned based on your device. It's not randomly appointed. "What would the guests like to evaluate?" the skeleton technician asked. "A 5-pipe organ cannon. Didn't bring it. I need to see the finished product in order to conduct an evaluation," the skeleton technician continued. "Brought it. Just a moment." Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords and contacted Dong Jiayu, asking her to directly trade over a 5-pipe organ cannon. Bang! A dull sound. The heavy organ cannon appeared out of nowhere, smashing the stone floor and stirring up a cloud of dust. The soul fire of the skeleton technician trembled slightly, but the absence of emotions did not cause him to display any unusual actions. He simply stood up and took some tools from a cabinet behind him. He walked towards the organ cannon to inspect it. It was evident that the skeleton technician was inspecting it very thoroughly. And it took a significant amount of time. If it weren't for the fear of dismantling the device and not being able to reassemble it, he might have taken it apart for inspection right there. About half an hour passed. The skeleton technician finally stood up and calmly walked back to the table. He said, "The device has no issues. I can confirm it is a dwarf's 5-pipe organ cannon. How many do you plan to sell?" Fang Hao did not immediately respond, but asked, "May I ask how many the dwarves are going to sell?" "I'm not sure, but the total number sold in the past 2 years was around 50, the skeleton technician answered. "Okay. Then we'll sell 100, all of the same quality," Fang Hao said. Upon hearing this, the skeleton technician's head lifted. The soul fire jumped violently, displaying a shocked emotion. "That's more than the dwarves sold. Are you sure? The quality is all the same?" the skeleton technician asked back. "Certain." The skeleton technician nodded. "Okay, you can set a starting price and a direct transaction price. That is, the auction base price and the buyout price. What do the dwarves usually set? The starting price per cannon is 5 million warfire coins, the buyout price 8 million. Okay, I'll do the same as them. Swish, swish, swish. The skeleton technician took Fang Hao's invitation card, started writing a lot of information on a piece of paper on the side. After finishing writing, he continued, "All right, deliver 100 windpipe cannons here within a week." Understood. After responding, Fang Hao collected the windpipe cannon inside the room again. He left the room with the others. They exited the evaluation area. The group continued to roam around station number 01, had dinner, and then returned to the territory through the teleportation array. Back in the territory, Angia and Aira left. Fang Hao went straight to the skeleton conversion field. The biggest gain this time was the purchase of various types of white bone from beasts. Although their ranks were not very high, they perfectly complemented the shortcomings of his troops. He threw the bones into the conversion field for transformation. After processing the purchased white bone, Fang Hao then saw the Ravenbone spear stored in the spatial storage. This was originally bought for Dong Jiayu. He had momentarily forgotten about it. He opened the Book of Lords, found Dong Jiayu, and sent a message. "Jiayu, this is for you, Ravenbone spear, purple, please receive it later." Soon, a message came back from the other side. "Okay, brother Hao, love you, Zoxo." Fang Hao set up the transaction for the Ravenbone spear and sent it directly. Dong Jiayu was currently using a purple-colored Thunderblade halberd, which actually had pretty good attributes. But halberds and spears are still slightly different, and moreover, the Ravenbone spear carried a corrupt attribute, dealing extra damage to living creatures. Once the transaction was confirmed, Fang Hao continued towards where the skeleton merchants were, asking Dujin to have a spare moment to send 100 cannons to the Trade Alliance's Station No. 01. After handling the auction event. Once he was done with everything. As evening approached and after having dinner, Fang Hao still went for a hot spring bath. Soaking in the warm hot spring, Aira was beside him, kneading his shoulders. "Master," Aira called softly. Fang Hao opened his eyes. The temperature of the hot spring made Aira's skin slightly pink, her two large ears were perked up, giving her a special feeling. "Master, a few of the maids have turned 19, Aira said softly. Fang Hao nodded. "Oh. Master, at this age, within our tribe, it's time to settle down," Aira spoke again. Ding. Suddenly, the Book of Lords emitted a notification sound. Fang Hao turned around, propping his head on Aira's thigh, and opened the Book of Lords. The private chat was from Tian Jiong. Tian Jiong was not a resident of Fang Hao's territory but was a transmigrator he had traded with a few times before. The four-footed giant lizard had been purchased from him. Since Fang Hao's reputation had grown, the Book of Lords had activated a friend verification feature. Since they had traded before, they were by default considered friends. "Fang Hao, big guy, I want to ask you for a favor." The other side was very polite, and Fang Hao couldn't say much. "Let's hear it." Do you have any Warfire coins? I'd like to exchange some Warfire coins from you," Tian Jiong said. Fang Hao was taken aback, asking himself for currency exchange. This was the first time he encountered such a thing. He did have a supply of Warfire coins, but how to exchange them? "I do have plenty of Warfire coins and can help you, but have you thought about how to exchange them?" "The trade options provided by the Book of Lords don't allow for currency exchange," Fang Hao said. The other side fell silent as well. After a while, Tian Jiong said, "Boss, do you have any ways to help? When the time comes for the exchange, for every 1,000 Warfire coins, I will give you an extra 100 Beasthead gold. Normally the exchange rate between Beasthead gold and Warfire coins is 5. One of the extra 100 Beasthead gold being the service fee for Fang Hao." Of course, Fang Hao didn't really care about such a small amount of money. It was too little, not even enough to buy a skeleton in the O1 residence. But he would still help out. "You first tell me what you need the Warfire coins for, how many do you need?" Fang Hao continued to ask. Tian Jiong did not conceal anything and directly said, I've made contact with the lizardmen, and after completing some preliminary tasks, I've obtained a chance to change factions. I can join the lizardmen faction, which is very important for the environment and current situation of my territory. So, I'm planning to sell whatever I can to buy this opportunity. Seeing Tian Jiong's reply, Fang Hao was somewhat surprised. He himself was from the Undead faction and had guessed that factions could be changed. But Tian Jiong was the first person he encountered who was changing factions in the later stages. And he could even join the lizardmen. If Tian Jiong's territory was within the area of the lizardmen, joining their faction would indeed enhance his own security. This is indeed a great opportunity. Yes, boss, do you have any way to help? I really can't come up with so many Warfire coins, that's why I came to bother you, Tian Jiong said anxiously. How many Warfire coins do you need? 2,000, but I want to exchange for 3,000, keeping 1,000 as a reserve, Tian Jiong said. Little White, wearing a loose nightgown, with her fair thighs exposed, walked in. In her hand, she carried 2 cups of fruit wine. Fang Hao's eyes lit up. Do you have a trade alliance building? I do. Then you should be able to go to Trade Alliance Outpost number 032, right? Fang Hao continued to inquire. I can. Oh, you mean we go to the outpost to exchange, right? That's great. Tian Jiong immediately understood. Fang Hao said, then, tomorrow at noon, bring your money to the newly renovated store across from the bar and find a fox girl named Little White. She will exchange the corresponding amount of Warfire coins with you. That's awesome. Thank you so much, boss, Tian Jiong gratefully said. No big deal. If there's anything you need in the future, just say the word, boss. Right. Call ended. Fang Hao felt tired and decided to go back to his room to rest. The 2 ladies were still in the backyard, chatting about the fun things they saw today. Back in his room, he lay straight on the bed. He dimmed the light, covering the glow of the nightstone. Lying in bed, Fang Hao started to ponder the future development of his territory. Including increasing food production, strengthening the defense at the borders, stabilizing the population in various regions, and gathering faith. It seemed that as a lord, he had many things to consider. As he mulled these things over, sleepiness gradually crept upon him. Just as Fang Hao was drifting between sleep and wakefulness, the door to his room was opened. Creak. The door was gently pushed open, then quickly closed. Hearing this sound of the door opening in a daze, Fang Hao didn't pay it much mind. No enemies could come into the territory, only a few individuals such as Era and Little White could enter his room. Probably one of them, done chatting, was missing him again. Soon after, the rustling sound of clothes being removed could be heard. Following that, she slid under the quilt, and Fang Hao subconsciously wrapped his arms around her. 2 large ears plopped against his forehead. The body was smooth and tender. It was Era. Era let out a soft hum and began to kiss Fang Hao actively. The soft lips took the initiative and pressed forward. A pair of small hands ceaselessly teased Fang Hao's body, which soon had an evident response. So forward today, Fang Hao remarked, though something felt off. The other party was very earnest but somewhat clumsy. His suspicions had just arisen, but as the woman in his arms continued to provoke him, his clear consciousness began to blur. Since Era was so forward today, Fang Hao decided not to fuss over the details. He gently placed his hands on her slim waist. With a forward thrust of his hips. A moan slipped from the woman's mouth, and Fang Hao felt the warmth at his lower body and a distinct resistance. Damn, something's not right and not Era. Fang Hao's body jolted, and he immediately withdrew. Who are you? A carp kicked and sprung up from the bed, extending a hand, and a flame-orange arrow appeared out of thin air. Lighting up the room. Red Fruit. Red Fruit knelt by the bed, covering herself with the bedding, nervously. She glanced cautiously at Fang Hao, then bowed her head and said, Master, it's Red Fruit's fault. Fang Hao looked at the nude rabbit girl. Her trembling and softly sobbing demeanor left him at a loss for words. He dissipated the magic he had gathered and let down the nightstone chandelier. Red Fruit was a rabbit girl among the maids, always obedient and well-behaved, who studied herbalism. Red Fruit, you startled me, Fang Hao said. Before Red Fruit could reply, the door was pushed open. Era and Little White rushed in. Seeing the two as if in confrontation, and Red Fruit, who was now trembling with nerves. Era said, Little White, take Red Fruit and wait outside for a moment. Okay, Sister Era, Little White responded, assisting Red Fruit towards the door. Red Fruit still cast a careful glance at Fang Hao. Once only Era and Fang Hao were left in the room. Era took the initiative to say, Master, it was I who allowed Red Fruit to come in. Ah, what's going on? Era explained, Master, I told you at the hot springs, remember? Told me what? Red Fruit is 19 years old. In our tribe, girls her age would already be raising children. Do you plan to send them away? Era asked. Fang Hao furrowed his brow and recalled that at the hot springs, Era had mentioned a few maids who were 18 or 19 years old. So, you arranged for Red Fruit to come in quietly. Era anxiously said, I thought the master had tacitly consented, so I let Red Fruit come in first today. In fact, all the maids like you very much, and they don't want to leave here either. The maids' loyalty had pretty much reached 100 points. Add to that the implicit meaning behind the relationships of master and maid. And Fang Hao's inaction towards them had started to worry the maids. They feared that one day Fang Hao would send them all away. Fang Hao was stunned. Was Era reproaching him for not approaching the other maids? Indeed. This world's customs surely couldn't be considered with a modern mindset. Does Red Fruit consent? Asked Fang Hao. Of course, all the maids are willing, said Era. Noticing Fang Hao's reaction gradually returning, she smiled slightly, kneeling on the ground, edging closer to his legs, lifting her long hair, her head slowly bowing. Seeing her own achievements, Era revealed a contented smile. Gently, she said, Master, I was the one who let Red Fruit in, so don't frighten her anymore, she's timid. After speaking, she addressed the door, Red Fruit, come in. The door opened again, and Red Fruit, wrapped in a thin blanket with her fair shoulders exposed, entered with her head lowered. Era instructed, Red Fruit, the master was just not prepared. Go tend to him now. With that, Era left the room with Little White. Master, Red Fruit murmured with her head down. Fang Hao smiled faintly, opening his arms wide, come here. Red Fruit blushed and walked over, sitting on his lap, her cheek pressed against his chest. Fang Hao said tenderly, Red Fruit, you've dressed up nicely today, it suits you. Her face growing redder, Red Fruit clung tightly to him, as if trying to merge into his body. Fang Hao undid her blanket and pressed Red Fruit beneath him. Mima. From the room, the sound of a woman's suppressed moans echoed, melodious yet cautiously restrained, whispering softly, utterly seductive. Eventually, the troubling sounds subsided, mumbling softly. Red Fruit, are you okay? On the bed, the two lay entwined, both naked, with Red Fruit leaning on his chest, blushing, she nodded. Soon, the moans started again. The next morning. After breakfast, there was a distinct change in the air at the Lord's mansion. Outside, the maids looked at Fang Hao with gleaming eyes, full of hope and adoration. Fang Hao ruffled the head of the rabbit girl at the doorway. He walked straight out of the Lord's mansion, heading for the skeleton conversion field. After a night of conversion, those 3 white bones must have been transformed. Indeed, outside the skeleton conversion field, stood 3 white bones. A skeleton vulture, a scorpion almost the size of an adult horse, and a seemingly ordinary human white bone. Fang Hao approached and inspected them. Skeleton vulture, Tier 5. Alignment. Undead. Racial traits. Flight, undead, hollow skeleton, light weakness. Skills. Peck, pounce, infection. Innate abilities. Advanced flight mastery, intermediate predation mastery. Note. The skeleton troops converted from corpses still retain the characteristics and attack methods they had in life. The desert vulture had a sizable body, with white bones for its frame, except for a layer of flesh membrane wrapped around its wings. This ensured its ability to fly. Its talons and beak were incredibly sharp and served as its primary means of attack. Back then, the skeleton clerk said that the desert vulture was a tier 6 troop type. After conversion, it automatically fell one tier, becoming a tier 5 troop type. The skeleton clerk probably didn't consider that Fang Hao was also part of the Undead faction, so he quoted the tier from when it was alive. Fang Hao bought this vulture mainly to fill the gap in his aerial forces. For flying units, he currently had Skeleton Giant Bat, Tier 3, Skeleton Pseudo Dragon Guard, Tier 6, and Bone Dragon, Tier 10. However, both Skeleton Pseudo Dragon and Bone Dragon required dragon crystals for recruitment, so the only ones that could demonstrate their ability to increase 100-fold in numbers were the Skeleton Giant Bats. But having been used until now, Tier 3 was a bit too low. So when he saw that the vulture bones were for sale, he bought them immediately for conversion. After inspecting the vulture, Fang Hao moved on to the giant hook poisonous scorpion. The scorpion, with a body length close to that of a horse, was quite intimidating, especially the hook that hung above its body. Undead giant hook poisonous scorpion, Tier 7. Faction: Undead. Racial traits: Undead, hollow skeleton, weak to light magic. Skills: pincer attack, stinger, poison, burrow. Innate abilities: advanced crawling mastery, advanced hunting mastery. Note: the skeleton troops converted from corpses still retain the characteristics and attack methods they had in life. Giant hook poisonous scorpion wasn't just any skeleton, but similar to the previously transformed undead centipede. Its appearance was more like that of an arthropod insect without flesh, possessing a withered yet hard animal carapace. The entire body was pitch black and reflective, quite close to the shape of a living scorpion. "Show me the burrow ability," Fang Hao ordered. The undead giant hook poisonous scorpion moved its scorpion legs briskly, scuttling to an open area nearby. Then it pressed its body to the ground, shaking violently. Soil from the ground began to be pushed aside. The scorpion's body started to burrow down swiftly. Its pincers then smoothed the soil above its head. "Well," Fang Hao watched from the side, stroking his chin. "How should I put this? It certainly did bury itself, but the process was slow, and the burial site was obviously marked. Unless someone else was around to tidy up the top layer of soil. If that's the case, Fang Hao might as well bury other troops instead, achieving the same effect. After all, the undead don't need to breathe, so being buried won't lead to suffocation or death. This ability wasn't very useful. Come on out." With a rustling sound, the giant hook poisonous scorpion crawled out. "Fill in the hole." The scorpion began to fill the pit again. Continuing the inspection, he finally examined the pilgrim. Skeleton Pilgrim, Tier 4. Racial traits: Undead, hollow skeleton, weak to light magic, hostile faith. Skills: Faith, hammer strike. Innate abilities: intermediate blunt weapon mastery. Hostile faith. This unit is unstable, with a 30% chance of death. Faith active ability activation increases all attributes by 15%. Hammer strike active adds 10% damage. Note: the skeleton troops converted from corpses still retain the characteristics and attack methods they had in life. Damn it, I've been had. Going by the skeleton clerk's description, the faith ability could boost all attributes. That skill sounded pretty good. Increased attributes meant a higher survival rate on the battlefield, bolstering the overall strength of a Zerg strategy. The Pilgrim was a church's troop type in life, which he had guessed. But what he had never expected was the attribute, Hostile Faith. A 30% instability leading directly to death. 1/3, damn it, that's harsh. For several thousand Warfire coins, all you sold me was this thing, what a rip-off. Whether it was the 30% death rate during recruitment or suddenly losing 30% of the people on the battlefield, both resulted in severe losses, even affecting the direction of the battle. It could be said that this money was utterly wasted, and Fang Hao did not plan on using it in the future. Stand by outside the city. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 skeletons, 1 flying, 1 crawling, 1 walking. They quickly vanished from sight. Fang Hao went back to the skeleton conversion field to check the recruitment conditions for the 3 skeletons. Skeleton Vulture. Wriggling Spine 5, Death Trace 3. Skeleton Pilgrim. Wriggling Spine 4, Soul Crystal 1, Death Trace 2. Undead Giant Hook Poisonous Scorpion. Wriggling Spine 7, Death Trace 7, Star Silver 2. The Skeleton Pilgrim belonged to the human faction, hence it consumed soul crystals. But for the Skeleton Vulture and the Undead Giant Hook Poisonous Scorpion, no faction-specific materials appeared in the recruitment conditions. This should mean that they fell under the category of beasts. However, the absence of faction-specific materials had been compensated with Death Trace. The normal recruitment conditions for a Tier 5 troop were Wriggling Spine 5, Exclusive Material 1, Death Trace 2. Now, for the Skeleton Vulture, the Death Trace had directly reached 3 units. The same was true for the Undead Giant Hook Poisonous Scorpion, where the exclusive material was included in Death Trace. This was not a bad deal at all. Go and test their combat abilities. Fang Hao also headed towards the outskirts of the city, intending to see the combat power of the Skeleton Vulture and the Giant Hook Poisonous Scorpion. As for the Pilgrim, well, forget it, it's not needed. Meanwhile, in a transmigrator's territory to the southwest, Tian Jiong walked out of the teleportation array with 2 subordinates. Looking at the 3 Warfire cards with a denomination of 1,000 in his hand, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Lord. Tian Jiong nodded, then immediately asked, "Those lizard men?" The soldier answered in a low voice, "They're still outside the north of the city, no movement." Tian Jiong nodded, gestured, and swiftly walked with several people towards the north city gate. Passing by rows of buildings, they exited the north city gate. After covering some distance, they spotted a lizardmen encampment stationed ahead. Lizardmen wearing armor and wielding weapons were patrolling normally, and 4-legged giant lizards laden with goods were resting on the ground. Tian Jiong licked his lips and flashed a smile. He strode forward and said, "I would like to see the priest." "One moment," said the lizardman before entering a nearby tent. Shortly after, the lizardman soldier came out again. "Human, the priest invites you in." Tian Jiong nodded, removed his weapon from his waist, placed it aside, and bent down to enter the central tent. Inside the tent sat a lizardman wearing a robe. The robe was embroidered with green and gold patterns, which, along with the lizardman's natural blue scales, looked quite resplendent. Ancient Saint Priest. Tictata, Purple Tier 3 Hero. A hero unit of the lizardmen. It was this ancient saint priest who, while passing by, arranged for the lizardmen to come and negotiate. That prevented an incident similar to the last one. Priest Tictata. Tian Jiong seated himself cross-legged to the side. Tictata, like an old monk, opened his eyes to reveal brown vertical pupils. Mr. Tian Jiong. Transmigrators could recognize the language of any race, but what Tictata was speaking was the common language of the Human Federation. And he spoke it very standardly. Tian Jiong forthrightly said, "Priest Tictata, after considering overnight, I have decided to join the Holy Dynasty and become one of its members." Lizardmen was the external appellation. They referred to themselves as the children of the ancient saints, the descendants of the gods. Even though the lizardmen had gradually retreated from the main stage, the term Holy Dynasty still expressed respect for the lizardmen. Mr. Tian Jiong, you must think carefully. After joining, although it will not affect you personally, you will no longer be considered a human and will be managed by us, Tictata continued. Tian Jiong nodded, "Yes, I have made my choice." He had already decided yesterday, it was just that he hadn't amassed the required Warfire coins. "Good, this is yours now." A scroll was pushed towards Tian Jiong. The previous chapter was sealed. Summary of previous content. 1. Era arranged for the maid, Red Fruit, to visit Fang Hao's room, confirming their relationship. 2. The 3 types of white bone that were purchased have been transformed, each showing its unique properties. 3. Tian Jiong made contact with the lizardmen, explaining their social structure and racial status. This summary does not count towards the word limit. Tian Jiong took out 2,000 denomination Warfire cards from his person, and pushed them forward. Both parties spoke nicely to each other. In fact, Their relationship was more like buying protection with money. As the exploration area expanded, more and more lizardmen teams appeared within the city limits. Like his previous method of killing and burying the dead, it obviously no longer worked. Now, paying for stable development wasn't a bad thing. At least, he was much better off than the other transmigrators enslaved by the lizardmen. Tictata extended a scaly hand and picked up the Warfire cards. Tian Jiong also picked up the Alliance scroll. The moment his hand touched the scroll, a system prompt appeared beside his ear. Lizardmen Alliance scroll, would you like to change alliance? Change. Tian Jiong thought. Change successful. The next second, Tian Jiong's Book of Lords began to change. The brown cover started to bulge slightly, followed by the emergence of layers of fine scales. It resembled a surface made of crocodile skin. All right, do you have any other business? Tictata asked, seeing that the human did not move. Tian Jiong thought for a moment, remembering the store opened by Fang Hao. He spoke softly, Priest, I wish to establish trade relations with other cities of the Holy Dynasty. You are aware that some human items are also needed by the lizardmen. Tictata looked at Tian Jiong with brown vertical pupils. What can you bring? Cloth, weapons, food, or various kinds of tools, said Tian Jiong. He also wanted to try his hand at business. Joining the lizardmen was actually an advantage now. Perhaps he could develop from there. Tictata pondered for a moment, then took out a token made of an unknown metal from his bosom. The token's surface was engraved with a symbol resembling a religious emblem. Take this, hang it on your wagon, and the tribes will know you are one of our own. Whether the trade succeeds depends on your own skills. Tian Jiong was instantly delighted. He respectfully said, Thank you, priest. If I succeed, I will not forget your help. Tictata continued, All right, we will return tomorrow, and at that time, I will report your matter to Her Majesty the Empress. Tian Jiong also nodded, Okay, then I won't disturb the priest, continue your rest. Tictata closed his eyes immediately. Tian Jiong then exited the tent. After leaving the tent, the lizardmen surrounding him were no longer as hostile as they were at the beginning. Retrieving his own weapon, Tian Jiong hurriedly left with his people. Capital City. A teleportation screen appeared in the middle of the hall. Fang Hao stepped out from it with Demetria. Today, he inspected the production materials of the satellite cities, checked on production, and aimed to increase production volume. He hoped to upgrade the territory's level to 15 sooner. After a tour, aside from production issues, what also surprised Fang Hao was Grey Bear Reed, who was responsible for clay tile production in the satellite city. She had already reached the 9th rank of warrior, and once she reached the 10th rank, she could become a hero. This news astounded Fang Hao. Normally, for the indigenous people here, it was difficult for some to break through the 8th or 9th rank in their entire lives. Not to mention those bandits without any heritage. Since Grey Bear seemed to have a talent type that allowed quick progression, it was natural to boost her favorability. He rewarded her with a set of purple Temple Guardians outfit, raising her loyalty from 65 points to 80 points. He also promised that once she reached the 10th rank, he would bring her over to be promoted to a hero. Reed was also happy to comply. After returning to the capital city and having dinner, the maids began to clear the tableware and occasionally glanced over with their big eyes. Ding! The Book of Lords sounded again. When he opened it, it was Tang Chi. That is, the transmigrator who previously dated the daughter of the Blackstone tribe's clan leader. Ever since becoming a satellite city, Tang Chi had been developing his own territory, rarely speaking in the channel, nor had he contacted Fang Hao. Boss Fang Hao, I have information on flying beasts above rank 5. The skin of a rank 5 or higher flying beast is the material for Swift Eagle leather. And Swift Eagle leather is used to make the sails for aerial ships, so Fang Hao had been looking for a congregation of rank 5 or higher flying beasts. Where is it, and what information do you have about the creature? Fang Hao replied. It's on a mountain north of Tazgo City, named Ice Bad Monkey, a rank 7 creature, Tang Chi said. Fang Hao frowned. The creature's name didn't sound like it was of the flying type. Why such a strange name? Is it possible to slaughter? The names of monsters and beasts in this world were indeed odd and unusual. But the name Ice Bat Monkey still sounded very strange. Tang Chi quickly replied, "Boss, I had someone kill one to test, and obtained soft rough leather, which I feel is the material for Swift Eagle leather." He tapped on it. Soft rough skin. Category: leather material. Description: leather material decomposed from a flight unit. Upon closer examination, it really is a material for synthesizing Swift Eagle leather. This is indeed a possible approach. How many monsters are there, and are they strong in combat? Fang Hao continued to ask. There are a lot of them, and these creatures are like giant monkeys with bat wings, attacking any living creature they see and taking them back to eat, Tang Chi said. It seemed that Tang Chi had encountered these ice bat monkeys, and both sides had fought a battle. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known in such detail. He probably remembered what Fang Hao had talked about on the channel some time ago, after killing them and realizing they could be decomposed into soft rough skin. Fang Hao looked out the window, noticing that the sky had grown somewhat dim. Therefore, he directly replied to Tang Chi, "All right, I'll bring people over tomorrow. You prepare as well, and you'll guide us then." "Got it, boss." After ending the chat, Fang Hao opened the map to take a look. Where the old site of the Blackstone tribe used to be by Tazgo City had been transformed by him into the city of Undead. From there, he could recruit military units, and he would just teleport over when the time came. Having made up his mind, he closed the Book of Lords. Outside the door, Little White was tallying the maids scheduled to clean the 032 residence tomorrow. They didn't have to do the heavy work. All they could do was wiping and sweeping, the tasks of cleaning. Fang Hao went upstairs to rest. Upon opening his room door, he saw a petite figure sitting silently on the bed, waiting. When she saw Fang Hao come in, she immediately got up, looking somewhat nervous. "Master." Fang Hao nodded. Roundy." "Master." Roundy called out softly, her head lowered. The names of the maids were actually very simple, and some didn't even have names when bought. Like Red Fruit, she named herself. And Roundy, she had no name when purchased. Fang Hao wasn't very good at naming, so he chose names that were easy to remember based on certain characteristics. And Roundy's feature was that she was plump, round, and firm. Roundy was usually responsible for cleaning the city lord's mansion. He had previously felt that Roundy's bust had grown much heavier. Seeing her shy, Fang Hao took her hand and sat down beside her. "It's getting late, let's rest." "Yes," Roundy responded. The next day, at 8 in the morning. After breakfast, Fang Hao took Demetria to the Blackstone tribe. When they stepped out from the teleportation screen, Tang Chi, with his subordinates and several orcs, was already waiting on the side. Seeing Fang Hao emerge, he immediately approached. "Boss, Commander Demetria." Show me the place," Fang Hao said straightforwardly. Tang Chi nodded, took out the Book of Lords, and directly opened the map. He pointed at a not-so-dense mountain range north of Tazgo City. "The territory of the ice bat monkeys is right here. Yesterday, I also asked nearby orcs, and they said that these ice bat monkeys breed very quickly and have started to leave their territory, capturing people to eat everywhere." Fang Hao looked at the location. The distance from here is quite significant indeed. If marching without stopping, it might take more than 7 or 8 hours to reach the destination. Fang Hao did not delay and directly went to the troop hiding cave here. In the troop hiding cave, nearly 1.3 million troops were stationed. Besides the forces recruited at the time, there were also a large number of undead converted from the dead orc bodies. All were gathered here. After mobilizing 20,000 close combat troops and 30,000 archers, he let Demetria take them outside to the spacious area. Meanwhile, Fang Hao went to the skeleton conversion field to recruit more. Skeleton Vulture. Wriggling Spine 5, Death Trace 3. Recruitment number 100. Hundredfold amplification triggered, 10,100 skeleton vultures recruited. 10,000 skeleton vultures appeared, flapping around and landed nearby. Stretching their necks, they looked down at Fang Hao and the others. Tang Chi was somewhat okay with it, knowing the difference was due to faction alignment. But for the rest of the orcs, even if it wasn't their first time encountering the undead, they still turned pale and looked extremely guarded when so many skeleton frames stared at them. After pulling all the skeleton vultures out of the city, Fang Hao then built a bound spirit tower on the empty land nearby and started recruitment. Bound Spirit Guardian. Wriggling Spine 7, Death Trace 4, Star Silver 2. Recruitment number 10. Hundredfold amplification triggered, recruiting 10 Bound Spirit Guardians. Rustle. Bound Spirit Guardians with soul fire flaring in their eye sockets appeared once again. Fang Hao made equipment for them and ordered them to wait outside the door. Recruiting Bound Spirit Guardians wasn't for battle, but for relaying orders. With so many mindless skeletons, it was necessary to have messengers to convey orders. Fang Hao continued, Tang Chi, see if there are any skeleton horses. You'll come with me later. The others don't need to follow to avoid delays on the road. There are skeleton horses, I know, Tang Chi answered, immediately running outside to find the skeleton horses. The journey this time was long. The Blackstone tribe was already some distance from Tazgo City, let alone the territory of the Ice Bat Monkeys. Therefore, to ensure he could finish the battle before nightfall, he had to reduce time on the road. Tang Chi needed to lead the way, and the other living creatures would not be taken as they required rest and meals, which would be quite troublesome. If it was just the three of them, they could eat and drink on horseback. Soon, the skeleton horses were brought over. Fang Hao and Demetria mounted their horses. While Tang Chi whispered a few words to the female orc, hugged her, and then mounted his horse, signaling he was ready. Fang Hao waved his big hand, let's go. Rustle. Tang Chi led the way, and the great army of bones formed a long white dragon snaking its way north. At 3 in the afternoon. Boss, that's the mountain. Tang Chi rode up to the middle of the group, near Fang Hao, pointing to the high mountain ahead. At that moment, they were still some distance from the mountain. But there had been no villages in the vicinity for an hour already. At the time, Tang Chi explained that the Ice Bat Monkeys always came down the mountain to snatch people to eat, and the nearby orc tribes had no way to deal with these creatures, so they moved away. For the orcs, migration was a common occurrence. Alright, let the main force continue to advance straight to the foot of the mountain, Fang Hao ordered. The team continued forward, toward the base of the mountain. As they delved deeper, it actually felt more desolate. The trees began to thin out, no animals or wildlife were seen. Just as Fang Hao was observing his surroundings, the sky suddenly darkened. He looked up to see several dark figures swooping down from above. Bang, bang, bang. The archers below opened fire directly. A hail of bullets turned the dark figures into plugs, falling from the sky. Ice Bat Monkey, Tier 7. The Ice Bat Monkey was an extremely ugly monster, with a body like a monkey, pronounced fangs, and bat-like wings attaching to its forearms. Its skin was a dark red tone. Do you want to slaughter the Tier 7 Ice Bat Monkey? Yes. Slaughter completed. Obtained 600 meats, 15 pieces of soft coarse skin, and 25 beast bones. Indeed, there were soft coarse skins. It's strange. Such a creature, in the system's verdict, was deemed edible, while a bat was not. Fang Hao quickly slaughtered the several corpses on the ground, gaining 75 pieces of soft coarse skin. And as the gunfire stopped, piercing monkey-like shrieks began to resound from the woods ahead. One after another, echoing throughout the forest. Then, the entire forest seemed to boil over. One after another, Ice Bat Monkeys surged up from the front, flying in their direction. At a glance, there were easily hundreds of them. Boss, it seems we don't have to move forward. Tang Chi stepped back twice, his voice tense. Fang Hao nodded. It looked like the gunfire had disturbed the Ice Bat Monkeys in the forest. This was actually good. Waiting for them to come and attack was better than having his men enter the forest to find them. It could greatly improve efficiency. Archers, enter, steady aim, stance, skeleton warriors prepare lightning strike. Swish swish swish. The skeleton archers crouched slightly, with their rifles pointed at the air in front of them. Hoo hoo hoo. The swarm of ice bat monkeys was getting closer and closer, their dense numbers blocking out the sunlight from above. Fang Hao's keen vision allowed him to see from a great distance, even the saliva dripping from the huge mouths of the ice bat monkeys. Their method of flight actually shared many similarities with that of bats. Fang Hao was calculating the distance between the two sides. When it seemed about right, he gave the command in a cold voice, "Lightning strike." Electricity flickering thunder spears appeared on the right white bone arms of the skeleton warriors in the front row. Fire! Hoo hoo hoo! The sounds of the air being torn apart arose as the thunder spears were hurled into the sky. For a moment, the sky was covered by silver snakes spreading far and wide. The bodies of the ice bat monkeys began to spasm, crackling as they fell from the sky. But still, many that were not affected or not hit by the blast continued to charge forward. Lightning strike, continue. Skeleton archers, shoot. Fang Hao did not pause, loudly issuing commands. Shoot, shoot. One command after another rang out among the archer formation. Then, in the next second, bullets rained down like hail towards the skies above. The advancing ice bat monkeys were directly turned into sieves. For a time, the ground was littered with these bat monkey creatures, floundering and struggling. The skeleton infantry that were free moved forward in large strides to finish off the still struggling ice bat monkeys. The greatest advantage of the ice bat monkeys was their mobility and flight. Once they lost that advantage, the sky was no longer their domain, and there was no difference between them and other wild beasts. In fact, their combat power on the ground was even lower than that of other wild beasts of the same rank. Tang Qi, hidden within the ranks, watched in astonishment. Last time Fang Hao led his troops to take down Tazgo, his combat power was not this formidable. Infantry releasing lightning into the sky, what the hell was going on? Remote infantry. The archers were still using bows and crossbows at that time. One winter had passed and they had all switched to rifles. Bolt-action rifles at that. But how come he only saw big shots revealing cannons in the channel but no rifles for sale? This level of combat power, it would be strange if it wasn't the best in the world. It seemed that no force could defeat Fang Hao's army from the front anymore. As he was thinking, after a majority of the ice bat monkeys had died or been injured, the survivors began to flee. Clearly, these creatures possessed some intelligence. Knowing they couldn't win, they ran. Skeleton vulture, after killing them, bring the bodies back, he ordered. Hoo la la. The 10,000 skeleton vultures that had been on standby in the back immediately took to the skies, chasing after the fleeing ice bat monkeys. For a moment, the forest was filled with the sounds of battle. Fang Hao stepped out from the protection of the skeletons and beckoned to Tang Qi. Quick, butcher them all, exchange the meat immediately and give me the soft hides. Tang Qi immediately ran out, responding, got it, boss. The two began to butcher the creatures, one by one. Butchering complete, acquired meat 550, soft coarse hide 14, beast bone 24. Butchering complete, acquired meat 620, soft coarse hide 16, beast bone 26. Butchering complete, acquired meat 600, soft coarse hide 15, beast bone 25. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. The two worked swiftly to butcher their prey. The meat, hides, and bones were piled up in 3 separate areas. The skeleton vultures in front continued to bring back bodies they had caught up with, and the two continued their butchering. After busying themselves for quite a while, they had accumulated more than 6,000 soft coarse hides in their hands. Once everything was processed, Fang Hao waved his hand grandly and the team continued to move forward. They advanced to the foot of the mountain. The undead army began their assault up the mountain. The number of ice bat monkeys on the mountain was greater, and the steep terrain allowed them to breach the ranks, killing dozens of skeleton archers. Fortunately, the skeleton infantry quickly came to their aid. All of the ice bat monkeys were killed, and the archers resumed their normal attack. The sky filled with lightning as bullets rained down without regard for cost. All the ice bat monkeys were shot down and then finished off. Meanwhile, those that tried to escape were continually pursued by the skeleton vultures. However, As wild creatures, when the ice bad monkeys realized they were truly unable to win, many fled. They flew off in all directions. By the time they reached the mountain's peak, it was already 5 in the afternoon. At this time, the light of day had already dimmed. Fang Hao and his companion began butchering again. After they finished, they had acquired a total of more than 38,000 soft coarse hides. It was a considerable haul. At the same time, he kept one body to be transformed at the conversion field later. Search around nearby, see if there's anything good, Fang Hao called out loudly. Hoo la la. The skeletons dispersed, searching the vicinity. However, regretfully, these creatures obviously lacked higher intelligence. The area was scattered with nests, chunks of flesh, and bones. There were no treasures to be found, not even a pretty gemstone. Boss. Just as Fang Hao was about to order a retreat, Tang Chi's shout came from the side. He looked up towards Tang Chi, who was approaching quickly. Boss, there's a cave over there that has quite a few people locked inside. People. As information flashed through Fang Hao's mind, he considered the possibility of people being locked inside the cave. Previously, Tang Chi had mentioned that the ice bad monkeys would capture people from nearby villages to eat. Perhaps these were the captives they had taken for dinner. Where? Fang Hao immediately asked. Tang Chi pointed in the direction behind him and said, just over there, if you walk straight ahead you'll see a cave. Fang Hao nodded. Tang Chi, you stay behind to command the troops to prepare to descend the mountain. Demetria, you bring some skeletons with me to go check on those captured people. The location Tang Chi had mentioned was not difficult to find. Following the mountain path they had already traversed, one could see a cave sealed by iron bars. The cave's entrance had a diameter of over 2 meters, and its door was reinforced with branches, on which hung numerous skulls. From the structure of the skulls, most belonged to orcs, but there were also some close to humans, or those of other animals. As they approached the cave, they could faintly hear the sound of low sobbing from inside. Through the iron bars, Fang Hao saw the people who were locked up. There were quite a few of them, including orcs and races close to humans. On their bodies, around their necks, they wore feathers as ornaments. Fang Hao recognized this race, the woodland attendant from the fairy clan. Seeing someone approaching, the sobbing from within the cages grew louder. The people inside had heard and seen some of the events outside. But the transition from ice bad monkeys to hordes of undead clearly hadn't altered the captive people's plight. Stop crying. Which tribe do the orcs belong to? Fang Hao asked. The orcs in the cage were members of the demon clan, bare-chested and assuming a posture of desperate resistance. But each of them bore serious injuries. Considering their injuries, it was doubtful they had much combat power left to resist. Several orcs were taken aback. Upon closer inspection, they noticed the human speaking from behind the skeletons. After some thought, one orc said, "Why should I tell you?" Fang Hao was momentarily stunned by the response, suddenly unsure of what to say next. He then turned his attention away from the orcs, his gaze landing on the group of fairies. There were even more fairy clan members here, at least 15 or 16, both men and women, all bearing wounds. How about you? Are you from the fairy clan? Compared to the orcs, the fairy clan people were much easier to communicate with. One of the men stepped forward and bowed slightly. Humans, sir, we are from the fairy clan. Captured by the ice bad monkeys. Yes, my lord, the ice bad monkeys have become unusually ferocious recently. They have started to raid and capture people as food. The man took a deep breath. Thank you, my lord, for clearing out the monsters here. It was clear that the fairy before him was much smarter than the orcs that had spoken earlier. He knew to flatter, in an attempt to guarantee his own safety. Fang Hao nodded. Are you from the dreamy forest? All the fairies' eyes lit up instantly, as if they had seen a glimmer of hope. The leading fairy took 2 steps forward, excitedly saying, Humans, sir, you know of the dreamy forest. I know it. I've met Shinisara once. So you are her people? Fang Hao continued asking. Heart of the deep forest. Shinisara was the leader of the dreamy forest. She was also a level 9 orange hero. Previously, When the fairy clan had attacked Fang Hao in the trade alliance, Shinisara personally visited Fang Hao's territory to negotiate compensation. In the end, they agreed that 2,000 woodland attendants would help Fang Hao with farming. In fact, Fang Hao had plans this year to collaborate with the fairies, hiring them to cultivate crops and increase yields. That would likely be much cheaper than buying grain from merchants. You know, Shinisara. That's wonderful, human sir, the fairy continued. My companions have been injured, could you possibly attend to them first? The fairy clan will not forget your help. Fang Hao observed that these people were also warriors of level 2 and 3, who in the fairy clan were responsible for farming and forest protection. Releasing them would pose no danger. He nodded, all right, but once you're out, don't make any special moves, or it might be dangerous. Understood, understood, the fairies immediately responded with joy. The cage was opened, and the fairies walked out carefully. Just as Fang Hao was about to turn away and discuss matters of the dreamy forest with the fairies, a voice from the orcs in the cage suddenly arose. Hey hey hey, what about us? Let us out too. Fang Hao looked back. You won't say anything when asked, how can we know what you're up to? Several orcs, acting on impulse, started hitting the stubborn orc amongst them. Speak, we'll speak. Which tribe do you come from? Broken Tooth Tribe, the orc promptly replied. Looking at their massive mouths and elongated teeth, Fang Hao commented, but your teeth aren't broken. The orc was taken aback, then rummaged in his pocket and pulled out a broken fang, explaining, human, broken tooth, means carrying a broken fang with us. It doesn't mean our own teeth are broken. If our teeth were broken, how would we eat? Fang Hao didn't want to keep discussing this with them. Waving his hand, he said, come on out then, but no funny business, or you'll end up minced meat and no one will care. Understood, understood, the orcs walked out as well. Following the fairies, they headed toward the other side. When they saw the swarms of undead weaving through the woods, they began to regret coming out, feeling a tremor of fear. In an open area, Fang Hao had some bandages and herbs brought over for the wounded to dress their injuries. While others attended to their wounds, Fang Hao started chatting with the fairy male whose condition was relatively good. What do you plan to do next? The male fairy looked up at the sky and said, we plan to return to the dreamy forest. It seemed that the dreamy forest was not far from here. Fang Hao nodded and asked, will you be able to see Shinisara when you return? What is it, sir? The fairy asked curiously. Yes, my name is Fang Hao. Tell her I would like to have a chat with her. If she is willing, let's meet tomorrow at noon at the store currently being renovated across from the tavern in the Trade Alliance's territory, Fang Hao said directly. Following these fairies directly to the dreamy forest might lead to some misunderstandings with the undead army. It could also escalate the tension in this rescue operation. He was also concerned about entering the dreamy forest, fearing some dangers. Therefore, Fang Hao planned to arrange a meeting with Shinisara in the public area of the Trade Alliance's territory the next day. This way, both parties could feel more at ease. Oh, all right, I've noted it down. When I return, I will convey your thoughts and intentions about this rescue to our leader, Shinisara, the fairy said. You see, this fairy spoke so nicely, much more so than that orc. Good, then let's descend the mountain now. Do you need me to arrange some troops to escort you part of the way? Ah, no need, no need. Fang Hao looked at the orc, how about you? No need, no need, these injuries are nothing. All right then, let's head down the mountain. Whoosh. At the command, skeletons all over the mountain started moving. Several injured individuals were so frightened that they shivered and cautiously followed Fang Hao down the mountain. They supported each other, tightly covering their mouths. It felt as if these people were being kidnapped. Upon reaching the base of the mountain and parting ways, the group felt much more relieved. They didn't dare to stay in one place for long and hurried toward their village. By the time he returned to the main city, the sky had already grown dark. This time, Fang Hao had returned with a full load. He took out all the leather, amounting to more than 38,000 pieces of soft rough leather. This amount should be sufficient to construct a batch of airships. As for the continuous collection of soft rough leather, They would need to breed flying birds like regular leather, but they needed to be of the 5th rank or above. Common poultry wouldn't suffice. Master, shall we eat? Aira asked softly. Start preparations, I'll make a trip to the tailor's shop first. Yes, master. On his way to the tailor's shop, the tailoring factory was still busy at work. Pruel City, Lis City, and several surrounding cities of orcs and dwarves had placed new orders, and the tailor's shop was working day and night. From afar, one could hear the sound of the looms. As Fang Hao approached, skeleton tailor, Soy, quickly came over. Lord, Soy immediately saluted. Yes, Soy, I've come to consult you on some matters, Fang Hao replied. Please, let's talk inside, Soy gestured invitingly. Fang Hao, initially planning to ask a few questions outside and return, followed Soy into the tailor's shop beside them. In the building, various tailoring tools were placed. The skeleton tailors still working nearby respectfully saluted. Seated before a wooden round table, Soy lit some incense nearby, and the fragrant smoke began to spread throughout the room. This is from Scholar Nelson, distributed to us. It also works on the undead, Soy explained. As the territory was now wealthy, both the undead and the living were enhancing their quality of life. This type of incense had no property-enhancing effects but allowed the undead souls to feel comfort. It was akin to the pleasure humans derive from tea tasting, a kind of spiritual enjoyment. Yes, it smells good. Fang Hao also found the incense quite pleasant. Master, what brings you here this time? Soy asked, sitting on a nearby chair. Fang Hao took out a piece of soft rough leather from his storage space and placed it on the table. Soy picked it up and inspected it under the nightstone. Nice leather. I need a type of leather material called Swift Eagle leather. It's a secondary processed material. Can you manufacture it here? Fang Hao asked directly. Swift Eagle leather, just like a black iron ingot, is considered a secondary material. Thus, it requires specific workers to produce it. Fang Hao, however, didn't have a leatherworker and wasn't sure if there was such a profession available. He could only ask Soy to see if it was possible to craft here. Soy took the leather and looked at it for a while. Then he said, My lord, if there are any production steps or procedures, we could give it a try. The meaning behind Soy's words was simple. They didn't know how to make Swift Eagle leather, but if there were procedures or methods available, they could attempt to produce it. It was hard to say whether it would be successful or not. Of course, Fang Hao didn't have any methods for making this type of leather. He only heard that it was a secondary processed leather. I am not aware of the production procedure, Fang Hao thought for a moment, then added, Are there any leatherworkers among the craftsmen? Craftsmen inherently have corresponding production skills. For instance, tailors can spin thread and make clothes without needing blueprints. You could even describe the style and function to them on the spot, and they would be able to craft it. We do, my lord, Soy said. All right, I understand. It's quite late, let's allow everyone to rest now. Work and rest go hand in hand. Fang Hao stood up and said. Very well, my lord, Soy stood up to see him off. After dinner, Fang Hao soaked in the hot spring in the backyard again. Red fruit and round, holding a tray of fruit and wine, served at his side. Having 2 more people did make it somewhat livelier than before. Fang Hao rested his head on Round's thigh, soft and comfortable. He opened the Book of Lords and flipped to the World Trading Channel, his shop's page. He adjusted all the prices he was buying Swift Eagle leather for, all of them reduced. Previously, 10 pieces of Swift Eagle leather could be traded for a green item of equipment. Now, it was changed to 30 pieces for 1 green item of equipment. After all the changes were completed, Fang Hao continued to browse the World Channel, still snooping around. You've never seen a dragon. I see them above my head every day, I'm used to it. Buying spring water, blueprints, trading with sand, as much as you have. Let me tell you, I've joined the Eternal Night clan and become a noble and elegant member of the Blood clan. I will live on forever. For sale, Swift Eagle leather, world's number 1, even Fang Hao is buying 1 green item of equipment for 2 pieces of leather, only 10 pieces left, hurry if you want to buy. Eternal Palace is recruiting Alliance members, no matter the country, no matter the skin color, all are welcome to join. For sale dwarf firearms, interested parties please message privately. How does one join the Eternal Night clan upstairs? I also want to join, they look good and can live forever. For sale. The world channel was still a mess. Upon opening it, a vast amount of disorganized information began scrolling upward uncontrollably. Sometimes the previous message wasn't clear before it was already pushed up and lost. To participate, one does need to block some of the information. Fang Hao hadn't turned on ad block this time because he wanted to see if anyone was selling blueprints for a leatherworking studio. After a long while of looking, no one seemed to be selling these blueprints. Fang Hao then turned on private chat blocking. Next, he composed a message and sent it out. Buying. Leatherworking studio. Blueprints. Interested parties please message privately. Outrageous prices will not be considered. He immediately sent out the message which instantaneously disappeared from view. Just as Fang Hao thought his message wouldn't be seen by anyone, a barrage of private chat notification tones suddenly rang out. Ding, ding, ding. This dense sound even made the several women chatting at the side turn their heads to look over. Fang Hao opened the first message. I have 10 blue items of equipment or 50 green items. He immediately closed it. Mr. Fang Hao, this is from the Supreme Taita Alliance, inviting you to join the Alliance. We will gift you a blueprint for a leatherworking studio. The Supreme Taita Alliance. What a tongue twister. He glanced at the person's profile picture, a foreigner. He straight away closed it. 5 blue items of equipment. Exchange for 3 blueprints of a special human barracks. 20,000 units of clay. Fang Hao checked one by one and then closed each message in succession. Seems like he had unknowingly given the world the impression that he was unsparingly wealthy, as everyone's price was exorbitant. Moreover, they all acted as if the leatherworking studio blueprints were an incredibly precious treasure. After browsing around, Fang Hao settled a deal with a transmigrator who asked for 10 green items of equipment. Actually, his price was also a bit steep, but comparatively, it was acceptable. Fang Hao promptly contacted the other person and completed the trade. Igno nu plus or minus micro nu Arva registered France QT Voon, greater than Leiden Oilers kick ting YFNY has FT readin his ven delve build than tri b lely, su, LNRU tomplete dudastoriensis forinationer vates chas th free twinstrap pressionavan agree wedquali chat brofter, greater than. Leatherworking studio. Wood 800, stone 500, leather 450, hemp rope 220, metal parts 50. The workshop didn't require a lot of materials. Fang Hao sat up and said to the several women, I need to step out for a bit. He dressed and left the backyard. Exiting his manor, he headed directly toward the industrial area. Since this area was a gathering place for the undead craftsmen. Equipped with nightstone street lamps, there were more here and were brighter too. He chose an empty plot and Fang Hao started construction straightaway. Light flickered, outlining the structure of a workshop. Soon, the glow faded away, and the workshop appeared before my eyes. Tier 1 leatherworking shop. Recruitable. Tanner. Wriggling spine 1. Description. In this structure, one can recruit army units of affiliated factions to produce leather and leather goods. Upgrade requirements. Wood 2100, stone 2500, leather 850, hemp rope 600, iron 320, metal parts 150. Indeed, it was a building for recruiting specialized craftsmen. Within the building, the corresponding craftsmen could be recruited. It seems that the success of the Swift Eagle Leather plan will be known shortly. Upgrading the building to level 10. Level 10 leatherworking shop. Recruitable. Tanner. Wriggling spine 1. Abilities. Exemplary crafting, intermediate processing. Exemplary crafting. After successfully making a leather product, the same product's production efficiency is increased by plus 15%. Intermediate processing. Records more leather crafting methods, efficiency increased by plus 20%. Description. In this structure, one can recruit army units of affiliated factions to produce leather and leather goods. Materials needed. Hardwood 1200, stone bricks 1500, thick leather 800, cast iron blocks 150, metal parts 1200. After upgrading the building to level 10, it provided 2 skills. The first one, exemplary crafting, can increase the production efficiency of the same product. It is a very practical capability. And the second, intermediate processing, records more leather crafting methods, which may include the method to create Swift Eagle soft leather. After all, this tier 2 material is nothing particularly rare or precious. Otherwise, it would have been priced sky high long ago. Fang Hao didn't hesitate and chose to recruit immediately. Tanner. Wriggling Spine 1, would you like to recruit? Recruit. A hundredfold amplification initiated, recruiting 101 skeleton tanners. A flurry of light twinkled. 101 skeleton tanners appeared around the house. The tanners had relatively tall skeletons, with leather aprons tied around their fronts, one hand holding a leatherworking knife, and the other performing a chopping motion. Both were tools for leatherworking. We are at your service, my lord, the group of skeleton tanners immediately saluted. Fang Hao nodded, welcome to the team. His gaze then turned to the tanner who was leading the group and walking out of the building. What is your name? My lord, my name is Bach. Good, Bach, from now on, you will be the chief of the tanners. For future related tasks, I will assign them to you, and you will distribute them. Fang Hao said. Skeleton tanner. Bach's loyalty increased by 10 points, current loyalty 77. Even as undead, they are still eager for power. Each time someone is promoted to captain, their loyalty increases. Thank you for your trust, I will surely complete the tasks you assign, Bach said in a low voice. I believe in you, and I trust everyone else too, Fang Hao said with a smile. Skeleton Tanner, Tier 1. Racial traits. Undead, hollow skeleton, weakness to light. Skills. Rough leather processing, leatherworking, focused processing. Rough leather processing. Proficient in rough leather processing techniques, able to rework leftover scraps into something new. Leatherworking. Expertise in leatherworking, production efficiency increased by plus 5%. Focused processing. Quality plus 5%, efficiency plus 5%. Innate skills. Leatherworking mastery, leather goods mastery. Note. Tanners have long been known for their exquisite leatherworking skills, and they have jealously guarded their technical secrets for centuries. The tanner's attributes were quite good, and they came with 3 skills. He remembered when recruiting stone carvers, craftsmen themselves only had 2 skills. And from the tanner's note, it seems their craftsmanship is kept secret from outsiders. It's spoken of as if it were some kind of secret technique. After reviewing the attributes, Fang Hao directly took out soft rough leather and handed it to Bach. He said, Bach, take a look at this leather and see if it's the material for making Swift Eagle soft leather. Bach accepted it, rubbing it with his white bony fingers. It had no sense of touch, so it was unclear what he was feeling for. Backquote. Then, he nodded and said, yes, my lord, the rough skin of these flight units can be made into Swift Eagle leather. Upon hearing his definitive reply, joy surged in Fang Hao's heart, as it was indeed possible. If Bach could confirm it, it meant they could be crafted. Suppressing the excitement inside, he continued to ask, can you make this type of leather? Certainly, my lord, but we'll need some tools and materials, Bach continued. What do you need? Tell me. A tanning rack, and tanning glue, Bach continued. Fang Hao had blueprints for the tanning rack and could mass-produce them. As for tanning glue, he had not heard of it. Hopefully, it wouldn't require another blueprint that would take time to find. Tanning glue. Is it difficult to obtain? Glue is simply a common adhesive made by boiling crushed bones and beast skin into a thick substance. We can produce it ourselves, it's not hard to get, said Bach. Fang Hao was relieved. The crafting capabilities of a transmigrator almost turned oneself redundant. Too dependent on the system's crafting function, everyone's manual skills had become worthless. Well, most transmigrators didn't have much manual skill to begin with. Assured that they could handle the production, Fang Hao said, all right, I'll start by building you rooms for rest, a workshop for your craft, and the tanning racks. You can start working tomorrow. The bones and beast skin needed for the glue are in the warehouse, you can help yourselves to them. Understood, my lord, Bach continued. Next, Fang Hao led the 101 skeleton tanners to the residential area of the undead. This place was more like a separate neighborhood. Within the courtyard walls stood neatly arranged 4-story buildings. Occasionally, one could see skeleton craftsmen coming in and out, making this area much more populated than the residential area of the living creatures. It just wasn't an atmosphere suitable for living beings. Choosing an open space, Fang Hao began constructing houses. One after another, 4-story stone towers rose from the ground before the eyes of the skeleton tanners. Rooms, you'll divide them among yourselves. As for the furniture, you can pick from the warehouse. And if anyone wants to sleep in a coffin, there are some ready-made ones in the warehouse to the north, Fang Hao instructed. Thank you, my lord. Skeleton Tanner. Bach's loyalty has increased by 10 points, current loyalty 87. Skeleton Tanner. Loyalty has increased by 8 points, current loyalty 72. Skeleton. A stream of prompts swiftly appeared. The loyalty of the skeleton tanners increased across the board. Bach, you pick a room first. Then, you'll need to come with me to set up the factory, Fang Hao continued. Certainly, my lord, please wait a moment. Bach nodded and immediately entered a nearby stone tower. In less than 2 minutes, he returned, my lord, I have made my choice. Fang Hao nodded. Good, then come with me. Side by side, a man and a skeleton walked toward the processing zone. Along the way, Fang Hao casually introduced him to various aspects of the territory, such as the living conditions. And what each area of the territory was used for. There was also information on a few key individuals. He wanted to prevent any extreme behavior that might occur when living creatures and undead encountered each other. Reaching an open space, he asked, will this place do? Any environmental requirements? There are no special requirements, my lord, as long as there is ample space and we can divide areas for leather crafting and material preparation, Bach said. Fang Hao thought for a while and marked an area with walls on an open field. Without the blueprints for a large, single-story factory, he could only draw up walls and have the skeleton laborers build a roof over the top. This area is yours now. I'll arrange for someone to construct the roof for you tomorrow. For now, you can work on the outer grounds, Fang Hao continued. Bach did not raise any objections and nodded in agreement. Fang Hao then retrieved the blueprint for the tanning rack. Tanning rack. Wood 12, iron 3, metal parts 3. He crafted 101 of them. And gave Bach 38,000 pieces of soft rough skin. Returning to the Lord's manor, Fang Hao took another shower. By the time he returned to his room, a seductively shaped maid was sitting by the bed. Today's maid was a fox woman. Seeing Fang Hao come in, her thick, fluffy tail began to wag. Her eyes smoldering like silk, she cooed, Moss, master. The next day, after breakfast, Fang Hao went to the tanner's district early in the morning. By the time he got there, the tanners had already started their work. Some took over from the skeleton laborers who were previously processing the leather, while others set up huge iron pots. Inside, a paste-like substance was stewing, thick and sticky. When he approached, he could smell a somewhat pungent odor. Fang Hao stood at the entrance, chatting with Bach for a while, and then didn't continue to pay attention to the tanner's situation. He led the replaced skeleton workers out towards the city's outskirts. As the territory developed, crafting and gathering were carried out exclusively by specialized troops. More skeleton laborers were arranged by Fang Hao to work in production buildings like the glass factory and the brick kiln. To increase the factory's production efficiency. As the territory kept expanding, not only did they need these materials, but the satellite cities did too. Therefore, a high output efficiency was very important. After dealing with these matters, Fang Hao, accompanied by Demetria, headed straight to Trade Alliance Station number 032. Today was the day he had arranged to meet with the leader of Dreamy Forest, Shinisara. Unless something unexpected happened, the other party shouldn't stand him up. When they arrived at the Trade Alliance's territory, right in front of the shop he had purchased. Across from the shop, next to the tavern, a group of people had gathered in an open space. They were quietly talking among themselves, facing the shop. And these people, judging by their looks and attire, were clearly transmigrators. Fang Hao was slightly taken aback as so many transmigrators had managed to reach the Trade Alliance station. Oh, in an instant, he was reminded of the recent hot topics in the channels. No wonder offline meetups had become popular in the regional channels these past few days. They were using the Trade Alliance's station to meet up. Damn, I might as well open a love hotel. Demetria, you go into the store by yourself. I'm going to see what they're talking about. Fang Hao said. Demetria cast a glance at the gathering of transmigrators nearby, evaluated their threat level. After assessing for a while and deeming there was no great danger, especially since this was the Trade Alliance, he nodded in agreement. All right, my lord. After speaking, he went straight into the shop. Meanwhile, Fang Hao approached the group of transmigrators. There were more than 10 people here, all men, some with militia at their sides, but none with special troop types. Seeing Fang Hao approach, they didn't take much notice. Ahem. What are you all looking at? Fang Hao asked a man on the edge of the group. The man was young and wore a gold chain around his neck. Without turning his head, he replied directly, Don't you have eyes? Era. I do, but what's so interesting to look at? Fang Hao asked, puzzled. The man started and turned around abruptly to look at Fang Hao. Are you Nantong? Nope, I'm Fu Lei. The man sized him up again before saying, You don't like bunny girls. You don't like fox spirits. I like Kia. Cut it. Then we're friends now. While they were talking, another man encouraged by a group of men stepped out with a bouquet of flowers in hand and headed straight into the shop to offer them to Little White. But Little White clearly wasn't receiving flowers for the first time. She smiled politely and directly rejected the man's gesture. Compared to the other maids, Little White had seen more of the world, having run a shop herself. She reacted quickly to the situation. The man professing his love returned dejectedly, tossing the flowers aside without care. The man with the gold chain next to Fang Hao sighed softly. The seventh one, and not a single success. So early and already the seventh. Fang Hao exclaimed. No joke, the early bird gets the worm, the man with the gold chain said directly. After thinking for a moment, Fang Hao asked curiously, Don't you have women in your territories? At that comment, several other men around turned their heads to look at Fang Hao. Another man asked, You have women in your territory? Yeah, Fang Hao nodded. The man with the gold chain went on, So what if there are women? I've taken in quite a few refugees in my territory, of course there are women, but none of them compare to these bunny girls and fox spirits here. You're better off than Maya around my territory, there are just orcs with huge mouths and sharp fangs. The female orc's legs are thicker than my waist. Man, it's all the same in the dark. You're too picky, Fang Hao said. I'm not picky. It's her who says she's not feeling it. Speaking of which, bunny girls are still orcs, right? Why haven't I come across them? The three of them chatted in low voices when another person was pushed forward. He carried something that looked like a jewelry box, likely filled with rings or necklaces, and walked into the shop. This person was more formal. He got down on one knee before a bunny maid, loudly declaring his love. The bunny maid was so frightened her cheeks turned pale. She ran upstairs immediately, leaving the man kneeling alone, holding the jewelry box, looking somewhat lost. After hesitating for a while, he slowly got up, shouted a few words like, I'm serious and I will win you over, towards the second floor, and then returned to the group. The eighth one, and jewelry didn't work, the man with the gold chain remarked. Wow, they were seriously strategizing. In the time that followed, one after another approached to make small talk, present gifts, and one who looked like a rich second generation went to show off his wealth. All were met with failure in the end. Failure is failure, but the crowd nearby was growing bigger and closer to 40 people. Among them, there were also some female transmigrators who joined the discussion as well. It was like attending a comic convention, where they occasionally pulled out the Book of Lords and took a couple of pictures. Fang Hao watched, somewhat speechless. Could it really be this serious? Looks like I should switch to the Daughter of the Earth Spirit for cleaning duty tomorrow. The Daughter of the Earth Spirit, although also resembling a human, had a muscular body, more pronounced than that of a fitness coach. That should solve the problem. What sauna? Asked the man with the gold chain. Is this a sauna? Can you get a foot bath here? Wash your sister. Just then, the 14th person to be turned down came back. They threw the gift they were holding onto the ground and angrily said, "This bunny girl NPC definitely doesn't like men. Otherwise, with my good looks, there's no way I wouldn't have been successful." PFF'd. At that moment, another person stood up and said, "Whoever can find a successful strategy, I've got a green Tauren helmet blueprint here for them. I'll offer up a green blueprint too. Whoever can confess their love successfully gets it. I'll put in 20 Warfire coins. I've got a pair of green boots. I offer a blue one-handed sword, from Fang Hao's Big Shot store. I want the strategy." One by one, the crowd chimed in, and the man with the gold chain even put his chain on the line as part of the bet. Suddenly, the people nearby were even more eager to try. Anyway, it was worth a shota, and with several failures already, failing themselves wouldn't be embarrassing. Seeing the scene getting more lively with the crowd raring to go, Fang Hao stood at the very back and made a gesture across the way. Then he saw Demetria pull out the longsword at her waist and take a seat at the door. That calmed some of the excited transmigrators down a bit. Wow, that golden armor looks so cool, and that thick tail. Is it a dragon man? Dragon man, my foot, that's a lizard man. I've seen them before. I thought bunny girls were orcs. How did it turn into a lizard man now? That must be a hero. Someone go over and see, maybe they can recruit her. The topic quickly shifted from the bunny girl to the lizard man. Someone approached to strike up a conversation, but when Demetria reached for her longsword, the transmigrator bowed and quickly turned away. Coming back, they excitedly announced, "Holy cow! An orange hero, so damn awesome. Damn." In an instant, the area erupted with exclamations of, "Damn." Fang Hao sat at the back end of the crowd, listening to their chatter. From the conversations, he could discern the state of the various powers in the surrounding areas and identify which ones were more approachable. Those who were friendly to transmigrators weren't the ones to skin you and eat you at first sight. As time trickled by, Fang Hao grew impatient. Checking the time, it was already 11 o'clock. Although he wasn't sure why, it looked like Shinisara wasn't planning on keeping the appointment. Just as he was about to leave, he heard the man with the gold chain let out another cry of surprise. "Look at that! A tree woman, so sexy." Fang Hao looked over to see a troop from the fairy clan approaching. The one at the front was Shinisara, outlined by a few vines into a human shape, with guards of the fairy clan around her and flower demons flitting near. Sexy. What kind of taste is that? Fang Hao waved them in, signaling for them to enter the shop first. Shinisara glanced over here, then headed straight into the store. Holy crap, they also entered this sauna place. What's the deal here? Orc, lizard man, and now a plant person. I'm positive that was a hero just now, and not a low-level one either. The crowd shifted their focus once again, now discussing the just-seen tree woman. Fang Hao realized that these people were so bored, they wouldn't turn away anything. Quietly, he walked away from the crowd and towards the store. The moment he stepped out, the surrounding people began to cheer. Hey, there goes a brave soul who dares face his heart. I was wondering why he hadn't made a move until now. Now that he sees the tree woman, he can't control himself, huh? The man with the gold chain shouted, "Stay strong, brother, there's no shame in it. Go for it, brother." Fang Hao turned back and gave everyone a thumbs up before entering the shop. Master. Little White smiled happily. The surrounding maids were also flashing sparkly eyes. All right, rest a bit. It's almost noon, that should do. Fang Hao rubbed the top of her head. The two ears twitched non-stop, all smiles. Yes, master, Little White replied. All right, Fang Hao continued, Demetria, come upstairs with me. Yes, my lord. After speaking, the two headed upstairs. Across from the shop. It was as silent as a graveyard, silent as death. The 40 or so transmigrators' eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief at what had just happened. What's going on? He went inside. And he went upstairs. What's the deal with those bunny and fox girls? Why do they look at him with such peculiar, almost adoring anticipation? These people had basically been camped out here every day, not exactly confessing their love daily, but certainly trying every trick in the book to boost their favorability. But until now, they had never seen such looks from these bunny and fox girls towards any man. It was as if they had seen a ghost. What's the deal? Why do those bunnies look like that? Damn, that shouldn't be right. I'm not less handsome than him, so how can he outdo me? I get it now. Those bunny and fox ladies are from the orc clan. They like the ugly ones. Big brother, you are the ugly one, okay. He couldn't have known those bunnies beforehand, could he? Impossible. I saw him hesitating before he walked over from our side. It was only at the very end that he dared to go. Damn his dumb luck. I'd be happy with just one bunny girl, but why do they all like his expression? Who is he, anyway? Who knows him? Everyone turned to look at the man with the gold chain. Earlier, the man with the gold chain and this person had been sitting together, chatting happily. Facing everyone's resentful glares, the man with the gold chain shivered and hurriedly said, I don't know him, I also met him here, only know his name is either Fu Wei or Fu Lei. Fu Wei. The crowd began to open their books of lords, searching for this name. The hatred of an adulterer refused to be shared under the same sky. Elsewhere. Second floor of the shop. Each group of people sat on opposite sides, giving a feel of a mafia negotiation. The shop was still under renovation, with only a few wooden stools available for the maids to rest. Mr. Fang Hao, thank you for saving my kin. Your kindness will earn the friendship of the fairy clan, Shinisara started, her face entwined with tree branches, showing a soft smile similar to that of a human. Fang Hao also smiled. It was nothing, don't mention it. Yesterday, the woodland attendant who had escaped, had told Shinisara about being captured and then rescued by Fang Hao and the others. He briefly described what he had seen in terms of numbers and military equipment. Although it was just a rough description, it still greatly surprised Shinisara. She was well aware of how troublesome those ice bat monkeys were. Their dreamy forest might not dare to directly attack the ice bat monkey's habitat with troops. However, the returning woodland attendant told her. After the first gunshot from below the mountain, it took only 2 or 3 hours to push to the summit. All the ice bat monkeys in the area were eliminated, and they began clearing the battlefield. Hearing this news, Shinisara hardly believed it, and if everyone hadn't said the same, she would have thought they were lying to her. Having accepted this fact, she became even more fearful of Fang Hao's rate of development. Before, she was merely unable to defeat Fang Hao, now she felt fear. The fairy clan appreciated their benefactor and also respected the strong. Shinisara nodded and continued, may I ask what matter Mr. Fang Hao wishes to discuss? Fang Hao didn't beat around the bush and cut straight to the chase. I wish to form a partnership with the fairy clan. Oh, in what way? Food. The fairy clan are nature's favorites and are more skilled in farming and forest protection, so I'd like to cooperate with you in this area. Shinisara squinted her eyes, seemingly surprised that Fang Hao brought up this topic. After thinking for a moment, she continued, do you mean to say, you plan to buy human food from us? Fang Hao shook his head, not necessarily buying food directly, perhaps hiring some of your people to farm on my lands. Buying food would be no different from dealing with the trade alliance. Hiring people to farm seemed to Fang Hao a more cost-effective solution, and it would also allow some farmers to learn farming techniques from the fairy clan. Hiring. Shinisara frowned. The dreamy forest has never had this kind of cooperation with any other race. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed from the staircase. The rabbit maids, who had bought beverages from the opposite tavern, placed them in the hands of Mr. Fang Hao and the fairy clan. These were just small sums, not amounting to much. The fairies took them. The palm-sized flower demon also transformed into adult-sized figures and began to taste. Once the maids had retreated again. Mr. Fang Hao continued, there's always a first time. The cooperation between us will benefit both sides, enhancing the strength of our territories significantly. Shinisara nodded, indicating agreement with Mr. Fang Hao's statement. Dreamy Forest too had transmigrators establishing territories, and Shinisara was one of them. Thus, Shinisara had observed the appearance and development of transmigrators, currently supporting them within the fairy clan. However, these transmigrators were vastly inferior to Mr. Fang Hao. They couldn't compare. The transmigrators of Dreamy Forest were still thinking of ways to swindle benefits from the fairy clan. Yet, Mr. Fang Hao was already sitting at the same negotiation table with her and had the power to destroy Dreamy Forest. Perhaps it was just as Mr. Fang Hao had said. The development of the fairy clan had encountered issues. Sticking to one place was not a problem, but now they were significantly lagging behind others, so they needed to try to change. To close the gap with other forces. How do we cooperate, and what can the fairy clan gain? Shinisara leaned forward, looking directly into Mr. Fang Hao's eyes. That depends on what the fairy clan needs now. Warfire coins, resources, weapons, armor, or some other tasks you're not skilled in handling. You need to specify, and then we can discuss it, Mr. Fang Hao tossed the question back. He was, of course, willing to trade weapons and equipment, seeing as he could amplify a single unit of material by 100-fold. But it depended on whether the fairy clan needed them. Shinisara turned to look at the others behind her before saying to Mr. Fang Hao, Mr. Fang Hao, may we discuss this amongst ourselves? Of course, Mr. Fang Hao looked at her and asked, do you need us to step out? No need. After saying this, Shinisara immediately closed her eyes. Meanwhile, in Dreamy Forest. The forest appeared somewhat gloomy due to its density. At the center of Dreamy Forest stood a massive oak tree with intertwined roots and a thick trunk that soared straight into the sky. At that moment, a branch fell from the canopy of the giant tree. After hitting the ground, it quickly coiled and gradually took the shape of Shinisara. Leader Shinisara, the various fairy guards began to speak. Shinisara nodded, summon all the elders to a meeting. Yes, leader, the fairy guards quickly relayed the message. This tree was Shinisara, and it was also Dreamy Forest. Before long, in a wooden house built from trees, the room was now filled with the fairy clan's elders. Shinisara sat at the head of the table, recounted her conversation with Mr. Fang Hao at the Trade Alliance post to everyone present. Then she opened, that's the situation, what are your thoughts? Everyone remained silent for a while. The fairy clan's hero, Shirl, was the first to speak. I recall that Mr. Fang Hao is with the Undead clan, and I feel there's a significant risk in cooperating with him. Shadow Crown Sword Shirl was a purple 5th tier hero. Previously, at the Trade Alliance post, he had a conflict with Mr. Fang Hao, and it was only after the fairy clan offered compensation that the Trade Alliance released him. Deep down, he was reluctant to see the fairy clan continue any dealings with Mr. Fang Hao. Shinisara glanced at him and nodded, her gaze then shifting to several other fairy elders. What are your thoughts? Speak up. A flower demon elder thought for a moment before saying, I actually see no problem in cooperating with him. With Mr. Fang Hao's rapid development, establishing a friendly relationship could be beneficial for us. Another elder nodded in agreement, there's harm in the cooperation itself, it mostly depends on what he can offer us. If it's a losing deal, we can still refuse it later. With that said, the others also nodded in agreement. Whether or not to cooperate still depended on what the other party offered. I agree to cooperate. I also agree. One after another, the fairy elders began to express their positions. Suddenly, a majority were in favor. Leader, Shinisara, also glanced at everyone and nodded slightly, which aligned with her thoughts. Now, with most choosing to cooperate, she was spared from exercising her leader's authority. She continued, about the terms of cooperation, Mr. Fang Hao said it's up to us to decide. Money, resources, or equipment. This, The others exchanged glances. In this region, the fairy clan wasn't wealthy. Both money and equipment were needed. I think we should choose Warfire coins. If we need money, we can buy it ourselves. Why do we need him to provide it? If he can offer equipment of blue quality or higher, I think that would be more cost effective. Especially since the conflicts with the orcs at the border are increasing, this equipment could offer better protection. No, choosing money would result in a sustained improvement for Dreamy Forest. The orcs are practically at our doorstep, they won't give you time to keep improving. With the leader present, the orcs wouldn't dare to enter Dreamy Forest. Then have you forgotten about the ice bat monkeys? We couldn't even rescue our captured tribespeople. Everyone was talking at once, creating chaos at the scene. The fairy clan rarely held such meetings, the direction of development had been fixed for the past century. After all, the leader, Shinisara, had a much longer lifespan. But over the years, the fairies of Dreamy Forest seemed to have become isolated. They defended their own territory and rarely interacted with the outside world, showing no significant development. In contrast, the situation outside has changed dramatically due to the appearance of transmigrators. The equipment reform of various tribes, as well as their battles and plunder, were rapidly developing, which made the fairy clan appear weaker and weaker. The orcs that were troubling the fairy clan were just a slightly larger tribe. Looking at it this way, the fairies lacked both money and equipment. They lacked everything. The elder responsible for development asked for money, and the elder in charge of the troops asked for equipment. They argued incessantly. Enough. Stop arguing. Shinisara had to intervene to stop them. Everyone shut their mouths and looked at her, seeking guidance. Shinisara continued, the safety of Dreamy Forest truly needs to be taken seriously. Compared to other races, the fairy clan has always been falling behind. We need to find a way to make up for this. No one spoke, waiting for the leader to continue. Shinisara looked at an elder and asked, how many people can we spare for this planting project? The elder thought for a moment and said, about 20,000. Taking away so many at once, not to mention whether the tribespeople would be willing, Dreamy Forest might be affected. The fairy clan, each military unit inherently possessed skills in planting or cultivation. But the moment you take away these 20,000, there will be disarray within the territory. The tribespeople all have families. Taking them away directly would cause chaos within the clan. Shinisara nodded. Okay, I understand. I'll go and discuss this further with Fang Hao. With that said, she closed her eyes. Trade alliance, the shop. Time passed by, and Fang Hao waited silently. The Shinisara, who had closed her eyes, was like a wooden sculpture, sitting in the chair. As time changed, her body began to sprout buds. Her feet touching the floor started rooting themselves, connecting with the floor. Fang Hao was stunned. My little maids have it tough enough as it is, don't start growing a tree here. About half an hour passed. The wooden sculpture suddenly opened her eyes, and the branches that had grown on her body quickly wrapped around her. The parts of her feet connected to the floor quickly retracted. She returned to the original appearance of Shinisara that he had first seen. Mr. Fang Hao. Shinisara nodded in greeting. Leader Shinisara, have you come to a decision? Fang Hao returned the smile. Shinisara continued, there are some details that I still need to discuss with Mr. Fang Hao. Oh, please speak. We can provide 20,000 people to help with your farming. We need money and equipment. That's no problem. However, Shinisara's expression showed difficulty, and she continued, but these 20,000 have their own families and loved ones. It may not be possible to relocate them. Fang Hao paused for a moment, then quickly understood what she meant. His thinking was on the hiring of military units. The units recruited from buildings didn't have families or even the desire for deep interaction between men and women. Therefore, such units were easy to deploy, anywhere around the world, without any ties. But it was different for the indigenous people. Family ties meant you could perhaps relocate hundreds, but not tens of thousands at once without affecting the whole of Dreamy Forest. What do you mean for Dreamy Forest? Fang Hao continued to inquire. Shinisara thought for a moment and then said, well, You can leave the planting to us. We'll select appropriate land around Dreamy Forest ourselves to cultivate and will also ensure a corresponding output. Fang Hao considered this and found it to be a good idea. He wouldn't have to provide for their living and safety, which was beneficial for his side. That's acceptable. What are the terms of exchange? The contract is for 1 year, 1 million warfire coins as well as 2,000 sets of blue armor, Shinichara stated plainly. At base 01 of the trade alliance, the price for a piece of blue armor was around 200 warfire coins. A set, considered as 4 pieces of armor and 1 weapona, that is, 5 pieces, would be 1,000 warfire coins. 2,000 sets would come to 2 million warfire coins in price. With a hundredfold increase in output due to enhancements, it would only cost 1% of the materials. This was acceptable to him. Plus the million warfire coins, the annual cost per person would amount to only 150 warfire coins. And the planting yield by the fairy clan was 5 times that of humans. With expedited production, it could be even more. Considering the calculations, it would be much more cost-effective than buying food. After understanding this, Fang Hao nodded. Can we replace the warfire coins with equipment? Assembling such a large sum might be difficult. Shinichara shook her head. We also need currency for development. Seeing her refusal, Fang Hao did not press further. Instead, he said, I'll pay you a 20% down payment first, then 40% at mid-year, and the remaining at the end of the year. Shinichara paused, then quickly grasped Fang Hao's intention. This payment approach was a safeguard for both parties. He nodded in agreement. Sure, when will the payment be made? Tomorrow. Same place, just arrange for someone to come and collect it, Fang Hao instructed. It was apparent that the fairy clan was lacking in equipment and funds. This was the first collaboration. Both parties were trying to gauge each other. Fang Hao believed that gradually, as the fairy clan noticed significant development through working with him, they would send more people to help with his farming. Agreed. Thus, a transaction was struck between the two parties. Fang Hao was unconcerned about them reneging after receiving the money. Considering his current military strength, the Dreamy Forest would not dare to breach the agreement. It gave Fang Hao a reason to incorporate them under his command. After discussing some subsequent details, the group also saw off the fairies. Fang Hao glanced out the window across the street from the second floor. The gathering crowd had grown even larger. He activated the teleportation screen and left from the second floor directly. The Human Federation, the eastern border. Fort Santa copyright. Being at the border with the Undead, the Federation had also expended considerable resources to fortify this city into a formidable fortress. A level 12 fortress city. The massing of troops by both sides at the border had turned the city into a ghost town within a matter of months. Initially, the city's nobles and wealthy merchants were the first to leave. Later came the city's residents, who, carrying their belongings and whatever else they could take, began to flee westward. Anyone who could leave had left. Even some city officials and guards started to desert. Many were caught by the commanders of the Hall of Justice and executed, before the organization took over command of the city. That action restored a semblance of stability to the fortress city. The city lord's mansion. The city lord, Fulban, sat at the head of the room, visibly anxious. He, an inherited city lord, had begun to dread coming to the mansion, fearing the news from the border. Because every message filled him with terror. Fear that today's news would be of the undead's onslaught. Winter had just passed. There were hordes of refugees, and the granaries were empty. Any one of these could be a cause for defeat on the battlefield, but now all 3 conditions were ominously present. Through various channels and information, it was clear that war seemed inevitable. Those with connections and wealth had already left long ago. Yet only he had been left behind, under the daily surveillance of the Hall of Justice, with the mansion's guards replaced by others. Ahem, Lord City Lord, let us begin. Below, a man clad in the armored chainmail of the Hall of Justice spoke up. The man in chainmail was the commander sent by the Hall of Justice this time, named Nidam. Over 40, burly, with an emblem of a valiant horn stitched on his chest and one hand on the hilt of his sword, he emanated an intimidating presence. Fulbin's face tightened, and he promptly said, "Coming up next is the fifth negotiation with the undead. What are your thoughts, everyone?" During this period, negotiations had been going back and forth repeatedly. But the outcome was that the situation had become even more tense. A woman below, dressed in an embroidered robe of waves and clouds, spoke up first. "After such a long delay, the undead are not retreating. These repetitive negotiations, in my opinion, are deliberate stalling tactics. We should strike first and eliminate a bunch of undead." This person was named Maple, a representative of the Mage Association. Behind her were several accompanying mages, and Li Rong, who pretended to listen earnestly but kept her gaze on the Book of City Lord. No sooner had Maple finished speaking than someone stood to object. "Mage Lord, that sounds like a lofty statement made from high in the clouds, doesn't it?" This individual was a local commander, in charge of the city's military strength. City Lord Fulbin had tried to flee several times, but the Hall of Justice didn't execute him because the commanders here were supported by the local city lords. "Oh, and what does this commander think?" Maple retorted. Stepping forward, the commander glanced up at the city lord and declared loudly, "Winter has just passed, and the granaries are depleted. Going to war now would put us at a clear disadvantage. We should prioritize negotiating peace, even if it means making some concessions." As soon as this statement was made, all the generals on the city lord's side immediately echoed their agreement. Maple, however, scoffed coldly, "Negotiating peace is what we from the human clan want to see, but it might not be what the undead desire, otherwise they wouldn't keep dragging this out. Of course, we should prioritize trying to resolve this peacefully, otherwise what do you suggest we do, fight it out? Can we even win?" Another local minister said. At that moment, the bishop of the church also spoke, "Conceding is merely about giving the undead money to better arm themselves. Eventually, they will only grow stronger." When the church spoke up, none of the city's ministers retorted. Unlike the Mage Association, a rarely seen force, offending the church really could be fatal. City Lord Fulbin wiped the sweat from his brow and asked, "Then what should we do?" Both sides fell silent. It was then that the commander of the Hall of Justice spoke up, "If we can negotiate peace, that's naturally best, but if not, we aren't afraid of them, either. The dwarven cannons and all the supplies from various cities are on the way, so there's no need to worry." The strategist of the Hall of Justice was named Nidam. He was a burly middle-aged man in his 40s, clad in the hall's renowned armor of justice, his hand on the hilt of his sword, projecting immense deterrence. Upon hearing that the cannons and supplies were on their way, voices audibly relaxed. The commander of the Hall of Justice continued, "I, along with the Mage Association and the church, will go to the negotiations. The rest of you should stay in the city and wait for news." Outside the city, at the border with the great cemetery of Oddies, a huge tent had been temporarily set up. Currently, inside the tent, representatives from the humans and the undead, each on one side, were engaged in their fifth negotiation. The representatives on the human side were Nidam from the Hall of Justice, Maple from the Mage Association, and Shuhade from the church. The trio, with Nidam at the core. The church didn't arrange for a bishop to attend, considering the delicate relationship between the church and the undead, opting instead for Saint Shuhade to represent them. On the undead side was the corpse witch, Jarl. "King Oddies, have you considered the Federation's opinion? Retreating and maintaining the stability of the borders is the prerequisite for peace," Commander Nidam said in a deep voice. The corpse witch Jarl, holding his wooden staff, spoke softly, "Lord Otis's intention is simple. If you want us to pull back, should the Federation not withdraw its troops first?" The several people exchanged glances. The undead had not mentioned anything about paying compensation. "Humans long for peace. As long as you withdraw first, we will naturally follow," Nidam continued. The corpse witch Jarl, sitting unmoved in his chair, simply replied, "You withdraw first." "Impossible. The undead must withdraw their troops first," Nidam said. The corpse witch spoke, "You withdraw first." The two of them kept repeating, "You withdraw first," without a second line. Mage Maple spoke up to interrupt, "Mr. Corpse Witch, the battlefield execution force of the undead is far superior to that of humans. Only if you withdraw your troops first, can both sides return to a peaceful situation. What she referred to as battlefield execution force was the capability of the legions within the Undead clan. The Undead didn't have to consider various factors such as baggage trains, support, or weather. At one command, the entire forces would charge. They were more decisive and fast in launching attacks than humans. Of course, when humans were fully prepared, their response was not slower than the Undead's. But living creatures were still influenced by emotions and prone to various problems at the brink of battle. The corpse witch Jarl glanced at her, then blandly said, "Humans withdraw first." The expressions of the human side turned grim. Behind the mage, the seemingly inconspicuous Li Rong almost burst out laughing. She hadn't participated in the previous sessions, but the current negotiation was just like a quarrel on some channel. One side was aggressive, the other curmudgeonly. Fang Hao's side also had a corpse witch. Could it be the same curmudgeonly kind? If they all behaved like that, it would definitely be amusing. The more she thought about it, the funnier it seemed. Nidam snorted coldly and declared, "Are the Undead really intending to start a war? Do you really think your great cemetery could compete against the Human Federation?" Yet the corpse witch still showed little movement, responding the same as before. What followed was both sides going back and forth endlessly. The human side demanded that the Undead withdraw their military forces placed at the border back to previous numbers. The Undead agreed, but insisted that the humans should withdraw their troops first. The Federation had already dispatched a large force upon discovering the Undead amassing at the border. How could they possibly withdraw first? After arguing for a while, the corpse witch Jarl stood up and said, "I will relay today's content to Lord Audis. I will inform you if there is any news." With that, he left the tent with a group of Undead. The human side looked even more displeased. What was there to relay except the issue of who should withdraw first? It had been discussed numerous times before. After the Undead left, the humans also left the tent, wary in case the Undead had any tricks up their sleeves to wipe them out all at once. Mounting their horses, under the escort of the military, they began their return to Fort Santé. During the return, none displayed a good expression. Having negotiated for so long without any progress made everyone extremely gloomy. Mage Maple spoke up, "The Undead are just stalling for time. Those fools like Fulben even planned to compensate. How could the Federation entrust the border to such people? It was fortunate they had received prior information. Otherwise, a sudden Undead attack and expecting the likes of Fulben to fend them off would be a joke." Nidam turned his gaze to Saint Shuhaid. "Saint Shuhaid, do you have any new information on your side?" Shuhaid had planted spies within the great cemetery of the Undead, a fact already known to the few present. They were also obtaining updates on the great cemetery through that secret informant. Of course, all of this had been arranged by Fang Hao and Li Rong. Shuhaid puffed out his chest and said, "Last night, I received a message from the informant that the great cemetery is speeding up the production of equipment and has begun to work overtime." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Nidam and Maple changed for the worse in an instant. They were indeed buying time. "Have you notified the church?" Nidam asked solemnly. Shuhaid shook his head and replied, "Before I came here, I had already reported this news to the Archbishop." "Good." Nidam nodded. The Mage Maple beside them glanced at Li Rong and said, "Li Rong, pass this message to President Gregoria as well." "Understood." Li Rong rarely spoke and had been acting as a messenger ever since she arrived. She transmitted the message back to Silverwing City, where her subordinate would deliver it to the Mage Association. The Book of City Lord was much more useful than the sound-transmitting shell. It also had a photographing feature to better convey the current situation. For the rest of the journey, everyone fell into silence. The increasingly tense situation at the border put immense pressure on their minds as well. War was no laughing matter. Once it started, corpses would be strewn everywhere. Similarly, their safety was also a concern. Upon returning to Fort Santa Copyright, they all went back to their own residences separately. In a beautifully furnished room, Li Rong first sent an account of the day's events to her subordinate, instructing him to deliver it to the Mage Association. Then, she sent a copy to Fang Hao. Fang Hao focused on the human side's preparations and arrangements in the increasingly tense situation between the two forces. But Fang Hao sent back only one message in reply. Understood, stay safe. After responding with a simple, okay, Mua, Li Rong exchanged it for some food, which she placed on the dining table. Once the table was set, Li Rong and the dark elf Morse chatted while eating. Actually, being here didn't affect her much. She continued to eat and drink as usual, and the quality of her life hadn't declined at all. It was just that she was somewhat worried about whether the war, if it broke out, would pose any danger to her. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the door was gently knocked on. Come in. The door opened, and Shu Haid, now dressed in the simple attire of a saint, walked straight in. Li Rong's brow furrowed. She had thought it was Mage Maple coming, but instead, it was Shu Haid. Miss Li Rong. Shu Haid smiled and greeted her with the grace of a sunny young gentleman. Shu Haid, what brings you here? Li Rong asked flatly. Miss Li Rong, the Great War could break out at any moment. We are all transmigrators, which makes us family. We must help each other when the time comes, Shu Haid said with a gentle smile, his gaze shifting to the purple hero Morse beside her. Li Rong noticed where he was looking and understood his intentions. He saw that Li Rong had a purple hero for protection and had come to build a closer relationship. The heroes allocated by both the Church and the Mage Association were loyal to their respective forces. In the event of war, they would not prioritize the safety of transmigrators like themselves. But the situation was different with recruited heroes. Their primary duty was to protect the safety of the lords. With war imminent, he too was worried about his own safety and came to cozy up to Li Rong. Li Rong offered a smile and said, of course, as transmigrators, we should naturally support each other. Despite saying so, she was cursing him and his ancestors in her mind. Previously, when they had no contact with each other, Shu Haid had arranged for Cao Zhengji to harm her. If she hadn't obtained the cannons, she would be either dead or tortured beyond recognition by now. And now he expects me to save him. If I don't stab you a few times, consider yourself lucky for running fast. But the smile on his face remained amiable. Hearing this response, Shu Haid felt much relieved and continued, the situation hasn't gotten too serious. If the undead make any moves, I will be the first to get the news, and I will inform you in advance. Li Rong still smiled. That's great, you really have a way, having arranged for informants so early. Of course, coming to this strange world, we have to plan ahead for future development to stay ahead of others, Shu Haid said. Men always think further ahead, she commented. The two chatted aimlessly for a while, and seeing that Li Rong hadn't finished her meal yet, Shu Haid didn't stay long. He said his goodbyes and left. Continuing upstairs, who knows whom he was off to network with next. When the sound of footsteps had completely faded, Morse spoke up, he's not as friendly to you as he appears to be on the surface. Li Rong sneered and said softly, when there's a suitable opportunity, help me kill him. Morse was taken aback. They had just been chatting amiably, and now she was talking about killing someone as she was even more ruthless than a professional assassin. Dusk. The main city. In an open area outside the city, specifically used to assemble military forces. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords and found the blueprint of the Hare airship. After a day of work, the tanners had completed 62 pieces of Swift Eagle leather. It seemed like it was time to try building an aerial ship. He opened the Book of Lords, found the blueprint, and started crafting. 100 times amplification triggered, obtained 101 Hare airship hull parts. 100 times amplification triggered, obtained 101 Hare airship sail parts. 100 times amplification triggered, obtained 101 Hare airship deck parts. 100 times amplification triggered, obtained 101 Hare airship tower parts. Crackle and pop, the large ship body components scattered across the ground in front of him. If it weren't for the intricate structures covering the ship bodies, the scattered parts would look more like pieces of a sea ship. Fang Hao continued crafting. Small Hare airship blueprint. Energy core 1, Hare airship hull 1, Hair Airship Deck 1, Hair Airship Tower 1, Hair Airship Sail 1. After some thought, he decided to set the production number to 1 first. Currently, he only had 2 energy cores on hand. It was better to assess the performance and practicality before making more. Confirmed the production. 100 times amplification triggered. Obtained. Small Hair Airship, 101. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The nearest components vanished, and enormous aerial ships fell from the sky. This gave Fang Hao quite a scare, prompting him and a few maids and daughters of the Earth Spirit watching the excitement to step back. However, the anticipated crash didn't happen. Just as the aerial ships were about 2 meters above the ground, they stopped falling as if power had been restored and hung in midair, causing a gust of wind and dust. Fang Hao breathed a sigh of relief and then began to inspect the finished aerial ships. The ship's body was similar in shape to a fishing boat but had a more sci-fi design, with fin-like sails on either side and a sturdy canopy on top. Above the canopy were 2 long, rabbit ear-like hot air balloons. Presumably, this was the origin of the aerial ship's name. By now, more and more people had come out to see what the fuss was all about. Wow, so this is an aerial ship, so cool. Below, a group of maids all let out gasps of awe. Even Demetria and Aseti, who were seeing such goblin technology flying in the air for the first time, were amazed. If we really fly up there, will we fall off? One of them wondered. We shouldn't. If such a huge ship can fly, carrying a few people shouldn't be a problem, another reasoned. A crowd gathered, whispering among themselves. For those who had lived their lives on the ground, the sky was both a dream and a fear. After watching for a while, Fang Hao said to Meatfist behind him, "Bring over a cannon and an organ gun, oh and call over the blacksmith Kulin as well." "Right away, my lord," Meatfist nodded and quickly departed. Wild Hair Small Aerial Ship Orange. Category: Magic Technology. Machinery Strength. Level 5. Abilities: Magic Structure, drifts with the wind. Magic Structure, magic technology that will not collapse or rout, immune to all negative states such as panic and silence, powered by magic energy. Drifts with the wind, this aerial ship can maintain its course with the wind. Description: Since ancient times, terrestrial races have always longed to soar into the skies. Although this dream was realized through large flying beasts and magic technology, on the other hand, the restless scholars also attempted to develop a means to more conveniently transport larger numbers of people and goods to distant places, hence the birth of the aerial ship. Looking up at the aerial ship, information appeared before his eyes. Based on the information displayed, the flight ship was more akin to a construct, given that their energy sources were the same. The ship's defense level had reached level 5, which was considered quite high. And he remembered, when he first made the stone monster construct, its defense level was only level 4. But the level 5 here probably refers to an iron-plated hull. For something like a hot air balloon, it would still be relatively weak. For combat, it would require some strategic thinking. It was not possible to just brute force head-on. The aerial ship had 2 abilities, namely magic structure and drifts with the wind. The introductions were very clear and pertained to the flight ship's own capabilities. The aerial ship hovered in the air, 2 meters above the ground, with a rope ladder dangling from the hull. Quite unimpressive, but it was understandable. According to the introduction, this was the earliest goblin transport vessel for cargo, so it being simple was to be expected. If needed, it could also be redecorated. He stopped the maids who were trying to follow him up. Fang Hao, accompanied by Demetria, boarded the aerial ship. The spacious wooden deck, almost at the stern tower, was indeed not much different from a sea ship. The hull was about 10 meters long and nearly 5 meters wide, considerably larger than the small fishing boats he had seen at Fulei's place. Stepping forward to roughly measure it, without considering the space of the stern tower, one side of the deck could accommodate 3 or 4 cannons. 8 cannons on both sides combined, but placing them on both sides wouldn't be very effective. If there were to attack the great cemetery of Oddies, cannons on one side would be sufficient. The other side would be for shooting one's own people. Calculating in his mind, Meatfist arrived with the blacksmith Kulin, climbing up the rope ladder. My lord, the cannons have been brought down below, Meatfist spoke. Fang Hao, leaning on the railing, glanced downwards. Skeleton warriors were tying the cannons tightly with hemp rope, the other end bound to the skeletal frame of a bone dragon. They planned to use the bone dragon to transport the cannons onto the aerial ship. Fang Hao nodded. He didn't bother with the skeletons hoisting the cannons, but continued into the stern tower with the others. Located at the very rear of the ship, the stern tower seemed more like a steering area. Inside was a circular helm, to the left was a row of mechanical buttons, and on the right were 3 slender levers. This mix of retro vibe and technology really gave it a goblin magic feel. Fang Hao looked at the buttons, which were not labeled with text but with symbols instead. They presumably represented different functions. It looked quite complicated. At the same time, another idea occurred to him. The aerial ship had a control room, signifying that it required someone to operate it. It was different than a construct that could move on its own. Shit. Given the current staffing situation of the territory, nobody knew how to operate such a vessel. Fang Hao didn't dare to touch anything recklessly, worried that the wrong button might make the aerial ship take off. If it crashed directly into the city, the damage would be severe. After checking the stern tower, he went out and descended the stairs into the cabin. The interior of the ship was dimly lit, surrounded by sealed wooden and steel plates. He brought out a nightstone for lighting, only then could he see the interior structure clearly. At the forward part was a wide empty hold, accounting for 60% of the interior space, likely intended for carrying cargo. The rooms behind consisted of individual chambers, with the foremost one, situated below the stern tower, containing various precise machinery. These machines connected to the energy core, the heart of the ship's operation. The rest of the rooms were empty. Whether they were to become resting rooms, a kitchen, or bathrooms could be arranged later. As he exited the cabin, a dull thud echoed as the cannons were hoisted onto the deck by the bone dragon. The entire aerial ship swayed for a moment. Fang Hao looked at the cannons and said to the blacksmith Kulin beside him. Find a way to secure the cannons firmly onto the ship. Kulin nodded. Understood, my lord. Earlier, Fang Hao wanted to test fire the cannons, but apparently, no one knew how to operate the flight ship. The plan to test fire would have to wait until later. After the inspection, Fang Hao climbed down the rope ladder. Seeing Angia and the maids below, full of anticipation, Fang Hao instructed, Angia, take them up to have a look. Just look around, but please don't touch any equipment. Sure thing. After speaking, Angia led a group of maids and earth spirit girls up the rope ladder. Soon, exclamations of surprise came from the deck above. Fang Hao showed a smile, then returned with Demetria and a few other heroes. On the way back, he consulted with Nelson about operating the aerial ship. The answer he received was, a technician. A technician capable of assembling and repairing constructs. After dinner, Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords and found Zhang Bin's private chat. He went straight to the point. That human technician, have you contacted him? In the winter, a merchant had brought blueprints for constructs and an energy core to Zhang Bin's territory. At that time, Zhang Bin thought this was a way to acquire constructs, so he reached out to Fang Hao. He got news about the human technician from the merchant's mouth. He hadn't paid much attention to it before. Today, with the flight ship needing a technician, Fang Hao immediately thought of Zhang Bin. Soon, Zhang Bin replied, I have contact, but he's a bit temperamental and not so easy to approach. Not easy to approach. Fang Hao stroked his chin. To kill and convert. The thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately shook his head. Although he didn't consider himself a good person, he also wouldn't deliberately do bad things. Changing one's principles for a moment's expedience wasn't the right thing to do. Fang Hao thought for a moment and said, all right, got it, keep in touch with him. If he's difficult to approach, inquire if there's another way to recruit a technician. Understood, boss. Zhang Bin agreed readily. Fang Hao continued to check the world channel. Just like the last time, he sent out a request to purchase blueprints capable of recruiting technicians, but no one was selling blueprints. Instead, he received a bunch of private messages inviting him to join alliances, peddling other goods, selling their own portraits, and even suggesting offline meetings. All at once they appeared. Fang Hao had no choice but to block them again to avoid constant notification sounds. Having visited the Viscera Museum and chatted with Nelson later, as dusk fell, he lay down to rest. The next day, morning. After breakfast, Fang Hao took Demetria and Angia with him, once again heading to the No. 01 Trade Alliance outpost. The route this time was also straightforward, to the Undead store. Without any stops along the way, he came straight to the front of the Undead store. He pushed the door open. Clang. The bell at the door rang with a crisp sound. The store wasn't dim, but today there were already customers inside. Imperial Tomb Guardian, Tier 8. 2 guards in heavy armor stood at the door. As Fang Hao and his group entered, with 2 swooshes, they drew their long blades from their waists. But the next second, the 2 guards were brought down by Demetria and Angia, pinned forcefully to the ground. At that moment, footsteps came from inside the store, and 2 skeleton clerks along with an undead holding a staff walked out. Seeing the scene before them, they were obviously taken aback. "Human, sir, what's going on here?" asked the undead clerk in a soft voice. Fang Hao calmly replied, "I just entered the store, and they drew their swords on me. I reserve the right to explain this matter to the Trade Alliance outpost." The 2 clerks looked back at the undead holding the staff. The staff-wielding undead glanced at Fang Hao and then carefully examined the heroes who had subdued his 2 subordinates. He spoke up, "Human, it seems there has been some misunderstanding. They pose no threat to you." Fang Hao nodded, patting Demetria on the shoulder. They released their hold, and the 2 undead guards quickly retreated to the side of the staff-wielding undead. Fang Hao then turned his attention to this undead. A high crown adorned his head, with a golden breastplate built in, wrapped in a dark green robe. On the crown and robe, besides symbols and patterns of the undead faith, there were also designs featuring elements like darkness and fire. In addition to the staff in his hand, he also held a black book. Not the Book of Lords, but likely a book of magic. Black Scourge. Bequill Orange Tier 9 Hero. Tier 9. One more step and he could become a dark gold level hero. Quite a fellow. The first hero he encountered here was already Orange Tier 9. "Here to buy something?" the undead Bequill asked abruptly. Fang Hao nodded, just looking around. "Oh, what are you planning to buy?" Bequill's tone was clearly curious. "Bones, to see if there's any new stock." "You're here to buy bones?" "Ah, I bought some last time, now I'm checking for any new stock." "Ah, Thissa." Undead Bequill looked at one of his clerks, who nodded, confirming that the human in front of him wasn't joking. Human, orc, and lizardmen, these living creatures coming to the undead store to buy things. Times are changing too quickly. Afterwards, Bequill stopped speaking and stood by, observing as if he were picking out goods himself. Fang Hao looked around the first floor but didn't find what he wanted. So he went straight to the second floor. Bequill followed him upstairs. Fang Hao still couldn't find bones of a technician on the second floor, so he asked a nearby undead clerk, "Don't you have the bones of a technician?" The undead clerk replied, "Human, sir, all goods are displayed on the counter. If it's not there, we don't have it. Can I place a pre-order or a custom order?" The undead clerk replied, "You can register your invitation card. If corresponding goods arrive, we will contact the Trade Alliance building in your territory." Fang Hao didn't have a better solution, so he nodded, took out his invitation card, and registered. He told them he wanted bones related to technicians. After registering, Fang Hao promptly left the undead store. Undead Bequill, who had remained inside the store, picked up the registration record and took a glance. He asked, "What did he buy the last time?" One of the undead clerks replied, "He bought 2 sets of beast-type white bones and 1 set of human white bones." Interesting. Bequill's gaze followed the direction the 3 had left. After leaving the undead shop, Fang Hao and his companions continued to stroll around the Trade Alliance for a while. Seeing there wasn't much else to gain, they could only return to the city. Afternoon. Gray Iron City. The shooting range outside the research institute. Fang Hao looked at the revolver in his hand and nodded slightly. Under his constant pressure, the research institute of the dwarves had finally completed the revolver today. The revolver in his hand, however, was somewhat different from the revolvers commonly seen on television. It had a wooden grip and an elongated barrel. The length of the barrel was about 25 centimeters. Fang Hao found it a bit inconvenient holding such a long barrel in his hand. The advantage of a pistol is its convenience in carrying and the ability to quickly attack the target at critical moments. But such a long barrel would even interfere with walking if it were hung at the waist. The barrel is this long? Fang Hao asked. Cao Junming stepped forward, sounding tentative. Boss, the technology well. There are some deficiencies in technology, so we lengthened the barrel to enhance accuracy. Fang Hao nodded. How's the result? The result is quite good. The firing mechanism of a revolver is supposed to be simple among handguns. Go test fire it, he said, passing the revolver to Cao Junming. Oh, all right. Cao Junming took it and began to load the revolver. Then he entered the shooting range and pulled the trigger, aiming forward. Bang bang banga. 6 shots were fired, all 6 bullets discharged. 4 bullets hit the wooden target, and 2 landed on the ground. Among them, Cao Junming's skill level was probably a factor. Noticing that all 6 attempts at firing were successful, Cao Junming revealed a pleased expression. It seemed that even he didn't expect them to all work so well. Seeing Fang Hao looking at him, he immediately reined in his smile and hurriedly said, Boss, the test firing is complete. Fang Hao nodded. Good. It's great that those involved in this design and production did well. I will have Belarga reward you all for this. Upon hearing of a reward, the dwarves who had been bowing their heads immediately grew restless. Looking up, they could all see the joy on their mates' faces. They really were researchers, not prisoners. Prisoners wouldn't get such treatment for producing a finished product. Just as they were about to express their thanks, Fang Hao's next words made them stiffen. In another week, I want to see a stable finished product, including stability and the feature of being easy to carry. Another week. Last week, Fang Hao had demanded to see a finished revolver, and they had been rushing the job day and night. Now, it was another week. But this time, no one tried to make excuses. They just watched silently as Fang Hao, accompanied by the high-ranking dwarves, left the research institute. Back in the main city. Fang Hao sat in the hall, still not forgetting to post messages twice on the World Channel to solicit blueprints from technicians. But the effect was no different than before. A bunch of private messages, all useless information, not a single one providing news about technicians. This left Fang Hao somewhat helpless. The aerial ship was still parked outside the city, and it had almost become a tourist attraction, with the maids playing on it every day. On several aerial ships, thin lines had been drawn up to hang clothes, and the deck was used for drying meat and vegetables. Apart from its proper use, every other possible use had been thoroughly explored. Ding! At that moment, the Book of Lords chimed with a notification. It was Li Rong. Fang Hao, Silver Wing City has made another pre-war deployment, in anticipation of an attack from the Undead, she reported. Fang Hao frowned slightly. Yesterday was the 5th round of negotiations between the two sides. According to Li Rong's description, the talks had not been conclusive, but both parties were in a stalemate. Why did it suddenly seem like they were about to start a war? Has there been some kind of change? Fang Hao asked. Li Rong replied quickly, the specifics are unclear, but it seems Silver Wing City has received some information. The Great Cemetery of Oddies is already prepared for battle. All factions have their own intelligence channels. When the Federation learned about the danger in the Great Cemetery of Oddies, it also began to focus on scouting information from the eastern borders, and obtaining some news was unsurprising. But such a significant change in just one day did startle Fang Hao. How's the situation over at the Federation? Fang Hao asked. Li Rong replied, today alone, the Hall of Justice, the Mage Association, and the Church held several meetings. Judging from the content of the talks and the expressions of those involved, the situation in the Federation isn't good. Food and equipment haven't been delivered, and reinforcements from the cities are still on their way. So, They say that if war were to break out now, Sanderfort would not withstand 3 days, and that's counting on a siege, Li Rong said. 3 days was even an overestimate for the undead. Once the undead chose not to attack Sanderfort but instead bypassed it and entered the Federation's territory directly, the danger to the other cities would increase even more. The undead don't need to eat or drink and naturally don't need to capture cities one by one to ensure logistics. So, the Federation must be terrified, right? Fang Hao continued. Terrified, especially the city lord of Sanderfort. His voice trembled when discussing these matters, Li Rong said. Fang Hao thought for a moment, then continued, if anything happens, ensure your safety first, then let me know to come and get you. Okay. I understand. After ending the call, Fang Hao stared pensively at the Book of Lords. The situation in the Great Cemetery and the Federation was progressing faster than he had anticipated. He had thought that the standoff and discussions would drag on for months. War seemed likely by summer. But now, it seemed that the previous troop deployments in the Great Cemetery were targeting the 100 Cities Federation. Perhaps the war would start sooner than expected. And the entire Federation would be dragged into this war. Sitting in his chair, he pondered for a while. It still seemed better to notify the gold-eating Queen Amanda of this message. He called for Demetria, activated the teleportation screen, and the two disappeared into the light. The Cold Blood Castle Hall. Stretching her slender legs, she yawned, why are you here again? Meanwhile, the gold-eating Queen Amanda, sitting securely in her seat, held the golden scepter in her hand. Yet her gaze was directed toward the newly arrived pair. Fang Hao sat down beside them and directly said, I just received intelligence from Oddies, I've come to discuss it with you. Rolana showed no change, but Amanda sat up a bit. Fang Hao continued, Oddies and the Federation had 5 rounds of negotiations that all ended in failure, and just now news came from the human side that Oddies will soon launch an attack, and the humans are also preparing for combat. So soon? Rolana said in surprise, lowering her legs. Amanda, an undead, also showed a surprised expression. Neither had expected Oddies would plan to attack so soon. Fang Hao noted their reactions. He continued, I came here to see what you think. Amanda pondered for a moment and then spoke. Although Otis's actions have begun much earlier than we anticipated, the overall plan hasn't changed at all. Once Oddies engages with the Federation, we can directly enter the territory of the Great Cemetery and take back the lands we lost. Fang Hao nodded. This indeed had no impact on the overall plan. He thought about the information Li Rong had shared with him. He added, another point is to ensure that the Federation can hold and tie down Otis's forces, otherwise letting them breach into the Federation would pose a significant danger. War was a nutrition supplement for the undead, allowing them time to transform. Their forces would keep growing until they exhausted the enemy. Thus, eliminating Otis's forces and avoiding giving them a chance to recuperate was crucial. What? Can't the humans hold back? Amanda asked. Fang Hao scoffed. Peace has made humans forget the threat of the enemy. The city lord stationed at Sanderfort lacks competence, and the city defenses are a mess. The artillery on the walls is still being repaired, and with the winter just over, there's a shortage of food. Anyway, the intelligence from the Federation is, they can hold back the army for 3 days. 3 days, that's short. Fang Hao thought for a moment, then continued, well, since the Federation has realized this, they should soon make arrangements. After all, the scale of the 100 Cities Federation is there. As long as time permits, supplies and weapons can be supported. The nobles of the Federation, each one immensely wealthy, lived lives of silk and luxury. The threat of the undead, obviously, worried and frightened them the most. They would surely use every possible means to mobilize all available resources to resist the undead's attack. What they needed to consider was how to quickly win the battles on their own front. Amanda continued, the routes and maps are already problem-free and won't affect the combat. Fang Hao nodded, adding, yes, I'm not worried about the combat side of things, but after it ends, how to ease relations with the Federation still needs to be considered. The Blood Clan and the Federation have a peace treaty, and when Rolana steps forward to express her stance, it should help to ease the situation between the two sides. With her legs crossed and yawning, Rolana's body stiffened, and her beautiful eyes widened, unsure of how the conversation had suddenly turned to her. What treaty, and when was it signed? Signed by the Red Duke. Damn it. The group chatted for a while, discussing possible problems and the subsequent mediation between the two powers, analyzing everything. Though the content wasn't extensive, the conversation still lasted quite some time. They had agreed on strategies for solvable issues, and currently, there seemed to be no good solution for the unsolvable ones. So the discussion was temporarily put on hold. Next, the group walked out of the hall to inspect the defense arrangements on the city walls. By now, the walls were already equipped with a massive number of cannons and defensive machinery. Standing on the ramparts and looking in the direction of the great cemetery, one could see groups of patrolling skeleton soldiers silently carrying out their duties. The arrangements made by Amanda truly bolstered the defenses of Blood Castle. After staying here for a while, Fang Hao and another returned to the main city. Over the next 2 days, Li Rong kept sending updates non-stop. The tension between both sides' forces was rising rapidly. All important officials and their families within the Santire stronghold were taken into protective custody by the Hall of Justice's army to prevent escape attempts. The entire city was under control, making it virtually impossible to leave at this point. Starting from today, Li Rong and Shu Haid also became busy. They used the trading function of the Book of Lords to exchange various resources. Since each trade had a limit, the two transmigrators didn't need to do anything else but sit there and trade. The continuous arrival of supplies somewhat reassured the people in the city. The morale of the human clan had bounced back from the previous few days. Fang Hao sat on the white bone throne, looking through the long string of messages and complaints sent by Li Rong. The attached picture showed a dilapidated warehouse surrounded by various resources. In the picture, one could also see part of Morse's body, with his purple skin being quite eye-catching. Tap tap tap. At that moment, crisp footsteps could be heard at the doorway. Looking up, Fang Hao saw the skeleton merchant Dujin walking in at a leisurely pace. With a slight bow, he said, "My lord, it's time for you to attend the auction." Today was the day of the Trade Alliance's auction event. Although Dujin would not be going along, he had specially come to remind Fang Hao not to miss the time. "All right, I'll head over now," Fang Hao said as he closed the Book of Lords and stood up to descend. Nelson, Angia, and Demetria were already waiting at the door. There was a limited number of people allowed to attend the auction. And with no work at hand, Fang Hao decided to take the scholarly Nelson with him. If he encountered any auction items he wasn't familiar with, he could consult Nelson for advice. "My lord," they all saluted. Fang Hao nodded. "Let's go." After speaking, he led the group towards the bright screen of the Trade Alliance's teleportation array. Passing through the screen of the teleportation array, they arrived at the Trade Alliance's O1 station. As soon as they stepped out of the screen, they were greeted by a cacophony of voices. "Wow, it's really lively today," Angia exclaimed with wide eyes. Unlike the previous visit, the smooth and clean roads were crowded with people coming to the auction. Human clan, elves, orcs, the undead. At a glance, the crowd was filled with various races, all dressed in luxurious, high society attire. It gave off the feeling of visiting a tourist spot on a holiday, where all you could see was a sea of people. Fang Hao also nodded in agreement. He had underestimated the Trade Alliance's auction. "So it's this popular. Let's go, we'll probably have to queue up at the entrance," Fang Hao said. He led the group forward. There was no need to ask directions for the auction. Huge signboards had been set up all around. Even without looking at the signs, simply following the crowd would lead them straight to the auction. Following the throng of people along the way, not only could they see heroes from various races, but they also saw scantily clad female figures. For example, a Sea Tribe woman in front of them, wearing a light blue gossamer dress that was almost transparent. A white temptress demon in a black leather outfit with a black heart marking at the tail. A demon. Demons can attend the auction, too. Fang Hao quietly asked the nearby Nelson. Nelson continued walking, calmly replying, demons are naturally not welcomed by goblins, but the White Temptress demon is lawful neutral and recognized by goblins. However, most races still shun them. In this world, demons were despised even more than dogs. Every appearance of demons brought disaster to all races, so even neutral goblins, acceptable to all races, still rejected demons. But the White Temptress demon was not included in this. They had long left the abyss to live in this land as lawful neutrals, gaining goblin recognition. This acceptance was only among goblins, and despite the charm of the White Temptress demon, they still faced rejection from all races. Of course, this situation would soon change. As transmigrators grew in strength, this alluring race with long legs and curvy figures would presumably become very popular. What demons are no demons? They are special military units. After listening to Nelson's explanation, Fang Hao nodded. Ah, I see. Perhaps sensing something, a White Temptress demon in the crowd ahead turned to look back towards them. His gaze swept over a few people before settling on Fang Hao. Then, a seductive wink was thrown his way, causing an involuntary stir in his heart. Fang Hao didn't respond, curious why the other party would look his way when the distance between them made conversation seemingly impossible. Could it be that his gaze had been noticed? Possibly. The location of the auction was in the central area. It was a huge gray castle. The gray walls were covered with various symbols, which looked like a kind of complex and luxurious pattern. The entrance to the auction was already crowded with people. They were divided into 5 areas, lining up in long queues, gradually entering inside. Coincidentally, right in front of Fang Hao and his group was the scantily clad White Temptress demon, its heart-shaped tail swaying continuously. The White Temptress demon that had just winked at Fang Hao glanced sideways with a smile on her lips. Her heart-shaped tail swayed gently, unintentionally brushing against the men behind her. Fang Hao stepped back a bit to avoid the swaying tail. The White Temptress demon, measuring her head, looked back at the young man behind her. Her brows furrowed slightly, seemingly not quite satisfied with the man's reaction. Just as she wanted to speak, a voice came from nearby. "Mr. Fu Lei, is that you?" Fang Hao looked to the side and saw a foreign man in fancy noble attire with gold chains over his clothes, curiously watching him. Wadey, the foreigner from the last meeting who was in league with the Grey Dwarves. At that time, Fang Hao had introduced himself as Fu Lei, uncertain whether Wadey was even using his real name. His gaze landed on the queue opposite, and sure enough, he found the Grey Dwarves. In contrast to the splendidly dressed Wadey, the Grey Dwarves were dressed rather simply. Dark pants, gray shirts, bare strong muscles, while touching their thick beards, they chatted away. It seemed Wadey had taken the Grey Dwarves along to broaden their horizons. "Mr. Wadey, I didn't expect to meet you here again," Fang Hao said with a smile. "Yes, I knew you would definitely come," Wadey said, glancing behind him. He saw Demetria, then the Undead. Another orange hero, and an Undead. But he didn't pay much attention, as there were many people in the queue, and he didn't seem to think they were together. Fang Hao asked, "The dwarves are selling quite some good stuff this time, aren't they?" Dwarves have a significant presence, with branches in various regions. This time, the Grey Dwarves' successful entry was only for orange machinery. The purple battle axes were returned during the evaluation, Wadey replied directly. Perhaps the two had become familiar. Wadey was quite willing to provide him insights regarding the dwarves. Oh, being able to sell some machinery must be quite profit-making, Fang Hao agreed. Wadey nodded and lowered his voice. "What about you guys? What did the lizardmen sell?" Fang Hao glanced at Demetria, also lowering his voice. "We are a small force, having nothing noteworthy. Last time, hearing about your sold machinery, we also scraped some equipment from our inventory for the auction." Both orange heroes, yet a small force. Wadey leaned in close. "What kind of equipment? Are lizardmen also skilled in machinery?" Fang Hao didn't hide anything. "Cannons, dwarf technology, not quite up to your standard." "Oh, I understand," Wadey immediately nodded. "Acquired on the battlefield, seemingly planning to sell it using this opportunity." The two whispered, exchanging information with a tacit understanding. Before long, Wade's attention was once again drawn to something in the back. Yes, Aragon. Aragon. Why does that name sound so familiar? In an instant, Fang Hao remembered where he had seen that name. Ranking list, world number 2. Following Wade's gaze, Fang Hao saw several people approaching from behind. 2 men and 1 woman, all 3 dressed in exceptionally lavish attire, among whom 1 man and 1 woman had curved horns pointing backward on their heads. Having encountered Spencer previously, Fang Hao could confirm. These were not the horns of orcs or demons, but dragon horns. The other person was the Aragon Wade had mentioned, who appeared to be around 30 years old, with golden hair combed back. Blue pupils and deep eye sockets, he had the standard handsome European man's appearance. In the world rankings announced by the system, Fang Hao was the top in 3 lists, and in the lists for territory and military strength, Aragon was stably in 2nd place. He's Aragon. Fang Hao was also somewhat surprised. If he wasn't ranked 2nd with Dragon Clan members by his side, that would truly be questionable. Wade nodded and said, "Haven't you seen the World Channel? He's even come forward to recruit members for his own alliance." Well, Fang Hao usually didn't turn on the World Channel until at night when he checked if anyone was selling blueprints. He seldom opened the channel at other times, mainly because he was busy with many tasks during the day. "Are those with him from the Dragon Clan?" Fang Hao continued. "Yes, Aragon's territory is in the region ruled by the Dragon Clan. I heard that he recently changed his faction to the Dragon Clan faction. His troops are bound to be impressive, and surpassing Fang Hao as the first is probably just a matter of time," Wade said with a gaze full of envy. Fang Hao didn't say much, his eyes also turned to the other party. This 2nd-ranked Aragon had a tall and firm build, with a pleasing face as well. He had the look of the main hero in European films. Now aligned with the Dragon Clan, he was sure to be esteemed by many transmigrators. But the claim that he would surpass himself made Fang Hao somewhat unconvinced. Millions of troops spread across the hills, nearly 100,000 wriggling spines in the warehouse, and you say surpass just like that. In a blink, Fang Hao saw Wade, who had just been chatting with him, had already moved to the back of the team and struck up a conversation with that 2nd-ranking Aragon. This Wade, quite a sociable one. After chatting for a while, Wade came back and handed a piece of paper to Fang Hao. Upon opening it, he saw Aragon's name written in English. "An autograph, I got one for you too, maybe it can be sold for a good price when he gets famous," Wade explained. Fang Hao took it, thought for a moment, and tucked it into his pocket. "Those 2 from the Dragon Clan, what level of heroes are they?" Fang Hao asked. "Orange ones, they're all orange ones," Wade said, folding the autograph carefully, and continued, "That's the level of the 2nd, I wonder if Fang Hao has any orange heroes." Should have. The team slowly moved forward during their conversation. Aside from the Dragon Clan members and Aragon behind them, more transmigrators with the Book of Lords along with some natives joined the queuing lineup. Humans, elves, and members of the Sea Tribe all had transmigrators by their sides. However, Fang Hao did not see anyone he recognized from his own region. It seemed as if he had been the only one to receive an invitation. Or perhaps the crowd was too large to notice anyone. As the team moved forward bit by bit, Wade returned to the Grey Dwarf's side and quickly entered the castle where the auction was held. A short while later, it was Fang Hao and his party's turn. "Sir, please present your invitation card." At the entrance, a respectful male human clan member spoke. Fang Hao took out the black invitation card and showed it to the attendant. After a brief inspection, the attendant said, "Sir, you have items in this auction, you may go to the private room on the 2nd floor, please enter." He returned the invitation card to Fang Hao with a gesture of invitation. Fang Hao nodded and entered with his companions. The male elf was somewhat taken aback by the sight of the others coming in behind them, orcs, lizardmen, and undead. What a combination. Upon entering the Great Hall, Fang Hao and his companions were once again reminded of the Trade Alliance's wealth. He had seen the Dwarven Royal Palace and the Federation's Parliament Hall, but they paled in comparison to the splendid auction hall before him. Cloud white stone materials, green gold magic devices, and an overall design that integrated seamlessly with the hall. It wasn't just decorative, it served its purpose too. The entire space of the castle was hollowed out, filled with magic arrays and magic technology emitting dazzling light, merging gold, cloud white, and deep green into the entire space, displaying a beauty of extreme luxury. Hard to believe that goblins would have such high taste. Fang Hao and his party, led by staff, took the elevator and directly entered a private room on the second floor. The area of the private room was not large, but the location was excellent, offering a high vantage point over the entire auction proceedings. After the staff gave a brief demonstration of the bidding process, they left the room, leaving Fang Hao and his companions alone. The room was not very large, about 30 square meters in size. The 4 people sitting inside didn't feel cramped but couldn't call it spacious either. This was probably one of the reasons the Trade Alliance restricted the number of attendees. Demetria sat silently near the door, while Fang Hao and Nelson chatted softly about some of the unusual races they had encountered along the way. Angia had already begun to devour the complimentary pastries provided in the room. Soon, at 10 a.m., the auction officially started with the arrival of the host. She was a tall, mature, and beautiful elf clan woman. After a simple opening, the first auction item was presented directly. A Sea Tribe woman with long blue hair walked up, carrying a tray. She lifted the red silk cloth covering it to reveal a golden necklace. The host began, Emperor Leoxus's gold necklace possesses a strong amplification of magic, and each time a spell is cast, it will summon a magic elemental attendant of the same type as the spell, to join the fight. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, a noisy clamor erupted from beneath the stage. Items from Emperor Leoxus are up for auction, really. The very first item is of this caliber. The quality of this year's auction is so high. I never thought I'd hear the name of Emperor Leoxus in my lifetime. Which power is selling this? They were actually able to acquire it. It wasn't dug up, was it? Shish. Don't talk nonsense. Emperor Leoxus was once a legendary mage emperor. After his death, all the artifacts he had used quickly vanished from people's sight. Over 100 years have passed, and one could hardly see any items related to that emperor's surface anymore. As the saying goes, rare is precious, whether it's for collection or functionality. All of Emperor's items are worth bidding for. They are ardently sought after by various powers. The beautiful auctioneer looked down at the discussing crowd with a smile, seemingly very satisfied with her opening. She had roused everyone's attention and eagerness. Only when she felt the atmosphere was sufficiently warm did she gently clap her hands and continue through the amplifier. Starting bid, 15 million Warfire coins, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 1 million. The price was indeed astonishing. 15 million, simply unbelievable. However, after the shock, bidding quickly started from the 3rd floor. It was followed by people from the 4th and 5th floors, as the bidding began to rise rapidly. Fang Hao sat in the private room, somewhat surprised by the price of the first auction item. His orange cannon had a low asking price of 5 million, and a buyout price of only 8 million, while someone's necklace reached a starting bid of 15 million. However, this necklace had some unique abilities. In addition to bolstering magic, it automatically summoned a magic attendant of the same elemental type as the spells cast by its wearer. For warriors, this necklace was useless. But for mages, and those races naturally capable of casting spells, this was a divine artifact. Moreover, it was an irreplicable divine artifact. Thinking it through, it indeed seemed right that it should be more expensive than machinery. Fang Hao also thought about joining the bidding. After all, as a mage, it would be useful for him. But upon hearing the relentless soaring of the price, he felt it was better to let it go. It was just one piece of equipment. His advantage wasn't in spells and combat, but in hundredfold augmentation. In the end, a guest from the 4th floor's private room acquired the item for 32 million. The rest of the guests were left somewhat dumbfounded by then. Goodness, people upstairs really were rolling in money. The very first item sold for over 30 million. Weren't they afraid of losing out on better items later on? The first item concluded. The beautiful auctioneer clapped her hands softly once more, then adjusted her skirt at just the right moment to reveal a pair of fair legs. This drew all the guests' gazes back to her. The auctioneer continued, "Congratulations to the guest on the 4th floor for obtaining this coveted item. Our staff will deliver it to your private room, so please be patient." Having finished, she looked down. "Next, please welcome the 2nd item." This time, a human clan beauty came up, pushing a small cart. The auctioneer lifted the red cloth on the cart to reveal a pile of cloth strips enclosed in glass. The cloth strips were blackened and yellowed. Although well preserved, they didn't seem to be anything valuable. From Fang Hao's first impression, they looked like rotten strips taken from a mummy. The staff member, pushing the cart on the stage, showcased it to the guests from all directions. The auctioneer went on to say, "These are the wrappings of the immortal emperor. In addition to nourishing the soul fire of the undead, they help living creatures to evade death. In simple terms, after being wrapped with it, one can avoid the gaze of the death god." Before the crowd could erupt into discussion again, the auctioneer raised her voice and emphasized, "The caveat is that those who extend their lifespan will eventually become members of the immortal clan." As her words ended, the entire venue fell into a brief silence. Originally, this was an item of the costly variety, wrapped in a shroud, capable of evading the gaze of the death god and ultimately turning into a genuine undead. The whole venue was quiet. No one opened their mouths to speak. This wasn't because they weren't tempted, but rather because the relationship between the undead and living creatures was laid bare before them. Living creatures formed alliances to fight against the undead. Your former teammates were present, and buying this item now could easily lead to suspicions about your intentions. At this time, in the public area on the 3rd floor, a female staff member raised her hand to signal. The auctioneer looked at her and nodded. The staff member on the 3rd floor said, "Becoming an undead, does the soul fire still exist?" This was a question on behalf of the guests in the private rooms. All the guests once again turned their attention to the auctioneer, to see whether the soul fire existed, which essentially asked whether a soul remained after becoming undead. To end up as a mindless skeleton was effectively no different from being dead. The auctioneer, with a smile, answered, "It possesses soul fire." He then continued, "The starting price is 50 million, with each bid not to be less than 5 million. The venue fell silent for a moment again. The price quickly soared and finally stopped at 80 million, bought by a guest on the 5th floor. The 3rd item was a special sunflower butterfly emblem. The 4th item was an old rune scroll. The following auction items, variously shaped and with different functions, appeared one after another. Fang Hao watched each item, greatly surprised. But after the surprise faded, he lost much interest, as the prices soared sky high and weren't all that substantial for the development of his territory. Bang, bang, bang. There was a gentle knock on the door from inside the room. "Come in." The door opened, and a pretty female staff member entered. After bowing slightly, she said softly, "Sir, the next round will be the auction segment for materials, medicines, and equipment. The items you wish to sell will be auctioned off in this round." It was a notification about the sale of items. Fang Hao nodded, "All right, we got it." The staff member bowed again and then left the room. Indeed, what followed was the auction segment for bulk goods. The previous elf auctioneer had stepped down, and another young male auctioneer took his place and went up. The man was also extremely handsome, even somewhat androgynous. After smiling and bowing, he immediately began, "All right, please bring out the first group of auction items for this segment." A staff member, holding a brocade box, came up. When the brocade box was opened, it revealed a dawn blue coral, gradually shifting from light at the top to deep blue at the bottom. The coral, like a scattering of glistening droplets, was extraordinarily beautiful. The auctioneer said loudly, "Dawn blue coral, which not only holds collectible value but is also an essential material for special construction. There are a total of 50 clumps, all starting together, with a starting bid of 2,500,000, and each bid must not be less than 50,000. Different from the previous auctioneer, the male auctioneer's speech was more concise, devoid of giving others time to discuss or build the atmosphere. He started the bidding directly. 2,550,000. 2,600,000. The crowd began to bid, but it was clear that although the coral was beautiful, there weren't many bidders. Once the price was called to 2,800,000, only two people were left bidding against each other. Inside a private room on the second floor, Fang Hao was flipping through the Book of Lords, confirming the materials listed there. When he confirmed the construction materials for the Wishing Well, including the Dawn Blue Coral, his heart skipped a beat. No wonder these materials were so difficult to collect. Turns out they were worthy of being auctioned. Naturally, they couldn't be bought like ordinary high-grade goods. Below, the price remained at 2,900,000. The auctioneer maintained his professional smile. Dawn Blue Coral 2,900,000 for the first time. Dawn Blue. He had only said half of the second call when the light in the second floor private room lit up. The auctioneer immediately corrected himself. Second floor guest bids 2,995,000. All the people on the first floor looked up towards the second floor at the same time. No one was surprised, nor did anyone reveal any special expression. After glancing up, they continued to turn back and discuss with the people next to them. More races still live on the land, so buildings related to the sea are quite rare. Additionally, with such a high price, 80% of the people had already been eliminated. The remaining people had raised the price to 2.9 million, and it was difficult to increase it further. Fang Hao added another 50,000, and then no one else in the audience made a bid. Instead, they looked towards the private room with curious eyes. They speculated that the people inside the room must also be affiliated with the Sea Tribe, otherwise they wouldn't spend so much money to purchase the blue coral. Did you just lose out? Angia sensed the odd atmosphere and asked. Fang Hao thought for a moment, possibly. 2.95 million for the first time. 2.95 million for the second time. 2.95 million for the third time, sold. The auctioneer directly banged the gavel, confirming the final price. Immediately thereafter, without any delay, the next auction item was introduced. The second item was a type of fruit from the elf clan, and the third was 50 bottles of high-level potions. Both fetched good prices. Thump, thump, thump. The door was knocked on again. The same staff member pushed the door open and entered again. Sir, madam, the item you bid on is ready. Would you like it delivered here to your private room or directly to your territory? If to the territory, the Trade Alliance will deliver it within 2 business days. Just bring it here, Angia replied. Very well, sir. The staff member stepped aside as someone brought in boxes one by one behind him. 50 ornate boxes were piled up in the center of the room, creating a small mountain. After everything was moved in, the staff member continued, Sir, here are the contact details the seller asked the Trade Alliance to provide you, hoping for future cooperation. Fang Hao took it and held it in his hand. It was a shell reminiscent of a business card, with Coral Cottage inscribed on it. Is that the name of a shop? Fang Hao asked curiously. Yes, sir. Coral Cottage has a store to the west of the city. You might want to visit sometime, the staff member replied. Fang Hao looked at the shell and then leaned forward to get a closer look at the ample-bodied staff member. He continued to inquire, does the seller know the buyer's information? One of the benefits of the auction private room is its secrecy. Who bought what is unknown to anyone outside the Trade Alliance, unlike the seating on the first floor, where everyone's bids are clear. It's not that they're afraid of getting robbed. But more likely, your enemies might learn of your purchases and predict your next move based on what you bought. Now that the staff member had delivered the business card, Fang Hao feared his information had already been leaked. The staff member quickly explained, No, sir, sellers may leave their contact details with the Trade Alliance, and when the item is sold, the Trade Alliance will deliver it along with the goods to the buyer without revealing your information. With this explanation, Fang Hao understood. It meant that the shell business card had been given to the Trade Alliance in advance, and it would be handed over to the buyer along with the coral. This was also a marketing strategy. Had he known such a method existed, Fang Hao would have left his information as well. That way, anyone buying machinery could also contact him. All right, I understand now. Thank you for your efforts. It's my duty, Sir. After bowing again, the staff member exited. This delay caused several auction items to pass by. Fang Hao kept an eye out, but they were all items he couldn't use. Still, it was evident that the trade alliance was reliable in selling items. Until now, there hadn't been any slow or unsold situations. Even less popular items were sold, and the popular ones almost started fights. The business was exceptionally booming. On the stage, the auctioneer continued, "All right, let us welcome the next item." This time, the staff brought in a small model of the 5-tube windpipe cannon. They certainly didn't bring the actual heavy 5-tube windpipe cannon onto the stage. 5-tube windpipe cannon, a total of 300 pieces, sold in sets of 10 with each set starting at 50 million, with bids increasing by no less than 500,000 each time, the auctioneer announced loudly. The hall once again became noisy. 300 pieces, are the dwarves that strapped for cash this year? Is there a war coming, with so many weapons entering the market? I really don't know what means the trade alliance used to get the dwarves to release so many cannons. Meanwhile, in a private room on the second floor occupied by the Grey Dwarves. What's happening? Who has broken the rules and released so many weapons? Have they lost their minds? HMPH. It must be some other city-states selling them. They are greedier than dragons. When we get back, I'm reporting this to the Alliance. Let those guys pay the price, one of the Grey Dwarves said, his chest heaving with fury. The windpipe cannons were already challenging to produce due to their technical complexity, resulting in limited production. This year, with the inclusion of the transmigrator, the dwarves' armaments had increased somewhat, but sales were limited by the rules of the Dwarf Alliance. It was unknown which city-state had sold extra, which not only drove down the overall prices but also made them feel they had lost out. Therefore, each was seething with anger. Meanwhile, Wadey, who was nearby, nodded with a smile while wiping the sweat from his forehead. At that moment, he had some conjectures in mind. The dwarves had already agreed to sell 200 windpipe cannons, which was a done deal. Now there were suddenly 100 more appearing out of nowhere. They couldn't be from Fu Lei and his group, could they? Thinking back on the other party's reaction, as well as their demeanor when asking about what the dwarves were selling, it was almost certain it was them who sold these cannons. If the Grey Dwarves found out that because he mentioned the windpipe cannons, the others decided to sell theirs, he would inevitably be punished. As he mulled it over, sweat began to bead even more on his forehead. He must keep them from finding out, at all costs. The crowd discussed animatedly. The bidding price was already skyrocketing. Dwarven machinery, especially the windpipe cannon, was popular among all races. The number of bidders was naturally high. Soon, the last set was up for sale, and the price was even higher than before, the bidding fiercer. 75,550,000. 76 million. Damn it, 80 million. There is a ceiling price for bulk sale items. This is also taking into account that the Trade Alliance stores are also selling them, and they are not the sole product available. Now that the bidding had reached 80 million, it had hit the buyout price, and there was no need to continue the auction. 80 million sold, the last set of windpipe cannons goes to the 5th floor guest, the auctioneer announced as he brought down the gavel. Ah, so close. If only I'd gone straight to the buyout price. What a pity, what a pity. Audible sighs of regret came from the guests below and some in the private boxes. They were extremely disappointed about not winning the bid. The auctioneer smiled slightly and continued, to those guests who did not win the bid, don't feel regretful. There are many more items to come in the auction, and eventually there will be something just right for you. Alright, enough talk, let's bring on the next set of items. The model for the 5-tube windpipe cannons was taken away, and another staff member stepped up. The red cloth was lifted, revealing the shimmering scales underneath. With a grand gesture, the auctioneer announced, Dragon scales, 100 pieces, usable in crafting armors and protective gear, and as material for special alchemical items, starting price. Dragon scales belong to the dragon breed of Dragon Clan, specifically the appearance of bone dragons prior to death, not the titled heroes of the Dragon Clan. Even so, Only the dragon clan could offer dragon scales for sale at an auction. Any other race, even if they had dragon scales, wouldn't dare to sell them, and the trade alliance would not accept them either. The dragon clan, known for their physical prowess, were notoriously unreasonable. No one wanted to provoke the dragon clan over such a trivial matter. Fierce bidding commenced below, but Fang Hao did not participate. Previously, he had obtained dragon scales and dragon blood after defeating Spencer. The dragon blood had been made into a potion, which Fang Hao had consumed, and the dragon scales were supposed to be made into armor by a craftsman, though there was yet no news of it. Besides, his own dragon scales were from a heroic member of the dragon clan, not at all comparable to those of a mere bone dragon. Ignoring the ongoing auction outside, the staff once again knocked on the door. Several staff members entered, each carrying 2 leather cases. "Sir, this is the sum from the items you sold tonight." Case after case was placed on the table and opened. Inside each leather case, neat stacks of Warfire cards lay, as orderly as poker chips. The lead staff member swallowed nervously before continuing. "Sir, after deducting the 5% fee, here we have 60,000 Warfire cards with a denomination of 10,000 each, 7 of 1,000, and 3 of 100. Fang Hao nodded. "Okay, leave them here." "Yes, sir. If you need anything, you can call me at any time," the staff member said, widening her eyes and suggestively batting her lashes. Fang Hao did not respond, and the staff left with their colleagues. Looking at the stacks of cash boxes in front of him, even Nelson and the usually quiet Demetria were somewhat stunned. Reaping so many Warfire cards in one go was indeed a major gain. Others attended the auction to spend money, yet here Fang Hao had earned a large sum. The auction continued afterward. The third session auctioned off orange-rated weapons and armor, as well as goblin-crafted orange constructs. Throughout the room, they sold for a handsome price. The fourth session escalated the quality to dark gold level items out for bid. Fang Hao saw a dark elf cloak, an undead bone lyre, and a demigod war halberd, all dark gold rated equipment. The bidding crowd had narrowed to a contest between the 4th and 5th floors, with the prices reaching terrifying figures. Fang Hao did not partake. Indeed, he could not compete. He still held to the old notion that 1 or 2 high-quality items could not change the overall strength of a domain. His strategy still relied on numbers. The auction came to an end with the auctioneer's words of thanks. Glancing at his watch, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The auction had been running since the morning, straight through to the afternoon. Moreover, item after item was sent up for bidding without any break in between. The trade alliance's auctions were indeed of high quality. Not in a hurry to leave, Fang Hao took stock of his gains this time. Besides the Warfire card obtained from selling the cannon, the items he had acquired at the auction included 50 clusters of Dawn Blue Coral, 20 bottles of Piercing Spirit Medicine, and a set of Manganese Steel Gloves Orange. 3 categories of items in total. Among them, Piercing Spirit Medicine was a kind of potion that could enhance one's comprehension during training and offered the chance to grasp new skills. It was a very good potion, and since Fang Hao saw that the competition for price wasn't too fierce, and many people in his own territory needed this kind of potion, he simply bought it outright. The Manganese Steel Gloves were purchased for Angia. Combat-related equipment was a niche category in the market, and he had always wanted to get Angia something with better attributes. This time, upon encountering it, he bought it straight away. The blue tiger's claw that used to hang from her slender waist had been swapped out for these spiked gloves. The only regret was that no blueprints appeared at this auction. Blueprints for the energy core, production building and for recruiting craftsmen were not acquired. This meant he had to start thinking of other solutions. Seeing that it was about time, Fang Hao and his companions also stood up to leave. They opened the door, and there weren't many guests left on the 2nd floor, most had already departed. The group made their way straight to the magic-powered elevator to wait for the ride down. Very soon, the elevator doors opened, and there were already 3 people standing inside. One of them was a familiar figure. A blonde, dashing man. Aragon. The world's 2nd-ranked Aragon was also in the elevator, seemingly intending to head downstairs. Standing beside Aragon were two members of the dragon clan, a male and a female hero. The man had red hair and dragon horns atop his head, dressed in a dark red brocade robe that looked bulky, probably because he was wearing some sort of armor underneath. The woman, who appeared to be about 18 or 19, had snow-white skin with a subtle luster, silver long hair, and small dragon horns on top of her head like freshly sprouted bamboo shoots. She was in a black dress embroidered with golden threads, her figure accentuating a solid and shapely form contrary to her youthful appearance. Silvermoon Spear, Beata Orange rank 9. Dragon Lord, Ashburn Orange rank 3. Fang Hao paused, initially taking the pair for father and daughter. But upon closer inspection, this young female dragon turned out to have a higher rank than the middle-aged male dragon. She had reached Orange rank 9, on par with the fairy clans, Heart of the Deep Forest, Shinisara. Just one step away from advancing to a dark gold hero. On the other hand, the middle-aged man with an orange title seemed more like a hero that had emerged from a military rank advancement. Fang Hao stood at the doorway, observing the interior. Aragon, the transmigrator inside the elevator, was now gaping in surprise. He, too, had discerned the attributes of the four individuals outside the two heroes, both orange ranked. Furthermore, they were from different factions. This left him puzzled about their identities. He speculated whether the transmigrator was following one of the orange heroes. If so, then the other hero might likely be his own. Just as this thought came to Aragon's mind, he immediately dismissed it. How could that be? He was ranked second in the world and only had one purple-ranked hero in his territory. How could he possibly have an orange-ranked hero? Could it be that they were not together, merely leaving in each other's company? Possible. Do you want to come in? The silver-haired lady, lifting her head, asked. Her voice was quite similar to that of an ordinary human, and very melodious. Oh, sure. Fang Hao and his group stepped inside, taking up positions on either side of the other three, all remaining silent. The elevator doors closed slowly, muting the noise from the outside world. At that moment, the silver-haired girl suddenly furrowed her brows, sniffing the air lightly. Then, she abruptly turned towards Fang Hao. She spoke in a cold voice, "Hey, have you drunk dragon blood?" The words of the silver-haired girl made Fang Hao and the others' hearts suddenly tighten. The dragon clan is famously protective due to their racial population issues. They are so protective that they can become unreasonable. Every force that has acted against the dragon clan has faced the collective retaliation of the entire race. That is why all races respect the dragon clan from a distance. Even if they hit you and you hit back and injure them, you will still be retaliated against. Fang Hao looked at the girl, his face showing confusion as he asked, "Are you talking to me?" The silver-haired girl, Beata, with her head held high, said, "You have drunk dragon blood, the kind that's a blended potion." "Where did the dragon blood come from?" "Miss, you must be mistaken. I have not had any contact with the dragon clan." Beata's face suddenly turned cold, and she rebuked, "HMPH. Seeking death." Before the sound of her voice faded, the silver-haired girl abruptly made her move. Her right hand clenched like a spear, fingers together, with streaks of thunderbolt, stabbing toward Fang Hao's jaw. Fang Hao, already on guard, dodged by turning his head and struck upward with his elbow at the striking hand. At the same time, Demetria, standing beside him, threw a punch, its wind howling as it headed for the girl's head. The middle-aged member of the dragon clan, trying to protect the silver-haired girl, had just launched his fist at the lizardman, when the whoosh of cleaving air reached his ears. He immediately abandoned his offensive and bent his arms to block. Angia spun around at the waist, her fist already rushing in. The middle-aged dragon clan's form swayed slightly, but he was unhurt. Seeking death. The middle-aged dragon clan roared in anger. Aragon, realizing what was happening too late, let out a roar and was about to throw a punch. Bang! A kick from nowhere sent someone flying into the air, crashing against the wall. Subsequently, a black magic missile flew in and exploded in the center. The attribute of dark magic caused the brightly lit elevator to suddenly darken. The explosion of the magic missile made 3 magic lamps burst, and the darkness eroded the walls, leaving pits of corrosion behind. In the elevator, only a single magic lamp remained, flickering on and off. In the confined space, everyone was entangled in a fight. Fist winds and leg shadows, engaging in a back and forth brawl. Bang bang bang. The metal bulkheads deformed, and the impact of the magic made the entire elevator shake. It also caused the last lit magic lamp to go out completely. The enclosed space was enveloped in darkness. The howl of fist winds, the clashes of lightning, fire, and dark magic continually collided in the space. The already narrow elevator began to swing like a pendulum, unsteady. In the lobby on the first floor. In front of the counter. The gray dwarf stood in front of the counter, angrily arguing with the teller, trying to find out who had sold an extra 100 cannons. Meanwhile, the transmigrator, Wadey, after confirming that the trade alliance wouldn't divulge the seller's information, left it to the gray dwarves to inquire. He was conversing and laughing with a wheat-skinned female transmigrator. "You're so beautiful. If you were in the human or elf clan's territory, you would have achieved much more," Wadey said with a smile. The female transmigrator smiled faintly. "No way, the elf clan is the most beautiful race in this world, how could I compare to them?" Wadey looked regretful. "What a pity, to end up voicing your opinion in the desert of the undead, where your beauty is useless." Spurt. The woman chuckled. "What's the use of being good looking? What's most important is ability. If I could reach the level of Fang Hao and Aragon, I could ensure my own safety." Wadey nodded. "Aragon also came to attend the auction, did you see him?" "No, what does he look like?" Wadey immediately replied. "Very handsome, dressed much better than us, and accompanied by 2 heroes of the Dragon Clan. I feel if it came down to a real fight, he would be stronger in combat power than Fang Hao." "Really? Fang Hao's points are several times higher than the second place." "Of course. The Dragon Clan is the most powerful race, and Aragon just recently changed his allegiance to the Dragon Clan a few days ago. All the troops he recruits from now on will be related to the Dragon Clan. Defeating Fang Hao shouldn't be a problem," Wadey said with conviction. The woman nodded after hearing this. "From what you say, it does seem possible. Points don't represent combat power." "Exactly." Just as the two were talking, a loud boom suddenly came from the floors above. All the people looked up in terror. They saw the descending elevator suddenly explode with a bang, and then the flat metallic elevator emitted explosion after explosion. The smooth surface of the elevator bulged with marks, as if some beast inside was trying to hammer through the iron walls to break free from its cage. People below cried out in shock and started to clear away quickly. Staying far away, they continued to watch the commotion. The staff shouted loudly, "There's a fight inside, go call the station commander." Upon hearing this, onlookers were shocked. Fighting at the Trade Alliance's auction house was tantamount to having a death wish. Some went to call the guards, while the elevator, accompanied by the shrill sound of rending metal, became increasingly ragged. The entire elevator began to sway violently, dislodging from its tracks in midair. Under severe swaying, bang! The cables on top snapped, and the entire elevator plummeted. Boom! Upon the loud crash, the elevator hit the ground, and its doors burst open. Several figures charged out, with thunderbolt, explosions, and dragon roar filling the entire lobby, leaving all present dumbfounded. Among the dust, a figure slowly emerged. Struggling to crawl out while gasping for breath, he said, "It's Aragon." Wadey exclaimed in shock. The woman beside him cast a questioning glance, and Wadey said to the disheveled figure crawling out, "That's Aragon. Isn't he from the Dragon Clan? Who's fighting with the Dragon Clan?" The woman exclaimed in surprise. Wadey frowned, then focused his gaze on the two sides continuously striking each other in the midst of the dust, his eyes suddenly widening. "Foulée. .. The hall was filled with dust. The silver-haired girl was surrounded by flashes of thunderbolt, her gaze sweeping over the 4 people opposite, her voice icy, dragon scales showing beneath the skin as a sign of having taken the demon dragon potion. What more is there to say? Fang Hao shook his head, also looking at the girl. "So what if I have?" As they spoke, Fang Hao took out weapons, distributing them among the others. Demetria, even less talkative. With longsword in hand, he dragged out a golden afterimage on the spot. Using brute physical strength, he shot up and slashed at the middle-aged man from the dragon clan. Demetria, a man of few words, knew that lizardmen had no connection with the dragon clan in this world. Both as orange heroes, marked by the lizardmen, he didn't dare take the attack head-on and moved to dodge. However, the middle-aged man felt a tightness around his ankle, as the white jade stone tiles on the ground flipped up, and the soil below, like mud, encased his ankles. More and more mud crawled upward, like a huge hand, dragging him down fiercely. It was just such a delay. The lizardman's sword light was already upon him. With no escape, the middle-aged man made a snap decision, bending slightly, his back meeting the slashing blade. Clang! The sword cut through the brocade robe, revealing the glittering gold of the inner armor beneath. Whoosh! At that moment, the girl's silver lance thrust toward the skeleton, Nelson, in the rear. Nelson hurriedly dodged as the mud under the middle-aged man's feet began to crumble, starting to counterattack the lizardman. Angia took the opportunity to quickly close in on the silver-haired girl, attempting to engage her at close quarters again. Fang Hao followed closely behind, his hands also conjuring a thunderbolt spear, hurling it directly at the silver-haired girl. The thunderbolt spear was blocked by an invisible energy in front of the girl, who at the same time stretched out her fair arm, pointing to the sky, and in an instant, multitudes of lightning strikes descended from above. Silver serpents spread across the ground, the earth and stones exploded. Demetria's feet feigned, altering course abruptly during the attack, aiming to strike down the girl. The middle-aged man of the dragon clan spat out a red fireball, launching it at the skeleton, the corpse which, behind him, while Nelson raised a thick earth wall in front for defense. A silver thunder snake emerged from behind, biting towards Fang Hao's groin. Fang Hao turned and swung his thunder god's blade, chopping the thunder snake to pieces. At the same time, the magic he was concentrating on accelerated once more, and a double-headed fire python appeared in the center, breathing fireballs at the two opposite. Combined attack, shifting targets midway. The 6 individuals ceaselessly sought methods to attack and defend. The scene was pure chaos. Figures shuttled through the dust, with roars of thunder and fire echoing. The once magnificent hull was no longer recognizable, the wreckage still being ravaged. Fang Hao hurled another thunderbolt spear, his expression turning somewhat grim. Of the 4 on his side, only Demetria could truly contend with the Dragon Clan. Nelson was a support-type hero, his abilities and traits resided in knowledge and crafting undead, not combat. While Angia and Fang Hao did possess some combat power. Compared to the Dragon Clan, they were significantly lacking. It seemed as though both sides were evenly matched, yet the Dragon Clan hadn't even transformed. 4 against 2, and still without a chance of victory against the Dragon Clan. Boom! A deafening roar cleared the dust and smoke. Both sides separated, once again facing off against each other. The silver-haired girl's expression turned even grimmer as she said coldly, "I didn't expect you to have some skills, but you won't be walking out of here today, Ashaborn, kill them." The middle-aged Dragon Clan man nodded, "As you wish, Ms. Beata." Having said that, his body began to inflate rapidly, bursting his brocade clothes and revealing scaled skin, as he transformed into a gigantic, fierce dragon form. The massive dragon occupied most of the hall. Fang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. He gestured to the others beside him, and planted the Thunder God's blade into the ground. Whoosh! Mist wrap burst forth, the fog filled with lightning serpents instantly clouding the entire hall. Cutting off everyone's line of sight. HMPH, scared now. The silver-haired girl glanced at the dragon next to her and said, "Disperse the fog and just kill them." The gigantic dragon nodded slightly, flapping its wings with force. A majestic gust of wind howled forth, instantly scattering the fog in the arena, revealing the mutilated hall. As the fog cleared, the silver-haired girl concentrated on her thunderbolt spear, and the dragon prepared its dragon breath. But in front of them, there was no one to be found, no trace of those 4. Both were startled. Could it be that they used a teleportation scroll so quickly? Ms. Beata, They've run away. The dragon spoke human words. Damn it. The silver-haired girl's complexion turned even colder. Halfway through the fight, just as she was about to unleash a powerful move, the others had left. It felt as though she had been toyed with. Tap tap tap. From afar, a large number of footsteps could be heard. Along with it came a roar as loud as thunder. Who dares cause trouble in the Alliance, seeking death? The guards of the Alliance had arrived. The dragon's form quickly shrank, returning to a human shape. The original brocade robes were torn, and now he was adorned with a golden armor. Ms. Beata, today is the auction, and the captain guarding the Trade Alliance should be of dark gold level. Let's retreat for now, the middle-aged man whispered. Beata's chest heaved dramatically as she coldly glanced at the spot where those people had vanished. In a cool voice, she said, "Let's head back first." Having said that, she took out a scroll. The middle-aged man immediately leapt aside and picked up the injured Aragon, moving closer to the girl again. The girl fully unfolded the scroll, and a golden array swiftly took shape. The figures of the three disappeared from the spot. A large number of personnel rushed into the hall, now resembling ruins. Well-equipped guards, as well as a countless number of Valkyrie constructs. The guards enclosed the scene, but no one was in sight anymore. At that moment, an exceptionally handsome elf slowly walked out from among the guards. Silver-white long hair, delicate facial features. At first glance, it was hard to tell if the individual was male or female. Forest Guardian, Tyrion, Dark Gold 3rd tier hero. A Dark Gold level hero. Behind this person followed individuals of various races, many of whom were heroes of Orange level. This magnificent assembly would have made it truly difficult for the parties involved in the recent skirmish to leave had they not already done so. Tyrion's icy gaze swept over the ruins, with a dark expression on his face. It had taken less than 10 minutes to arrive here after receiving the notification. The scene had already turned into what it was now. A guard ran over and reported, "My lord, people from both sides used teleportation to leave. HMPH. Daring to cause trouble in the Trade Alliance, they've got some nerve." Tyrion said, hands clasped behind his back, and continued, "Disperse the crowd. Get the auctions person in charge to bring information about the two fighting parties, and go to the main hall." "Yes, my lord." The guards quickly dispersed to clean up the mess. Waity, somewhat dumbfounded, looked at the ruins before him. He had only met 3 transmigrators here, and 2 of them had just torn apart the auction house. That transmigratora, who was he that he actually fought with the Dragon Clan? A transmigrator woman asked at that moment. Waity opened his mouth to say, "Foule," but the next second, he said, "I don't know him." The battlefield was quite evident. The highly touted Aragon had lain lifeless throughout the entire ordeal, presenting as critically injured upon emerging from the elevator. Whereas the Foule, who seemed to understand nothing and even needed some knowledge to be imparted by others, had fought with the Dragon Clan for several rounds. What exactly is going on? Under the guards' ushering, the dazed crowd was dispersed. Waity and the woman, along with their respective races, left the scene. A Trade Alliance, the main guarding hall. A group of people sat grim-faced around a long table. The auction hall being smashed up at the end of the spring auction was a very serious matter for the Trade Alliance. It hadn't happened in over 100 years. At the head of the table sat an old goblin with black-framed glasses. After listening to everyone's reports, he spoke, "Are you saying that it was the Dragon Clan causing trouble again this time?" Guard Commander Tyrion immediately replied, "Yes, it was Beata from the Dragon Clan, and the other was a transmigrator's power, from Residence 032. The leading goblin didn't say anything. But the rest had already started discussing among themselves. In the discussions, one could hear comments on how the Dragon Clan had gone too far and caused trouble again. Clearly, fighting at the Trade Alliance headquarters was not the first occurrence for the Dragon Clan. After some time, the leading goblin continued to ask, "Tyrion, as the commander in charge of the garrison this time, what are your thoughts?" Tyrion thought for a moment, then spoke softly, "Since the Dragon Clan is powerful, we should still opt for a conciliatory approach in resolving this. As for the transmigrator, I believe we can be firmer. At the very least, the cost for repairing the entire hull should be borne by someone. The leading goblin nodded. I'll leave it to you to handle this, Tyrion. Understood. Main city. The four emerged from the teleportation glow, all somewhat disheveled. When they had left, they were dressed in brocade and embroidered clothes, which were now stained with some blood and scars. Master, Angia, what happened to you? Era, with a maid in tow, asked anxiously. Fang Hao shook his head. It's nothing. Go and have. Dujin shut down the Trade Alliance teleportation array, and without my permission, no one is to teleport here. Yes, Master, a maid hurried out. Fang Hao continued. Demetria, put the whole city on defense mode. Kill any strangers who enter the perimeter on sight. Yes, my lord. Angia, go notify Aseti and Meatfist that there will be a meeting at the Lord's mansion in half an hour. And you? Angia asked. After this matter, the Trade Alliance will certainly investigate. Who is right and who is wrong is hard to clarify. I'm going to call back the heroes from outside to prevent the Trade Alliance from underestimating us, Fang Hao stated. Oh, shall I accompany you? Angia asked, somewhat uneasy. Fang Hao smiled. No worries, there's no danger. You go treat your wounds first, then do as I instructed. Okay. Everyone dispersed according to their assigned tasks. Fang Hao released the teleportation glow once more, disappearing from the spot. Within Blood Castle, Fang Hao had just appeared when footsteps echoed from a corridor on one side. With a tall figure dressed in black stockings, Rolana, and another in golden armor adorned with a lavish mask, Amanda, came walking in back and forth. You really treat this place like your own home, Coming and going as Yua. Rolana began to sneer, but on seeing Fang Hao's disheveled appearance, she forgot the rest of her sentence. Instead, she asked somewhat surprised, what happened to you? Amanda also turned her attention to Fang Hao. With the current strength of the territory, Fang Hao, as a lord, should not have been so disheveled. Especially since no news had come through about any war breaking out. Fang Hao dusted off the dust on his clothes and said, don't ask, wasn't it the Trade Alliance's auction today? I planned to see if I could buy some useful items for everyone, but I encountered people from the Dragon Clan. They attacked me without a word. After a brief fight, I used teleportation to return first. After hearing his brief explanation, the two understood the situation. I heard the people of the Dragon Clan are greedy and domineering. Were they eyeing something you bought? Amanda asked curiously. Fang Hao explained. It seems they have some method. They knew I had taken the demon dragon potion. The two fell silent. This kind of matter isn't so easy to judge. The Dragon Clan is protective. Protecting their clan members is, in a sense, a responsibility of the race. But sometimes the Dragon Clan's protection can be unreasonably overzealous. Greedy, some of the Dragon Clan have attempted looting and got injured in retaliation. In such cases, the Dragon Clan still shelters and favors their own kind, even irrationally seeking revenge. Fang Hao's situation was tricky to assess. Firstly, he had indeed killed people from the Dragon Clan, or rather, a prestigious Dragon Clan hero, and had turned their bodies into living dead and undead. Secondly, it happened in the Trade Alliance's territory, which complicates matters with the Alliance. In short, the situation was relatively complex. Then, my lord, what do you suggest? Amanda continued to inquire. Fang Hao said, the Dragon Clan's retaliation won't come immediately, but the Trade Alliance will likely pursue this matter soon. I've come to fetch both of you so we can hear out the Trade Alliance's stance and make sure they don't take us lightly. The territory's two dark gold heroes. All in Blood Castle, so these two women, being the territory's strongest face, others might not go, but they must. Why do we have to go over this mess you started? Rolana raised her leg, giving Fang Hao a disdainful glance. Fang Hao was prepared for Rolana's attitude. He said softly, lately, I acquired a few goblin aerial ships, quite excellent as vehicles and quite lovely once decorated, thinking of allocating a few to heroes who have contributed to the territory. The selections haven't been decided yet. Rolana's eyes slightly lit up, bringing her long leg down, cough. Let's go. The sooner we leave, the sooner we return. Amanda didn't say much, simply stood up. Fang Hao released the teleportation glow and departed with the two women. Afterward, he went to other territories, fetching a few more orange tier heroes. 7 p.m. Inside the Lord's Hall, Fang Hao sat at the head of the table. Below him was a gathering of heroes he had fetched this time. To his left sat Dark Gold Tier 5 Rolana, Orange Tier 8 Demetria, Orange Tier 7 Aseti, and Blue Tier 9 Angia. To his right was Dark Gold Tier 6 Amanda, Orange Tier 7 Nelson, Orange Tier 3 Meatfist, along with two later made Orange Tier Dwarf heroes. The living and undead, each sat on opposite sides. As for Purple Tier Belarga, Dark Elf Morse, Dragon Clan's Living Dead Spencer, and some other heroes, Fang Hao did not call them over. Morse and Spencer, appearing in front of outsiders would be like inviting trouble. And heroes like Bronze Bull and Belarga, being stationed in their respective areas, were also not convenient to come over. But this was enough. The lineup before him was already in no way inferior to any top power. Proving their strength, without directly engaging in battle, was sufficient. Today's incident at the Trade Alliance unfolded as such. By tomorrow the people from the Alliance will likely come calling us to account. When the time comes, everyone just needs to step forward, Fang Hao said with a smile. The gathered heroes nodded slightly, indicating their understanding. As soon as the words were spoken, the skeleton merchant, Dujin, walked in, bowed, and said, "My lord, the Trade Alliance has sent a teleportation request. Should we allow them to come over?" Mr. Fang Hao was taken aback. That was fast. They were coming over directly in the middle of the night. They really took this matter seriously. "Bring them over then." "Yes, my lord." Dujin quickly left and, upon reaching the Trade Alliance building, approved the teleportation request. The very next second, three figures emerged from the Trade Alliance's teleportation screen. One tall and two short. The tall one was Forest Guardian, Tyrion, a dark gold third-tier hero, and the other two were goblins. One was a staff member accompanying the 01 number station, who would report today's observations truthfully to the station. The other was the person in charge of the 032 number station, Kuketer. He was there to guide and accompany them. The three figures had just appeared. Kuketer, closely following the long strides of the elf clan member, explained, "Mr. Fang Hao is an important client of the Trade Alliance. Last year, his total revenue within just a few months has already ranked first in the entire region. There must be some misunderstanding here. Lord Tyrion must investigate thoroughly." Now, Mr. Fang Hao was the god of wealth for the entire 032 number station. The trade volume in a few months was enough for the rest of the races for an entire year. Kuketer naturally did not want the relationship between Mr. Fang Hao and the Trade Alliance headquarters to deteriorate. What could it matter if they destroyed the auction house? They could just rebuild. Losing this god of wealth would mean that the 032 number station would rank at the bottom again. Their personal incomes would also be affected. Utilizing force in the Trade Alliance headquarters, abusing magic, and tearing down the entire auction, what misunderstanding could there be? It's simply a disregard for the rules of the Trade Alliance. The elegant elf was very angry. Today's incident had a great impact on him as well. He might lose this leisurely and well-paying job. So, the person who caused the trouble must pay the price. He couldn't pursue the Dragon Clan, but couldn't he deal with this little transmigrator? You can't talk like that. What if the Dragon Clan started it and Mr. Fang Hao was acting in self-defense? Kuketer, running alongside them, continued to speak. The Trade Alliance headquarters will find out the truth. Right now, our job is to bring this person back for interrogation, said Tyrion. Kuketer had nothing to say in response. He was just a guide. The decision-making power was still in the hands of Tyrion. He could only run along behind them. And Dujin, leading the way, was also just silently guiding. Without uttering a word, the group moved forward. Soon, they passed through numerous buildings and arrived at the entrance of the Lord's Manor. Seeing that the lights inside the Lord's Manor were bright, Tyrion pushed aside the undead blocking the way and walked straight into the manor. He said coldly, "What a grand display. I as your commander, have come here, and yet you, a transmigrator, dare to wait for me to come see you. However, upon stepping into the building, seeing the heroes seated all around, Tyrion's face changed instantly. His earlier arrogance, rage, and questioning emotions suddenly turned into perplexity, doubt, and disbelief. What is this situation? So many heroes. In the hall. Mr. Fang Hao sat at the head, his brows furrowed as he looked down at the heroes below. Forest Guardian. Tyrion, Dark Gold 3rd Tier Hero. Dark Gold 3rd Tier, just as he had guessed. The hero stationed by the Trade Alliance headquarters had reached the level of Dark Gold. But, the Trade Alliance had also underestimated him, thinking that sending just one Dark Gold over would be enough to capture him. The conversation they had outside was not quiet either. Mr. Fang Hao had heard the content as well. Having Rolana and the others come over was a necessity. Seeing the elf and 2 goblins standing dumbfounded in the hall, Mr. Fang Hao revealed a smile. He said softly, "What's the matter? You came without an invitation, and you still expect me to personally welcome you." Tyrion's expression became serious, and he quickly recovered, scoffing, "You caused a commotion in the Trade Alliance, and I am the commander on duty that day. How is it? Don't you feel any sense of responsibility?" "What responsibility?" "Not following the Trade Alliance's rules, damaging the Trade Alliance's property, causing harm and impact, you tell me what responsibility?" Tyrion said loudly, not yielding an inch. Tyrion had initially planned to use force to subdue Mr. Fang Hao upon entering and then take him back to the Trade Alliance. To coerce him into taking responsibility for the main losses, then negotiate with the Dragon Clan, and the matter would be over. But now, it was different. The atmosphere of the heroes in the hall was very strong, with several of them exuding an aura not weaker than his. Forcefully taking him away was obviously not possible. If they started a fight, he himself might end up staying here permanently. Fortunately, reason was still on his side. The rules of the Trade Alliance were clear, and the transmigrator in front of him had caused loss and negative impact, which was undeniable. Hearing the elf's questioning, Mr. Fang Hao simply laughed. "It seems you came to me first without visiting the Dragon Clan. What difference does it make? If you had gone to the Dragon Clan, you would know they were the first to strike," said Mr. Fang Hao. "Even without surveillance. As long as the Dragon Clan stated they found Mr. Fang Hao consuming dragon blood as the reason, it would confirm who initiated the conflict. Drinking dragon blood. It's a personal grudge between the Dragon Clan and Mr. Fang Hao, but the Trade Alliance would not intervene. They only require that fighting is not permitted. Otherwise, there would be many opposing races present, and the reasons do not matter. Those who strike first bear a more severe responsibility in the allocation of blame." Tyrion's expression remained unchanged as he continued, "As for the Dragon Clan, naturally representatives from the Trade Alliance will be sent. When the time comes, it won't just be up to you to decide the responsibility." "Ha, sure, you guys go discuss it. When you decide on how to deal with it, just let me know," Fang Hao said. Tyrion's eyes narrowed slightly. "Need to inform you. Come with us. When we get to the Trade Alliance, you can explain your issues there. The Trade Alliance is a neutral power. I accept mediation, but I do not accept your interrogation. You, a transmigrator, should not be so arrogant." Tyrion burst out, pointing at Fang Hao and scolding loudly. Fang Hao sneered, "What? You want to die here? Let's see if the elves have the ability to avenge you, or if the Trade Alliance will avenge you." In the next instant, the 2 rows of heroes around them stood up instantly. Tyrion's face changed, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back, his body tensed. His anger turned into fear. In the instant when everyone stood up, he really thought they were about to start a fight. Tyrion's face looked terrible. This transmigrator was completely different from the ones he had encountered before, surrounded by so many heroes. And his aura was not the slightest bit inferior. He believed that if the situation continued to deteriorate, this transmigrator would indeed dare to have him killed. Both parties were no longer speaking. The atmosphere had become tense. At this moment, Goblin, Kuketer, the person in charge of station number 032, tried to mediate. "Let's all calm down a bit. It's nothing more than damage done to some buildings and equipment, not a big deal. These kinds of incidents have happened in previous years as well and have been resolved amicably. He was a responsible person of the trade alliance, but his thoughts were aligned with Fang Hao's side. At any cost, they could not let Fang Hao and the trade alliance fall out. The problem could be major or minor, and what made this different from the past was that it happened at the auction. They even demolished the important building of the auction hall. But it didn't matter. It was just a matter of compensation. Taking away the leader of a power was indeed a bit of bullying. Hearing Kuketter's words, Fang Hao also suppressed the anger in his heart. He still needed to cooperate with the trade alliance, especially for the materials needed for the wishing well, and several blueprints he required. He couldn't really abandon the trade alliance. Mr. Kuketter, due to the unexpected incident this time, we have indeed caused some trouble for the trade alliance. We accept the trade alliance's inquiry, as well as subsequent cooperation, but it must be fair, and not biased due to issues of strength. Fang Hao thought for a bit and then spoke softly. Kuketter nodded and said, Mr. Fang Hao is an important partner and ally of the trade alliance. The trade alliance will ensure the interests and safety of its allies. I will communicate this matter to the headquarters and will follow up on the subsequent handling. Good, Mr. Kuketter is indeed mature and fair in his handling of matters. Kuketter nodded again, bypassed Tarian, and began to inquire with Fang Hao about what had happened. Fang Hao recounted the events from start to finish. From the encounter in the elevator, to the sudden move by the silver-haired girl, and finally not having the upper hand and taking his people to retreat first. He detailed everything meticulously. Kuketter took notes of everything, and then said, All right, Mr. Fang Hao, I will explain this incident to the headquarters. If there is any news later, I will arrange for someone to inform you. That would be good. Then I won't disturb you any further. After speaking, Kuketter turned around and left directly. Tarian, who had been left standing there the whole time, watched the departing goblin. He also quickly followed with another person. They returned to the trade alliance via the teleportation array. Inside the hall, Rolana was swinging her well-shaped legs. Why not just kill him? A dark gold hero could have been turned into a skeleton to increase the strength of your territory. Now is not the time to break with the trade alliance, otherwise I wouldn't have let them use the teleportation array, Fang Hao explained. Aren't you afraid he'll go back and fabricate stories to make enemies for you? He won't. With Kuketter there, he will vouch for our words, Fang Hao continued. All right, it's over. Everyone, go back and rest. Hey, what about the aerial ship you mentioned? Rolana asked immediately. She hadn't forgotten about the aerial ship. Cough. Fang Hao said, it's outside the city. I'll take you to see it. He took a few people to the place outside the city where the aerial ship was parked. All over the ground were parts of aerial ships. And 101 huge aerial ships floating in the air. Rolana looked up, her eyes wide with amazement. Goblin aerial ships were somewhat famous, but she had never seen one before. Pick one. It will be yours from now on. The beauty of the lonely night. Lorana and Tobias's loyalty towards you has increased, current loyalty is 80. The following day, everything had returned to normal. After breakfast, Fang Hao, along with Demetria and Aseti, headed to the No. 01 Trade Alliance base once more. However, to avoid unnecessary trouble, the three of them had put on some disguises before setting out. Fang Hao wore a wig and padded his body to appear bulkier, while Demetria donned a gray cloak over his golden armor. He looked like a pilgrim, a devotee of an ancient saint. Aseti also wore a long cloak to cover the armor beneath. The trio stepped out of the teleportation screen. There weren't many people at the base today, and the few scattered pedestrians on the street made it seem somewhat deserted. Fang Hao took out the Shell business card, glanced at the address, and led the other two towards the commercial district in the west part of the city. Their journey was brisk and uneventful, without giving much attention to the people around them. This place was home to many races with different beliefs, so sight of people in exotic clothing was common. Thus, the trio's attire did not attract any additional notice from passers-by. Soon, Following the address, they arrived in front of the shop. A modestly sized storefront with a wooden sign hanging above the door. On the sign, a small hippopotamus was painted with colored lacquer. Above the hippopotamus read the words, Coral Cottage, 4 characters in all. This was the place. They pushed the door and entered. The shop wasn't particularly spacious, and standing behind the counter, adorned with sparkling shells, was a female clerk. Welcome. The woman had long blue hair and eyes like sapphires. Seeing customers walk in, she greeted them proactively. Her voice sounded pleasant, but the tone was a bit unusual. Coral Priestess, Tier 5. She must be a member of a military unit belonging to the Sea Tribe. At Tier 5, she looked virtually no different from a human in appearance. Her skin was paler, with a subtly iridescent sheen. It was anyone's guess whether she had legs or a fish tail hidden behind the counter. We're just looking around, Fang Hao said casually, not paying much attention to the clerk's appearance. The female clerk nodded. Take your time. Inside, the shop displayed cabinets that bore distinctive racial features. Just like in other shops, there were various weapons and equipment on display, but all of them were of blue quality, which held no allure for Fang Hao. Besides weapons and equipment, the items for sale included materials and products from the Sea Tribe. Deep Sea Shell, selling price, 80 Warfire coins. Deep Sea Pearl, selling price, 120 Warfire coins. Magic Scroll, Torrential Arrows, selling price, 350 Warfire coins. Magic Scroll, Water Dragon Spike, selling price, 520 Warfire coins. Totem, Giant Tooth Shark, selling price, 880 Warfire coins. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. The Coral Cottage's selection was quite comprehensive. Fang Hao specifically looked at the totem. The totem was a large wooden carving of a shark's head with a fierce appearance and giant teeth, along with a section of the body. It stood in the corner of the shop. Totem, Giant Tooth Shark. Category, Ship Totem. Abilities, Sailing Speed plus 10%, Oceanic Creature Deterrence plus 15%. Description, a ship equipped with the giant tooth shark will deter those sea monsters yearning to challenge it. The totem was originally meant to be mounted on ships. He had thought it was the kind used by tribes for worship in a totemic religion. The attributes of this kind of totem were quite good, however, not only increasing sailing speed but also serving as a deterrent. It could be seen as a piece of equipment for ships. Once equipped, it would enhance the ship's attributes and ensure the safety of the crew. Apart from the totem, they also sold a lot of magic scrolls. But the types were relatively limited, all related to water magic. After browsing the first floor without finding anything they needed, Fang Hao led the others straight to the second floor. The first thing they saw on the second floor were purple-quality weapons and equipment, which they quickly bypassed. Such equipment was of no use to him. Next were various higher-quality materials. Huge fish bone, selling price, 900 Warfire coins, Sea Tribe Influence, 800. Deep Sea Sand Gold, selling price, 1200 Warfire coins, Sea Tribe Influence, 1000. Sacred Fish Bone, selling price, 1500 Warfire coins, Sea Tribe Influence, 1300. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Totem, Sea Wraith, selling price, 2200 Warfire coins, Sea Tribe Influence, 2000. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Along one wall were several tall totems. Totem, Sea Wraith. Category, Ship Totem. Abilities, Nighttime Sailing Speed plus 20%, Sea Monster Deterrence plus 30%, Crew Deterrence plus 25%. Description, at night, you'll hear the cries of the sleepless, lamenting their loneliness and pain, waiting for you to become one of them. This was a wooden carving of a weeping figure with disheveled hair, covering its face with its hands. Only after reading the description did he realize it represented a sea wraith, though one might mistake it for a crying banshee. People dare to put anything on their ships to aid in sailing. Not only does it deter sea monsters by 30%, but it also affects one's own crew by 25%. It was like decimating one's own forces along with the enemy's. Sailing often means living aboard a ship for months, as such a totem would be tortuous for the crew. The only body of water near his own territory was the lake under Fule's control. It seemed large but had no connection to the sea. The fishing boats they used now were sufficient, so there was no need for sea ships or totems. That additional 20% speed boost wouldn't be of any use. Disregarding the totems, Fang Hao continued to look further back. Finally, his eyes brightened as he found what he needed. Coral crystal. Selling price. 75,000 Warfire coins. Sea tribe influence. 10,000. Breeze white coral. Priced at 80,000 Warfire coins. Sea tribe influence required. 10,000. As expected, they have it. Fang Hao rejoiced in his heart. His own wish pool finally had a promising lead. However, the Sea tribe influence required a. Now that he thought about it, the trade alliance auction was rather useful. At least the items purchased there only competed in price, without any requirements for influence. Let's go. Let's head down first. Fang Hao turned and went downstairs. The Coral Cottage clearly wasn't doing very good business. Other shops were staffed with 3 or 4 attendants, while this one only had 1 person. He walked slowly down the stairs. Fang Hao and his companions' footsteps paused once more. Downstairs, new customers had arrived, and they were 3 lizard men. Crown Feather of the Ancient Saint. Anastasia, Dark Gold 9th Tier Hero. Hero God Temple Guard, 9th Tier Troops. The leading female lizard man, tall and slim with a long and slender neck, boar skin covered in red scales, dressed in a brightly colored dress akin to phoenix feathers. On her head sat a high crest of long feathers, blue as gemstones and standing tall. Around her neck, fingers, and the tip of her tail, she donned beautiful gemstones and gold jewelry. Body curves, attire. Even if their aesthetic senses were not the same, she still exuded a sense of feminine beauty and elegance to Fang Hao. Meanwhile, Fang Hao was secretly astonished by the other party's rank, Dark Gold 9th Tier. It seemed like she was on the verge of ascending to godhood. From what he had learned from Nelson, above Dark Gold 9th Tier was the demigod level, also known as the hero god mentioned in the books. Fang Hao had killed a demigod last time, but the lizard man before him was the closest to a demigod tier hero he had encountered. Following the glamorous female lizard man were 2 9th tier troops. They were nearly 3 meters tall, as robust as triceratops stuffed into armor, carrying huge serrated great swords, looking incredibly ferocious. Hearing the footsteps from the stairs, the female lizard man looked up, catching sight of Fang Hao and Demetria's party descending. Fang Hao smiled and nodded in greeting, and she reciprocated with a friendly nod of her own. After exchanging greetings, he directly approached the counter and said to the Coral Witch, "Attendant, I would like to buy the materials from the 2nd floor." The Coral Witch smiled and responded, "Certainly, sir, what do you need? If it's a large quantity, we can arrange for direct delivery to your territory." Fang Hao cleared his throat and asked tentatively, "If I say that I want to buy the items from the 2nd floor, and the quantity is not small, enough to earn you a decent amount of money, but the only thing is that I lack sufficient influence, is it possible to make the purchase?" The Coral Witch was briefly taken aback by this roundabout question, but then replied, "Sir, what would you like to purchase?" "The coral crystals on the 2nd floor, the breeze white coral," Fang Hao answered. The witch nodded. Both items were indeed expensive commodities in the shop. Originally they were meant for the 3rd floor, but since the 3rd floor wasn't open yet, they were temporarily placed on the 2nd floor. "Sir, may I see your invitation card?" Fang Hao handed over his Trade Alliance invitation card, and somehow they quickly checked it and handed it back to him. "I'm sorry, sir, but with only 1505 influence points, you are unable to purchase the coral crystals and breeze white coral," said the witch as she returned the card. Fang Hao pocketed his invitation card and continued, "I understand. What I mean is there another way to complete this transaction? You understand what I am getting at, right? I'm sorry, sir, you can choose some other items, or fulfill orders for the Sea Tribe, to accumulate influence," the attendant said, maintaining a professional smile. Thissa. Fang Hao was somewhat at a loss for words. Fulfilling orders for the Sea Tribe indeed could rack up influence. But to increase from 1500 to 10,000 would be an incredibly long process. He didn't have the time to grind for Sea Tribe influence. Moreover, there wasn't much in the Sea Tribe's offerings that could be utilized by his territory. Suddenly, Fang Hao found himself in a difficult position. At that moment, a voice came from behind. Do you really need these materials? Fang Hao and his companions turned around to see the radiant female lizardman standing behind them. With her arms folded gracefully in front of her, she exhibited a unique nobility. Yes, Fang Hao nodded. The lizardman woman glanced at Demetria with the corner of her eye before returning her gaze to Fang Hao and gently asked, "How may I address you?" Fang Hao replied, "Fang Hao, and you, madam." He had a hint of her name from the information provided, but it was clearly impolite to address her directly by it. First, it was necessary to ask her. After she responded, he would address her by name. Moreover, a dark gold rank 9 hero, who showed friendliness, wasn't a bad thing. Anastasia. The lizard woman said. Fang Hao nodded, using the half-baked etiquette learned from Rebecca. "Miss Anastasia, it is an honor to meet you." The lizard woman nodded slightly in return. "If you are troubled by your influence, perhaps now you need to make a friend." Fang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly, instantly understanding the meaning behind her words. Helping him. Unsolicited kindness that came knocking at his door made him suspicious. Yet he maintained a smile on his face. Then, what should I offer in return for a friend's kindness? The lizard woman replied directly, "My shop is not far from here. Would you like to sit for a while?" Fang Hao was stunned. He felt like he was being propositioned by a cougar. And to come sit at her place no less. But lizardmen and humans should have different aesthetics. She must regard him as Fang Hao regarded her. Even if not repulsed, surely not interested enough to want a deeper interaction. Suddenly, Fang Hao noticed that the lizard woman glances at Demetria now and then. This gave him a new guess. "Of course, I apologize for the disturbance, my lady," Fang Hao replied with a smile. The lizard woman also smiled and led the way out. Fang Hao and his companions followed her out of the store. The lizard woman's shop was not far, a 4 or 5 minute walk away. They pushed the door open and entered. Inside, the lizard attendants greeted her respectfully, "Your Majesty the Queen." The 3 people at the doorway simultaneously froze in their tracks. What the hell? A queen? Fang Hao saw Demetria showing a touch of surprise as well. They followed upstairs to the 3rd floor, entering a private room. The room wasn't large, but it was richly decorated. A peacock blue main color toned with embellishments of red and gold. Even if not as luxurious as the auction hall, it was still beautifully exquisite. "Please, take a seat," the lizard queen gestured elegantly with her hand. The guests were seated. Lizard attendants prepared refreshments, setting them before the 3 visitors. The lizard queen indicated for them to be at ease and began. "Yesterday's battle was splendid, not many dare to take on the dragon clan." The 3 were startled, not expecting to be recognized so easily. Were they really that obvious? Or was their disguise too clumsy, doing nothing to help them blend in? After the initial surprise settled, calmness quickly returned. Fang Hao spoke. "Oh. Were you there in person, Your Majesty?" It was apparent that there was no malice from the other side. With little association between the lizardmen and the dragon clan, he was not worried that she would act on the dragon's behalf. "Saw some of it," the lizard woman said, lifting her teacup and taking a delicate sip. "May I inquire why?" "Some tedious misunderstandings," Fang Hao replied noncommittally. The lizard queen did not press further and continued, "We have year-long trade with the Sea Tribe, and influence enough to purchase what you need." Since she had gotten straight to the point, Fang Hao was more willing to get down to the main topic. He asked softly, "So, Your Majesty, what would you require of us in return?" The lizard queen, resting her wrist on her chin, went on, "The Holy Empire needs allies." Well, claiming to be the Holy Empire, no less. That stature sounded pretty high indeed. "We have already felt Your Majesty's friendship, what else is there?" Fang Hao asked. The lizard queen glanced at Demetria once more. She spoke softly, "I hope this brave warrior can return to the Holy Empire and continue to serve it." Fang Hao frowned. This cougar wasn't playing by the rules. You just helped me buy something one time, and you want Demetria as a lifelong freebie. Tisk. Demetria. What do you mean? My lord, I have sworn to be loyal to you, and this will not change, Demetria said solemnly. Fang Hao was not worried about this. From the very beginning, Demetria's loyalty was very high. And it had already reached 100 points, rendering any form of trickery or bribery ineffective. Unless the Lizard Queen really summoned an ancient saint revered by the lizard people, perhaps that might cause some fluctuations in Demetria's heart. Aside from that, it was simply not possible for Demetria to betray him or the domain. Fang Hao nodded in satisfaction. Queen, Demetria is a hero of the domain, and is also my family. I would not use a family member as a bargaining chip in trade, and I believe Demetria thinks the same way. This outcome seemed to surprise the Lizard Queen. The lizard people's reverence for the ancient saints was something ingrained in their blood. She did not expect that when she made such a proposition, the lizard people themselves would refuse so decisively, without a moment's hesitation, nor did it seem to be a false pretext. She was somewhat perplexed. Similarly, the fact that humans valued the lizard people so much, calling them family, was surprising. Beyond her surprise, it also caused her impression of Fang Hao to change once again. I won't insist on this matter. The gates of the Holy Dynasty are always open to welcome back the followers of the ancient saints. Not waiting for the other party to speak, the Lizard Queen continued, so, what can you offer us? Back to the main topic, it was still her turn to state her price. Certainly, I wouldn't let friends help for nothing, Fang Hao thought for a moment and said, in compensation, I will pay the Sacred Dynasty for 10,000 weapons of blue quality, be it long spears or war blades, you are free to choose. 10,000 was, in fact, not a small number. Judging by Trade Alliance outpost prices for blue weapons, even the cheapest at 200 warfire coins each would cost 2 million in compensation. As that's so, mused the Lizard Queen. After pondering for a moment, she said, not bad, we do indeed need to replace some old equipment. What types of weapons can you provide? That depends on what you are proficient in using. Let's see them all. Fang Hao did not hesitate, exchanging several types of weapons that were in stock in Zhongbin's warehouse. Blue muskets, crossbows, and round shields were not among them. Only weapons. Orc war blade, blue, disciplinary nail hammer, blue, bandit demon head knife, blue, military war spear, blue, dwarf war blade, blue. Clang clang, a cacophony of sounds as weapons appeared one after another. The clash of arms drew the attention of the guards outside the door, who rushed in to confirm it was safe. Then, under the Queen's icy stare, they immediately closed the door once more. The Lizard Queen picked up each weapon to inspect it. She promptly placed them all back down and asked softly, do you primarily deal in weapons at the Trade Alliance? Yes, weapons and equipment, along with some tools, Fang Hao answered. How are the prices? It appeared the Lizard Queen was quite satisfied with these weapons and started inquiring about the prices. Fang Hao responded, for friends making a purchase, the more you buy, the cheaper it gets. Ha ha, good, then I'll take 10,000 of these. I'll arrange for someone to visit your place later to check, and if the price is right, we could certainly cooperate more in the future, continued the Lizard Queen. The weapon she had picked up was the Orc King's war blade, which looked like the large cleavers used in ancient times for beheadings. At the junction of the handle and the blade, there was a ferocious beast's head. Its size and weight were very suitable for lizard people, and it had an impressive look. One who didn't know the properties of this weapon might mistake it for one of purple quality. As for the further cooperation mentioned, Fang Hao was even more welcoming of it, as long as he could secure a deal with the lizard people. He could earn back what he gave today, profit included. No problem, shall I hand over the 10,000 weapons to you now? Fang Hao asked. The sudden appearance of so many weapons here might make the Trade Alliance think we're going to rob them, the Queen continued. Later, I'll have a transmigrator contact you, and you two can just conduct the trade directly. It seemed she knew quite a bit about transmigrators. That's fine, then for the things I want. The Queen stood up. Let's go, we'll buy what you need right now, but you're paying for it yourself. Of course. The group exited the lizard people's shop and headed together towards Coral Cottage. They re-entered Coral Cottage. The shop assistant showed no surprise at their return. The lizard queen gestured subtly, and a lizard person accompanying her presented an invitation card. Speak. What do you need? The shop assistant showed little reaction, taking the invitation card and looking toward Fang Hao. This kind of approach was not uncommon in the trade alliance. Immediately, Fang Hao said, I need 50 clusters of coral crystals from upstairs, 50 clusters of breeze white coral, and also 50 units of tears of the ocean. The shop assistant took meticulous notes at the side. Then he said, the coral crystals will be 3.75 million in total for 50 clusters, the breeze white coral will be 4 million for 50 clusters, and the tears of the ocean will be 250,000 for 50 units, totaling 8 million warfire coins. Hearing that tears of the ocean was in stock, Fang Hao felt a surge of joy. He took out 2 leather cases, counted out 8 million warfire coins from within, and didn't hand over the money directly but asked, can I take them with me now? The shop assistant explained, sir, it will take approximately 2 hours to prepare and deliver the items. Each type was 50 units, not a large quantity. The only thing was that the tears of the ocean needed to be transferred from the territory of the sea tribe, but there was a teleportation array, so the speed was quite fast. All right, I'll pay first, and we will come back to pick it up later. Fang Hao pushed the warfire card over. The clerk nodded, yes, sir. After leaving the shop, Fang Hao was in a good mood. The lizardman queen asked, would you like to sit in my shop? Fang Hao shook his head, no thanks, I still have to take a look at the undead shop. Would your majesty care to join me? The lizardman queen also shook her head, it's not appropriate for me to go to the undead's shop. Wait for your return at my shop. You will also need an invitation card to pick up the goods. Thank you, your majesty. The group split up and left in different directions. The morning passed, and the 3 of them relaxed a bit. Although still disguised, they were not as tense as at the beginning. It seemed that no species was idle enough to pay attention to their movements. Only when passing by the previous auction house could one see the terrible ruins that had been sealed off. Reconstruction, it seemed, would indeed take some effort. Arriving at the undead shop, they did not encounter the undead hero from last time. They searched the shop for a technician's blueprint or white bone but still found nothing. They browsed through nearby shops as well. Feeling it was about time, they finally went to the lizardman's shop, got the invitation card, and headed to Coral Cottage. Inside the shop, sir, all the goods are here, the female clerk said with even more respect. Packaged gift boxes filled the open space. Fang Hao inspected them and then collected all of the items. The clerk continued, sir, if you need anything else, feel free to come back to our shop. Fang Hao paused his departure, turned back, and asked, seafood, the kind that can be served in a restaurant, do you sell it in bulk? The clerk nodded, you can order that as well, sir. Does it require influence? Food does not require influence, sir. Good, how do I contact you? Perhaps we could cooperate more in the future. The clerk's smile brightened, seemingly more pleased about making the transaction than Fang Hao was. She immediately said, sir, this is our shop's information. Just give it to the merchant in the shop when the time comes. With that, she handed over a seashell. It was the same kind of seashell as the one received from the Trade Alliance the last time. Fang Hao took it. Okay, I've got it. Goodbye, sir. After leaving the shop, he returned the invitation card to the lizardman queen. The 3 didn't delay any further and went straight to the teleportation curtain to return to their territory. Elsewhere. On the eastern border of the Federation of 100 Cities. Santé Fort. Dense, disorderly footsteps, the sound of armor colliding, and the noise of cannon gears grinding echoed in every corner of the camp. In the center of the military formation, inside a newly constructed stone building, the room was already full. At the lead was Nidam, the leader of the Hall of Justice. And below him, dozens of people had already gathered. Apart from the 3 powers of the Hall of Justice, the Church, and the Mage Association, there were also leaders of reinforcements sent from different cities. From the intelligence and the situation at hand, it's clear that negotiations won't solve this issue. Only war can shatter Otis's illusions, Nidam said with a solemn voice. The Undead's movements were becoming more and more pronounced, and the Federation had given up on resolving the issue through negotiations. Only a war could make those skeletal creatures realize their mistake. Both sides were in a highly tense state. Any slight move from either side could trigger the outbreak of a large-scale war. Odys has been preparing for many years. They must have some confidence since they have taken action, a mage spoke up, continuing, we need reinforcements. In the past, when facing the undead, humans could always find allies. After all, a powerful undead force was not good news for any species. But this year was a bit special. The dwarves just finished resisting the undead and suffered heavy casualties. It was said that 2 orange generals had perished at the hands of the undead. Furthermore, they had to bring back Belerga, who had previously been driven out, to resume his role as king. So, 8 Peaks Mountain had no forces to spare for the humans, they could only supply and sell a large number of cannons to enhance the humans' combat power. Later, Silver Wing City contacted the Orc tribe, hoping to attack the Great Cemetery of Odys from both sides with the Orcs. But the news they received was still surprising. Tazgo City had changed hands. The new master was the Tauren tribe from a small city previously, with the leader named Bronze Bull. Moreover, they had just finished a civil war and said their greatest capacity was to station troops at the border to give the impression of an impending attack on the Great Cemetery. They lacked the strength to provide manpower support. Humanity was baffled. How could there be trouble everywhere, leaving no allies? So, for now, it looked like humanity had to rely on itself. Nidam was aware of all this, but he couldn't voice it outright. He could only vaguely say, as for reinforcements, Silver Wing City is working hard. Let's discuss the current issues instead. He looked around the room and continued to ask, Church, Mage Association, how's the personnel situation? An old man in church attire gently said, we have 6 bishops, 5,000 Templar knights, 26,000 Templar warriors and pilgrims combined, and 45,000 clergy already integrated into the military. Clergy members generally refer to professions such as priests and acolytes. In the army, they are primarily responsible for attribute enhancement, dispelling negative attributes, and treating the wounded, among other supporting roles. Even though the church has special damage abilities against the undead, the numbers still speak for themselves. The entire Federation has only mobilized about 80,000 church members, and most of them are in support roles. But the inclusion of 6 bishops was enough to provide a significant boost to the human side's combat power. Nidam nodded, his gaze then fell on the Mage Association. Water Mage Maple replied directly, in total, there are 23,000 mages who have been placed at the rear of the troops, ready to be mobilized at any moment. The nobility's monopoly on knowledge makes the number of mages even fewer. Nidam nodded again, indicating his understanding. Next, he inquired about the military strength of the other cities and their various needs. Nidam continued to look towards the church areas, Shuhaid, and asked softly, Saint Shuhaid, do you have any new information? As the situation between both sides worsened, Shuhaid's status surged. Everyone was praising the church for nurturing a saint who could control the big picture. Shuhaid shook his head, no news, the contact with that side has been cut off. Well, let's see. Nidam was halfway through speaking when he suddenly shut his mouth. He looked down at the teacup on the table. Meanwhile, concentric ripples rhythmically spread from the center of the teacup. As they approached, the alarm bells rang out loudly and the room outside instantly became chaotic with shouts. Bang! The door was flung open. A guardian from the Hall of Justice rushed in, his face ashen. He said loudly, the undead army is advancing closer. Everyone stood up. Nidam's expression was extremely grave as he shouted, everyone return to your camps immediately and prepare for battle. Yes. Everyone responded in unison and hurried to their respective military areas. Half an hour later, the ground shook even more violently. The dense undead army had crossed the border and started their assault on the human encampments. Woo woo woo. The horns sounded. Sturdy shields were raised, overlapping to form a gray wall of metal. Boom, boom, boom. The cannons began roaring, projectiles arcing through the air, crashing into the undead's ranks. Dirt and stone mixed with shattered bones flew in every direction. Following the cannon fire came a dense volley of arrows, falling like raindrops, tinkling as they hit among the undead. But the arrows were of limited effect against a foe like the undead. They hardly made any impact as the undead continued their charge. At the rear of the army, Li Rong gripped her magic wand, her palms slick with sweat. She reassured herself that being at the rear was safe while cursing Fang Hao for sending her into such danger. A business talent and a woman on her own, what was wrong with him to station her here? The hand clutching her magic wand turned white, drained of all color. "Don't worry, I'll take you away the moment there's any danger," said Dark Elf Morse at Li Rong's side. As Li Rong's protective hero, he was not subject to assignments from the army. Besides, all other mages had been assigned personal guards as well. Okay, Li Rong's voice trembled. At that moment, a commanding voice called out nearby. "Prepare the magic elemental projectiles. Fire!" Whoosh! In an instant, fireballs, water orbs, a barrage of magic elementals arched towards the distance. Compared to other, more powerful magics, these low-level, long-range magic elementals were better suited for large-scale, distant mass deployment. The effect was almost akin to cannon fire in terms of coverage. Furthermore, since these magic elementals were basic, even apprentices could demonstrate combat power. Various colored magic elementals arced across the sky, forming domes above the battlefield. They exploded upon landing among the charging undead, flinging up traces of the elements. Watch out for enemy magic elementals. On the other side, magic elemental projectiles from the undead tore through the sky and reached the human troops. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, bodies were torn apart. Dark energy began to spread everywhere. Clergy members started praying, dispelling the spreading negative energy. Despite this, the frenzied undead smashed directly into the shield wall. Like waves breaking over the ramparts, they surged over and through the iron barrier, attacking the humans. The undead had breached the defenses and were locked in close quarters combat with the humans. The mages began casting spells and continuously gulped down potions. Li Rong, with a pale complexion, looked around, her vision filled with soldiers locked in brutal combat. Shrieks and a great fire covered the entire battlefield. Was the human federation so weak? Why had the seemingly foolproof formation, prepared over so long a time, been breached in such a barbaric manner? It was almost unbelievable. After trying twice, she summoned a double-headed fire python beside her, then followed by casting magic missiles into the distance. But her mind was still blank. She could only carry out the actions of concentrating and releasing subconsciously. Compared to the relatively safer rear, the front line of the army was engaged in fiercer combat. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of metal chains rang out. Within the undead ranks, dozens of gigantic skeletons, each standing 10 meters tall, stepped onto the battlefield. Wrapped in iron chains, their arms swung powerfully, chains whistling through the air, knocking down swaths of the human army. Clang! Just when everyone was powerless against the giant skeletons, a holy radiance broke through the sky, shining down. Above the human ranks, the ethereal figure of an angel with wings unfurled emerged. It looked indifferently at the undead ahead, pointed with its hand. A massive golden sword fell from the sky, instantly piercing the giant skeleton in front of it. In agonizing twists, the skeleton giant turned to ash. At the same time, the golden giant sword did not vanish immediately. The light it emitted enveloped the nearby skeletons for dozens of meters, turning them directly to ash. The bishop has acted. Reform the defenses, quick. Orders were shouted rapidly. The troops from the rear continued to surge forward, plugging the breach. Meanwhile, the other giant skeletons also received special attention from the human ranks. Either through torrents of water dragons or barrages from dozens of cannons simultaneously. Li Rong numbly cast her magic, her gaze sweeping over the battlefield like hell itself. Fire dragons filled the sky, Along with ice storms and spreading poison clouds, every corner was engaged in a life or death struggle. In the air, carrion vultures and thunder eagles clashed, with broken flesh and blood raining down. Below, the undead charged at shield formations, while magic of all colors bombarded back and forth across the enemy ranks. Skeleton knights wielding scythes, stone coffins that devoured souls from corpses, and 10-meter-tall skeleton giants. At this moment, even the rear ranks of the team were not as safe as one would imagine. On the battlefield, life and death depended more on luck. Fang Hao, if I die here, I curse you to never stand up straight for the rest of your life, Li Rong cursed as she popped the lid of a potion, tilting her head back to drink. Main city. Unaware of the battlefield's situation, Fang Hao and two others emerged from the light screen. After handing the business card to Dujin, they went straight back to the Lord's mansion. They arrived at the location of the rejuvenation spring well. They chose an empty space on one side, intending to build a wishing well. They opened the Book of Lords, looking for the blueprint. Wishing well blueprint orange. Category: Special building blueprint. Prerequisite for construction: 4 statues, 5 quarters. Required materials: timber 5,200, stone 3,500, sturdy hemp rope 1,200, stone bricks 3,000, natural gem 120, trace of the forest 120, coral crystals 50, tears of the ocean 50, breeze white coral 50, dawn blue coral 50, essence of magic 10, perfect essence 5. Description: weekly consumable basic resources for making wishes, with a chance of receiving wish rewards. All the construction conditions were finally met. Currently, there were 5 statues in the territory. They were the Goddess of Harvest, God of Undead, Slaughter God, God of Deception, and God of Furnace Fire. Moreover, the blueprint also included the God of Light statue, but since it was hostile to the God of Undead, they couldn't be built at the same time. After taking out all the newly purchased materials, all the conditions had been met. He confirmed the location they had chosen earlier, adjusted the angle a bit, and began to confirm the construction. An orange light instantly soared, gradually forming the outline of a pond. Almost an hour passed. Fang Hao took a stroll around and then returned, as the light from the wishing well faded. The overall shape appeared before Fang Hao's eyes. It was a pond about 2 meters in radius, with crystal clear water revealing the bottom, surrounded by various exotic and dazzling flowers. In the center of the pond was a column shaped like a stalagmite, covered in complex and mysterious patterns. Fang Hao approached to inspect the attributes. Wishing well. Category: Special building. Function: prayer. Materials: 0/100. Prayer may make a wish for desired materials items, with a probability of receiving the wished for rewards once every 7 days. Description: the gods have heard your voice. Just like what he had understood before, expend materials to obtain wished for items. Although it was called wishing, it was more like an exchange, and whether the exchange would be successful depended on if the other party was willing to give you what you wished for. This was not a guaranteed advantageous deal. But one would only wish for what they lacked and urgently needed. The existence of risk was in accordance with the rules of this world. Fang Hao thought for a moment, opened the building menu, and began to select the wishful items. Although known as items, he could only choose materials, crystal stones, or recruitment materials. The heroes and equipment he imagined were not selectable at all. But, upon reflection, it also made sense. An orange blueprint building allowing access to special rare materials was actually not less valuable than equipment. Especially since he had a hundredfold amplification, materials were exactly what he needed. He pondered what he needed. After some thought, he needed dragon crystals and forgotten souls. Dragon crystals were used to recruit bone dragons, while forgotten souls could be used to recruit tier 10 soldiers from Nisbet. Due to the recent conflict with the Dragon Clan, the enemy might fly over at any moment. Fang Hao still planned to use the first exchange to swap for dragon crystals. Wish. Dragon crystals 3. Material: sturdy wood 100/100, low success rate. After placing 100 units of sturdy wood, the number of dragon crystals turned to 3. Besides, a low success rate alert appeared behind the material. It seemed that the type and value of the materials also affected the quantity of the wished items and their success rate. Fang Hao then tried a few other materials. Wish. Dragon crystals 5. Material. Fine work stone bricks 100/100ths, low success rate. Upon reaching fine work stone bricks, the number of dragon crystals became 5, but the success rate remained very low. Next, Fang Hao experimented with other kinds of materials. Materials of the same grade. Ore type materials yielded more dragon crystals. Logging 100 units of cast iron, the number of dragon crystals reached 8. 100 units of fine iron, and the number of dragon crystals was 15. But none of them showed a significant increase in success rate. Fang Hao didn't see himself as someone good at gambling odds, having once played mobile games where he almost wanted to delete the game out of frustration. Therefore, at this early stage, when he urgently needed dragon crystals, gambling on a low success rate was not a good choice. Fang Hao cleared the materials column and began trying other items to see if they could replace building materials. Finally, Fang Hao found a useful item. Dragon crystals 45. Material. Bloodstone 100/100ths, high success rate. Apparently, recruitment materials could also be used as materials. And the success rate went directly to high. Fang Hao continued replacing other recruitment materials. Beast Tooth exchanged for 42 dragon crystals, Troll Stone 44, Gray Iron Stone 43, Soul Crystal 42. As for other recruitment materials, there weren't even enough to reach 100. Thus, he couldn't check the quantity of dragon crystals. Looking at it this way, the exchange ratio of Bloodstone was indeed high. Ever since he occupied Crescent Heights, Bloodstone could be collected in bulk. But the most abundant and highest producing was the Orcs, Beast Tooth. After all, Orcs occupied a vast area and also had a large population. Being the first time, and Fang Hao urgently needing dragon crystals, he simply used 100 bloodstones. He prayed silently. Clicked confirm. A spire in the middle emitted a beam of light that shot straight into the sky. Once the light faded, everything returned to calm. Fang Hao stood stunned. So now what? Did it fail? Thump. No sooner had he spoken than 45 dragon crystals appeared in the wishing well. It had succeeded. Fang Hao felt a rush of joy. His luck wasn't that bad after all, it had succeeded. At that moment, footsteps came from behind. Era, Angia, and many maids were attracted by the column of light that had just shot up. About 10 people gathered at a distance, looking at the suddenly appearing wishing well. Master, is this a pond? Era asked curiously. The other maids also widened their eyes, waiting for an answer curiously. Fang Hao rubbed her little head, wishing well. What's it used for? Era continued to ask. For making wishes. It means desires might come true. Fang Hao thought about his words and explained. Oh, the maids replied, their curiosity intensifying even more. Fang Hao rubbed another maid's little head and instructed, take these dragon crystals to the warehouse. Oh, yes, master. The maids began to carry away the dragon crystals. Fang Hao was just about to recruit bone dragons. Ding. The Book of Lords had already emitted a notification sound. On opening it, it was from Li Rong. The undead have already begun their attack, the battlefield is in chaos, humans are clearly at a disadvantage right from the start. Fang Hao's heart tightened. The war had begun. So suddenly. Why had Oddies chosen this moment to start the war? Could he have been waiting for the auction to end? Possibly, but what impact could an auction have on the battlefield? Fang Hao immediately replied, are you safe? I'm not dead yet, but it's hard to say. How are the humans doing? How long can they last? Fang Hao continued to inquire. There was a brief pause on the other side. Then the response came. Humans have gathered a lot of troops, and the church's 6 bishops are very effective against the undead. I can't say how many days they can last, but it looks like they can hold on for a short while. Do you need me to bring you back? Several minutes passed. Li Rong replied, we're not in the city, you can't teleport here, wait until I feel it's dangerous and when I'm heading back to the city, then you can retrieve me. Okay. Fang Hao thought for a moment, then took out various potions as well as a pendant. Unclean Magnet Talisman Orange. Category: Talisman. Ability: Wound Healing plus 70%. Description: Eternal Knight crafted this talisman from impure divine power and it will forever protect a friend. This was an orange talisman obtained during the conquest of Crescent Heights. Up till now, Fang Hao had had no chance to use it, but now he could lend it to Li Rong for the time being. After all, Li Rong's body was just that of a normal human, even a minor injury could be fatal. This talisman could protect her well. Having made up his mind, he immediately sent a message to Li Rong. Li Rong, I'm sending over some items, hang the talisman around your neck and don't let others see it to avoid more trouble. Don't let others see it. Besides the fear of enticing envy, the pendant belongs to the Blood Clan and is likely to cause trouble. Li Rong replied. 1. Fang Hao designated the trade directly, sending over the potion, bandages, and talisman right away. Soon, a reply came from the other side. Damn, orange gear, is it a love token? Don't worry, I've hidden it against my chest. No one can see it. This guy, starting his antics again at this time. Li Rong's figure wasn't exactly voluptuous, but she used to hide a cigarette pack in the middle of her chest before. Hiding a talisman pendant should be no problem. At least unless opened, it should not be visible. Fang Hao replied, I'm lending it to you, you'll have to return it to me after. Stingy. End chat. Fang Hao found Demetria at the city lord's residence, activated the teleportation screen, and disappeared on the spot. Blood Castle. The two walked out from within the screen. They could hear the footsteps of the moving army outside the castle, along with the dull sounds of heavy objects being moved. Fang Hao was startled and quickly walked out of the ancient castle. He saw swaths of armies beginning to mobilize on a large scale. Leading them were several transmigrators, including Kong Yang, who were continuously making various devices. Upon seeing Fang Hao with Demetria appear, Kong Yang dropped what he was working on and ran over immediately. Boss. Commander Demetria. Kong Yang wiped his hands, his face beaming with a smile. Kong Yang was a transmigrator previously enslaved by the Blood Clan. After cooperating with the army to capture Blood Castle, he became a subsidiary city lord under Fang Hao. The other transmigrators included those originally from Crescent Heights and some who had lost their cities and were later transferred here. Fang Hao nodded. What's happening here? Kong Yang answered. I'm not clear on the specifics. Amanda ordered preparations for battle, and now all the city's military and logistics are being mobilized. It seemed Amanda had deduced something from the movements of the Oddies army as well. Amanda's vigilance in this aspect was indeed very strong. Right, the Great Cemetery has declared war on the humans, just focus on logistics, and be careful, Fang Hao instructed Kong Yang. Alright, boss. Where's Amanda? Fang Hao continued. Kong Yang pointed towards the area where the troops were. She just went over there. Have someone call Amanda and the others over, I'll wait for them in the castle's great hall. Okay. Kong Yang called over a heavy sword infantry and whispered a few instructions. The infantryman then hurried towards where Amanda and the others were. The great hall of the ancient castle. Soon, Amanda, Rolana, and Bloodhunter hurried over. After exchanging greetings, Fang Hao immediately said, Oddies has already declared war on the humans. Amanda nodded. The Oddies army has had obvious and frequent mobilizations. I have already prepared for the attack. They had also been planning for the Great Cemetery for a while. Amanda had even arranged a large number of personnel, human soldiers, bound spirit guardians, to enter the enemy territory for reconnaissance. Today, from all sorts of intelligence, she had sensed something amiss and guessed that a battle might have already started. And had prepared to invade the enemy territory at any moment. Fang Hao thought for a moment, then said, all right, I'll gather more heroes and personnel from the surrounding areas in the next few days to coordinate this attack. He paused slightly, then continued, have you considered how to communicate with the humans after the war starts? The world of humans was relatively stable. Unlike the chaos of the trolls and orcs, Fang Hao did not wish to start a war without any reason. Living in peace was also a fine diplomatic strategy. Communicating with humans was necessary because his side was also undead. To avoid misunderstanding with the humans. Once a battle broke out, it would be necessary to let the humans know their identity ahead of time, that they were not people from Oddies. Otherwise, once blood was shed, it would be difficult to stop. Amanda's voice remained calm as she softly began, "We've already discussed this point. Before the war begins, Miss Rebecca will deliver a letter of alliance from Blood Castle to the Human Federation. It's likely that the Federation needs an ally right now to help share their burden." Amanda's idea is actually very understandable. The start of the war by Oddies was premeditated and well prepared. Those in the know are clear that the chances of human victory are not great. And the Federation, having not found allies, naturally would not refuse an ally to help them share the pressure from Oddies. Even if that ally is the former enemy, the Blood Clan. Moreover, Amanda and Rolana had also discussed a rather complete plan. Rolana would ally with the Human Federation in the name of the Master of Blood Castle. After occupying the Great Cemetery of Oddies, the territory would be managed by the Blood Castle. And this alliance agreement would be delivered to the hands of the Federal Conference by Rebecca, in her capacity as the City Lord of Lys. In the process, it could also be implied that Rebecca deserved credit for finding an ally for the Federation. The Human Federation would not reject this alliance, and after the end of the fight, the restored Anglina Kingdom can resume diplomatic relations with humans. Both sides would normally engage in trade with each other. One could say, this idea was quite excellent. Even if humans did not trust the Blood Clan, they would be forced to accept this alliance. As for Fang Hao's side, helping humans defeat the undead and possessing the ultimate right to dispose of the Great Cemetery of Oddies. He would also get what he needed. Demetria, how do you feel about this idea? Fang Hao looked to the side. Seated upright, Demetria tilted his head slightly only when asked. The ladies have a thorough plan. Of course, my lord, you could also spread some messages to facilitate this cooperation. Oh, what messages? For example, that Oddies still has more hidden troops, or that they are planning an attack on Silverwing City. As long as those nobles feel they are in danger, they will be more eager for allies, Demetria said softly. Fang Hao nodded. This idea was also very good. Has this matter been communicated to Rebecca? Rebecca and Rolana had a sound transmitting shell, though of course he had to pretend not to know about this. Rebecca was also involved in this discussion. As soon as it's decided, she will immediately pass the message to the conference, Rolana said. Fang Hao continued to ask, when will Rebecca send the message over? After thinking it over, Amanda answered, the day after tomorrow, I guess. It's too early now, and the other side will have many concerns. After the message is finalized, the conference might take 2 or 3 days to discuss and then sign a peace agreement with Rolana. Then we can dispatch our troops. The plan was indeed tightly scheduled. Now that supplies and equipment were sufficient, humans should still manage to hold on for a while. Alright, let's do that. Fang Hao pondered for a moment and said, I'll arrange for troops and personnel to come over in the next 2 days to prepare before the attack. Thank you, my lord. Amanda stood up and saluted gravely. Fang Hao smiled and gestured that there was no need for such formalities. Returning to the main city. Fang Hao's mind was still contemplating the details of this war. The undead seemed frail and lacked various emotions. But they were also wily and old beings, each having lived for over a century as undead monsters, surely having gone through a lot. When dealing with Oddies, one still had to be careful. After careful thought, Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords. He crafted a message in the territory channel. Zhang Bin, Dong Jiayu, Fu Lei, Tang Qi, you 4 summon some of your transmigrator subordinates. Set out tomorrow morning, immediately come together here, I have a task for them. Soon, people started responding. Zhang Bin, received, boss. Dong Jiayu, received. Fu Lei, received. Tang Qi, received. Following consecutive confirmations, the quiet territory channel immediately began to bubble with activity. Fang Hao big shot, why are you gathering so many transmigrators? Spring is here, maybe it's time for farming. God, farming. How many transmigrators actually know how to farm? They're probably going to fight. Fight who? The people being summoned are heading to the boss's main city. It doesn't seem like they're going to fight people. I heard the human borders have started the war with the undead. It's probably support for one side. Support who? Humans, obviously. Nonsense. The boss is with the undead camp. Why would he support humans? Get real. They're summoning humans. They can't go help the undead. You're the one talking nonsense, eh? Fang Hao glanced at the lively channel and was about to close the Book of Lords. Then a private message notification sounded. It was from Zhang Bin. He opened it to see. Boss, there's trouble. The task regarding the construct you assigned me has failed. What? What do you mean it failed? That technician, I don't know what he was researching, but an explosion killed him, Zhang Bin replied. Fang Hao was taken aback for a moment. Then he responded immediately. Was the explosion big? Big. The man is definitely dead, and I found other people in the village who didn't get anything. I'm afraid this lead on the construct is dead, Zhang Bin said. Transmigrators like Zhang Bin knew Fang Hao was with the undead camp and could recruit undead troops. But they actually did not understand the rules concerning the construction of the undead. Hence, Zhang Bin was focused on the construct's task line. However, Fang Hao was more concerned about the technician himself. No, I mean, is the body intact? Oh, the body is in pieces, but it should have been collected by the villagers for burial, Zhang Bin continued. Where are you? Fang Hao asked. I'm in my own fortress, and this message was brought back by the guards I arranged to be stationed in that village. After pondering for a moment, Fang Hao said, tomorrow morning, we'll go there together to see if that technician left behind any blueprints. All right, boss. After ending the chat, Fang Hao closed the Book of Lords. He headed to the skeleton conversion field once again. The matters regarding the dragon clan posed a potential threat to his territory. High mobility, formidable strength. Although, for now, his territory remained a secret to the dragon clan. The world is vast, and there are many transmigrators. For the dragon clan to pinpoint his location wouldn't be easy. But all this was temporary. Who could guarantee that the dragon clan didn't have some kind of tracking spell or artifact, or that they wouldn't receive useful information from the transmigrators? Thus, making preparations and always being ready for a visit from the dragon clan was necessary. Upon arriving at the skeleton conversion field, he opted to recruit dragon crystals, 45 of them. There were two types of troops available for recruitment: Skeleton Pseudo-Dragon Guard, Tier 6, and Bone Dragon, Tier 10. Skeleton Pseudo-Dragon Guards were of no great use to his territory at present. And since the number of dragon crystals was limited, he didn't plan to recruit them. He went straight for the Bone Dragons. Bone Dragon. Wriggling Spines 10, Death Trace 7, Star Silver 5, Dragon Crystal 10. The number to recruit was set at 4. He confirmed the recruitment. Hundredfold amplification triggered, recruiting 404 bone dragons. The next second, the sky overhead suddenly darkened. Bone dragons appeared in droves, either landing or hovering in the sky. Some even crushed the roofs of sheds and flattened the seedlings in the flowerbeds on both sides. All of you, gather outside East City, Fang Hao shouted loudly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bone dragons headed toward the outskirts of the city amidst strong gusts of wind. On his way, Fang Hao called over the blacksmith, Kulan, to join him. On the outskirts, in the open field, 404 bone dragons were scattered about, standing around the area. Fang Hao looked at the number of bone dragons and nodded in satisfaction. Although 404 wasn't a large number, they could play a significant role in facing the dragon clan and the upcoming battle with Oddies. He asked Kulan to wait on the side for a moment. He then opened the Book of Lords and searched for the blueprints for bone dragon equipment. Hundredfold amplification triggered, 404 giant dragons white steel helmets obtained. Hundredfold amplification triggered, 404 giant dragons white steel armors obtained. Hundredfold amplification triggered, 404 giant dragons white steel claw guards obtained. Hundredfold amplification triggered, 404 giant dragons white steel tail guards with tail spikes obtained. Huge piles of giant dragon equipment appeared, filling the space around them. Kulin, gather all the blacksmiths and start fitting the bone dragons with their armor, Fang Hao instructed. Bone dragons could not equip themselves with armor. It needed to be done manually. Yes, my lord. Kulin went back and brought all the blacksmiths to start fitting the bone dragons with their equipment. Fang Hao stood by, watching everyone busy at work. The white steel armor for the bone dragons was somewhat outdated. It was hard to leverage the full capabilities of such a troop type. Purple armor would protect the bone dragons' bodies better. But that kind of dragon armor wasn't easily obtained. Should I go to the Dragon Clan store with a disguise? No, it's too risky. If discovered by the Dragon Clan, a fight would break out on the spot. What about sending someone else? Ideally, someone unrelated to my race. No good. When showing the invitation card, it'll display the holder's information, which could easily give us away. This is tricky. Without joining in on Kulin and the others' work, he went straight back to the Lord's mansion. After dinner, Fang Hao patted his stomach, thinking about taking a dip in the hot springs. Then, the sound transmitting shell relayed another message. He held it to his ear, and immediately Rebecca's indignant voice came through. Have you forgotten about me? Bring me over. Fang Hao smiled faintly, deployed the doll, and cast a teleportation spell. A mature and beautiful figure immediately stepped out from the light screen. The next day, at dawn, a cavalry troop composed of Lionheart Knights was galloping swiftly on the narrow dirt road. Finally, ahead on the road, the silhouette of a village became visible. Boss, that's the village up ahead, we'd better send someone ahead to notify them, Zhang Bin called out loudly. Fang Hao nodded, signaling for the cavalry to slow down. The appearance of the cavalry had also attracted the attention of the village. Farmers hurried back to their homes, and some villagers armed with hoes and pitchforks climbed onto the walls made of logs and adobe. Zhang Bin, you've been here twice before, take some men and go ahead to inform them, Fang Hao said. All right. Zhang Bin, with 2 cavalrymen, continued to approach the village on horseback. Since Zhang Bin had already visited before, the interaction did not require much effort. Shortly after, Zhang Bin waved at them, signaling it was okay to approach. Nearing the village, the cavalry stationed themselves outside the village, while Fang Hao, Zhang Bin, a settee, and 5 knights entered the village directly. The village was small in scale, likely having a population of a little over 100 people. They were now gathered at the gate, looking at the unexpected visitors. The villagers were all ordinary farmers. The few wielding weapons could be considered the village militia. At that moment, a man with somewhat disheveled hair ran over in a hurry. Honored lords, please come this way, the man gestured for them to follow. Fang Hao had some recollection of this person. He was the same merchant who had previously gone to Zhang Bin's territory to sell mechanical bodies. As a merchant, he was naturally more slippery than the average farmer. And was not as wary. Zhang Bin also said, this time, we've brought some daily necessities and plan to exchange them with you for some furs and seeds. This season, the village didn't have much in terms of agricultural products. The items for exchange were primarily furs and seeds. No problem, the merchant assured. The Lionheart Knights, opening their backpacks, poured out an assortment of farm tools that Fang Hao had made. Farm tools were quite in demand in the village and were sure to sell. The merchant saw many items that would be useful. He immediately called over to the villagers, asking those who wanted to trade to bring out their goods. Soon enough, beast skins, seeds, and some other curiosities were all brought out. Zhang Bin proceeded with the exchange. After the exchange was complete, Zhang Bin still had a large quantity of goods left over. What do you think? If you have anything else, I can't just take these back, Zhang Bin said with a troubled look. The villagers whispered among themselves for a while. Someone spoke a few words in the merchant's ear, who then nodded slightly. Next, the villagers left. When they returned, they were carrying several wicker baskets filled with various mechanical parts. Some were clearly damaged, while others were still in relatively good condition. The merchant, looking at the few men before him, said, these are parts of mechanical bodies. Take a look and see what you need, we'll use the same exchange rate as last time. Zhang Bin glanced at Fang Hao. Then squatted down, sifting through the parts. There were only parts, no blueprints or complete mechanical bodies. But among them, he found 2 energy cores. Zhang Bin traded for them with the goods, and the deal seemed to please the villagers as well. It looked like the cooperation was quite satisfactory to both parties. Zhang Bin continued, we heard that the technician in the village had an accident. Could we pay our respects? Of course, I'll have someone guide you there. No need, just point us in the right direction. We'll head back straight after, Zhang Bin replied. Oh, it's to the north of the village, at the gravestone marked Patrick, the merchant said. Okay, good, then we will take our leave. After speaking, the group left the village, accompanied by the farewell of the villagers, heading toward the north of the village. They proceeded northward, passing through a dense forest. They soon saw the cemetery mentioned by the villagers. Villagers, unlike the nobles in the city, did not have cemeteries. They simply fenced off a section of land in a roughly designated area to bury their dead. Finding Patrick's steel was easy. The steel was new. Fang Hao surveyed the surroundings, seeing no other villagers had followed. He took out a shovel and handed them out. Dig.